There is no deity except Allah. Muhammad, SM, PBUH, is the messenger of Allah. In the name of Allah, most gracious and most merciful. The Almighty God certainly has been, is, and will continue to send infinite love and affection to His beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, PBUH, along with His special angels who are directed by the Almighty God to continuously salute with respect, dignity, and honor to the beloved Holy Prophet for his kind attention. The Almighty God again commanding to the true believers to pay respect with dignity and honor for their forgiveness and mercy from the beloved Holy Prophet of Islam and mankind. Holy Al-Quran Surah Al-Ahzab, 33:56. Author, His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam. The Ahlul Bayt. The assassination of 11 Imams. The collapse of the Caliphate. Rise of tyranny and oppression in Islam. Underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore on. Published by Millennium Trade Link USA Corporation. Library of Congress, cataloging in publication data. Copyright at 2020 by His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam. Editor, Mr. Rafiq Ahmed, Executive Assistant to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. Chief Operation Officer of Millennium Trade Link USA Corporation. Associate Editor and Compiler, Gholam Rabbani, Executive Assistant to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. Vice President Millennium Trade Link USA Corporation. ISBN #97805-786-47722. Second edition, February 2020. USA, Canada, Europe, Middle East and Asia. Email, millenniumtradelinkusa@gmail.com. World Spiritual Assembly, New York, USA. President and author, His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam. Figure 1, Seal of Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, PBUH. Figure 2, in accordance of historian His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam's opinion in the time of proclamation of Imam Mahdi in Medina, the above flag will be carried by Habibullah, whom will lead as the commander in charge of Imam Mahdi's peace mission from Khorasan, Afghanistan towards Medina with his soldiers. During this time many spiritual forces of Imam Mahdi will join him with this mission from Iran, Isfahan, Iraq, Yemen, Syria, Turkey, Kashmir, Indian territories, and Pakistan. In the name of Allah, most gracious and most merciful. The note from the author. This is a mere effort to introduce the illustrious light of the family of Prophet Muhammad, SM, to the generation of the needy, a time period indigent of Iman and understanding of Islam's eventful authentic history. The history outlined in these pages is illuminated by the great self-sacrifice of Ahlul Bayt to preserve the legacy of the Rahmatul Alameen, Ashraful Anbiya wal Mursalin, Hazrat Muhammad, SM. Indeed, the last and final messenger sent to all mankind and all creations as a symbol of mercy. A few thousand words could never produce the depth of the lifetime of even one of these noble and greatest personalities, Ahlul Bayt, let alone more than one. However, there is a dire need for all real Muslims to have some access to these Ahlul Bayts free from Salaf, Shia, Wahhabi, Tablighi, Jamaat, and so-called Sunni propaganda. May Allah give them proper knowledge to understand the status Ahlul Bayt. A Muslim means the one who surrenders to Almighty God. The concept of surrendering to oneness of God had been around since the Prophet Abraham. The descendants of Prophet Abraham are the crowned creations of Almighty God. Jews, Christians, and Muslims are cousin brothers, in accordance of Holy Quran. A Muslim prays 5 times, and in their 5 times daily prayer they are constantly reciting the Durud Sharif as a part of the prayer. In brief, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wala Ali Muhammad, Kama Salita ala Ibrahim walali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid, which means may Allah grant mercy to the descendants of Prophet Muhammad, SM, as well as descendants of Prophet Abraham, as. So why are the Jews, Christians, and Muslims are fighting with each other, because of the sectarian segregation among the followers of Jews, Christians, and Muslims. A point should be noted: the followers of Judaism, Christianity and Islam are all aware of the coming of the Promised One, but they are all spreading it in their own way for their better interest, even in Hinduism and Buddhism. Therefore, a leader must emerge to reunite the followers, those who practices the path of oneness of Almighty, by devaluing the sectarian segregation among Jews, Christians and Muslims. If you are fortunate to research the greatness of Ahlul Bayt, may Allah be pleased with them, it is extremely vital to grasp the greatness of their sacrifice and efforts to preserve an unadulterated practice of Islam. Otherwise, we may become trapped in the helpless idealism of those who romanticize their efforts while ignoring the actual techniques used to destroy the families of pure Islam. Modern historians associate the collapse of the Caliphate with the elimination of the Ottoman Empire in 1922, followed by the systematic fragmentation and division of Ottoman Empire after WW1. Therefore, many pains have been undertaken to show in the following pages how tyranny and oppression destroyed the Caliphate of Islam in Karbala, over more than 1,300 years ago, with the martyrdom of Abu Arar, father of freedom, Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, in 61 AH/680 CE. Then continued to oppress key moral figures and their families, who, though their swords were in the sheaths, their words and deeds made every immoral things outlawed, just as Prophet Muhammad, SM, did in Medina. In order to understand this important fact, we must recognize three pivotal phases of Islam. These phases consist of the following: Hazrat Mohammad, SM, Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, and Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as. Another important aspect of history should be taken into consideration to better grasp the reality of above-mentioned phases are Abu Bakr, Umar, Muawiyah and Aisha's role against the Gadar-e-Qum declaration of Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM. Although the so-called Sunni world has given them tremendous respect and dignity to bolden their role as Amir-ul-Mu'minins, but on the contrary some Shia sects has highlighted their misconduct and immoral activities against the Prophet Hazrat Muhammad, SM, Gadar-e-Qum declaration. Indeed, the prominent Ahlul Bayt such as Hazrat Hassan, as, Hazrat Hussein, as, Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as, Hazrat Imam Bakr, as, Hazrat Imam Ja'far Sadiq, as, Hazrat Imam Musa al-Kazim, as, Hazrat Imam Ali Reza, as, Hazrat Imam al-Taqi, as, Hazrat Imam al-Naqi, as, Hazrat Imam Hassan al-Askari, as, Hazrat Imam Malik, R.A., Hazrat Imam Muslim, R.A., Sahaba like Hazrat Bilal ibn Rabah, R.A., Hazrat Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, R.A., Hazrat Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, R.A., also Sufi leaders such as Hazrat Imam al-Ghazali, R.A., Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., Hazrat Khaja Mu'inuddin Chisti, R.A., as well as their lineages and tariqa followers had spoken against the Abu Bakr, Umar, Muawiyah and Aisha's role against Hazrat Ali, as, successorship to Prophet Muhammad, SM. In Chapter 1 of this book we have discussed this topic in much detail. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Muhammad Nurul Alam, 43rd direct descendant from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, of Islam. President, World Spiritual Assembly, New York, USA. Email, His Eminency at worldspiritualassembly.org, tel hashtag 609-233-8164. https://worldspiritualassembly.org. Figure 3, His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi MN Alam. Table of Contents. 3 Integral Phases of Islam, 11. Phase, 111. Phase, 212. Phase, 312. Preface 13. The Light, Nur, of Prophet Hazrat Muhammad, SM. Peace be upon him, 18. Hazrat Abi Talib, R.A., Hazrat Khadijah, S.A., and Hazrat Hamza, R.A., importance towards Islam's establishment 23. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., the Lion of Almighty God and Chief of the Martyrs 24. Hazrat Ali, as, being the living Quran 26. Hazrat Ali, as, being the successor of Prophet, SM, 26. Chapter 1. Al-Medinat al-Munawwara 28. Prophet, SM, S migration to Medina 32. The conspiracies against Islam and great Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, and his direct descendants 39. Abu Bakr was misguided by Umar to be the first caliph of so-called Caliphate, Rashidun 42. Immoral and suspicious activities of Umar. So-called second caliph and agent of Abu Sufyan ibn Harb ibn Umayyah 44. The decline of Medinat al-Munawwara 51. The Ridda Wars 11/632 c.e 52. Year of Ashes plague in Syria and drought in Hejaz 53. Collaborators of civil wars, Fitna, 54. Authentic history of Aisha, divorced wife of Prophet, SM, 57. The Battle of the Camel 36/656 CE 67. The Battle of Siffin 37/657 CE 69. Mu'awiyah ibn Abi Sufyan's administration 75. Abu Huraira, father of Kad. The so-called Islamic hadith writer and compiler 84. Marwan ibn al-Hakam's treachery against Islam 87. The Battle of Karbala 61/680 CE 90. Yazid ibn Mu'awiyah ibn Abi Sufyan. Greatest hypocrite and son of bitch 98. The Battle of Haraz 63/683 CE 101. Chapter 2. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Zainul Abidin 103. Chapter 3. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali ibn Hussein, as Al-Bakir, 124. Chapter 4. Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as Ja'far as-Siddiq 135. Chapter 5. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as Al-Qasim, 153. Chapter 6. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa ibn Ja'far, as Al-Riza, 165. Chapter 7. Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Musa, as Al-Taqi al-Jawad, 171. Chapter 8. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as Al-Hadi an-Naqi, 177. Chapter 9. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as Al-Askari, 185. Friends of Iblis Khalif al-Mamun and associate in crime al-Farghani, Chief Astrological and Astronomical Advisor 188. So-called Imam, the notorious Bukhari, 194-56, Hijri 193. Hazrat Ghaud Halal Azam Muhyiddin. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., 203. Sultan ul-Hind Garibin was the great Sufi saint of the Asian continent. Hazrat Khawaja Ma'inuddin Chisti, R.A., 217. Hazrat Shah Sufi Bahauddin Naqshband, R.A., founder of Naqshbandi Sufi order 235. Hazrat Mujaddid Alf, Sani, R.A., founder Mujaddidiya Tarika, Sirhind West Punjab, India 242. Chapter 10. Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Imam Mahdi, Pbuh, 246. A discussion on Imam Mahdi, Pbuh, in light of the Holy Quran and Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, by Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Dr. M.N. Alam. Islamic researcher and scholar, 254. History of Muslim rulers and caliphs at a glance, 258. A small description of the rulers of the monarchy in Saudi Arabia according to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam, 268. direct followers of Great Shaitan, Ibli, and descendant of Yazid ibn Muawiyah as follows, 275. List of world leaders whom are tyrant 276. The great Sufi saint Hazrat Hafiz Ahmed, Sunodi Shah Shahab, R.A., of Lohagara, Chittagong, Bangladesh 280. Figure 4, the Ahlul Bayt, family members of Prophet, S.M. 1. Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. 2. Hazrat Ali, as 3. Hazrat Fatimah, S.A. 4. Hazrat Hassan, as 5. Hazrat Hussein, as 3 integral phases of Islam. Phase 1. The beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., whose emphasis was on teaching Islam in depth, especially to the true Sahabas, companions, and making Islam available to the maximum number of people, yet, bearing in mind that it would take an average person a long time to assimilate Islam. Therefore, Prophet Muhammad, S.M., did not fight nor expel the hypocrites like Abu Sufyan, Muawiyah, Abu Huraira, Abdullah ibn Jarrah, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Talha, Zubair, Umar, Abu Bakr, but many Quranic ayah were revealed concerning them. Prophet Muhammad, S.M., had many visions concerning them as well. Major Islamic events that have shaped the Islamic Empire up to this very day were shown to Allah's beloved Prophet Muhammad, S.M. In Surah Ma'idah Ayah 55, Verily, verily Allah is your Wali, overlord, overseer, and so is his messenger, Jibreel as, and those who believe and establish prayer and give zakat, charity, while in state of ruku, state of bowing. On the occasion of this ayah, Hazrat Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, R.A., a highly regarded Sahaba, reported Prophet Muhammad, S.M., saying, Ali is the beacon of righteousness and the destroyer of infidels. He who helps him is victorious and he who abandons him is vanquished. Hazrat Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, R.A., continued, one day while I was saying my prayers in the company of the Prophet, S.M., a beggar came to the masjid asking for alms, but nobody gave him anything. Ali, while in the state of ruku'o in the prayer, pointed out his ring finger to the beggar. The beggar approached Ali and removed the ring from his finger. At this occasion the Prophet, S.M., prayed to Allah, delight my heart, make my task less arduous by appointing Ali as his wazir, representative and helper. This was a dua of reinforcement to strengthen Prophet Muhammad, S.M., endeavor like Harun, as was to Musa, as Abu Dhar continued, by Allah, the Prophet had not yet finished his dua supplication when Hazrat Jibreel, as descended to him with this ayah saying, Verily, verily Allah is your Wali, and so is his messenger, and those who believe and establish prayer and give zakat while in state of ruku. Phase 2. Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Hazrat Hassan, as Hazrat Hussein, as they were the three who would confront the negative forces caused by weak faith persons who threatened to undermine Islam, be it during the Caliphate of Hazrat Ali, as the peace agreement of Hazrat Hassan, as vs Muawiyah, son of Bitch, which was prophesied by Prophet Muhammad, S.M., or the events leading to the anticipated Karbala battle, which was also prophesied by Hazrat Muhammad, S.M., during his lifetime in Medina. Phase 3. Hazrat Imam Zainul Abidin, Ali ibn Hussein, as, and his descendants, peace be upon them. These great scholars took on their shoulders the heavy task of teaching, educational endeavor, once the confrontational phase was over. This culminated in the establishing of Medina's first university, whose main source of information was the corpus of knowledge handed down from Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, about whom Hazrat Muhammad, S.M., said, I am the city of knowledge and Ali is its gate. Their universities and methods of teaching had flourished and expanded throughout the Islamic Empire. Preface. The first two phases would exceed volumes of pages. Therefore, these phases are summarized in the first chapter. All efforts were taken to detail the third phase, which is of the least mentioned in the Sunni circles today. This was the educational phase and direct involvement in promulgating and teaching in light of the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, sm. These endeavors led to the establishing of a Sunnah. This trend of avoidance and sheer ignorance has led many to totally dismiss the sacrifices of Ahlul Bayt as mere Shia tradition, while ignoring the fact that early Islamic knowledge flourished from these personalities. For instance, immediately after Hazrat Imam Hussein, was butchered alongside his family and supporters at Karbala. The promulgation of this horrific event was immediately undertaken by the remaining Ahlul Bayt. In 62 AH, a famous Sahaba, companion of Prophet Muhammad, sm. Hazrat Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, R.A., who was in his late 70s, had performed the very first pilgrimage to the burial site of Hazrat Imam Hussein, due to his age and blindness he was accompanied by his student Hazrat Atiyah ibn Said, R.A., who was a famous tabi'in who also studied under Hazrat Abdullah ibn Abbas, R.A. His visit coincided with those remaining of Ahlul Bayt who were returning from Yazid's court in Damascus and culminated in spreading the message of Imam Hussein's supreme sacrifice. Though he could never be regarded by today's Ahl Sunnah as a Shia, he remained a firm follower and supporter of Ahlul Bayt throughout his life, as we will read later. Even as a young boy, like so many other loyal Sahaba, he would give everything to protect the life and family of the Holy Last Messenger, sm. Do not oppress and do not live under tyranny. Today, government and leadership have weakened to the level of greed, politics, falsehood and ceaseless bloodshed, all of which had ended and made forbidden under the code and corpus of existence, Al-Quran al-Majid and Prophet Muhammad Mustafa, sm. over 1,400 years ago in the city of Medinatul Munawwara. We have come too far away from Allah's guidance in pursuit of gratification in this transitory abode. We are a civilization that consists of many denominations. We should understand the sacrifices of these blessed souls as the only means to preserve the true identity of the fastest growing peaceful religion in the world. The fact remains that sadly, majority of Muslims today know nothing of Islam's identity, history, let alone the meaning behind the tragic lives of these illustrious members of Prophet Muhammad's sm. family. We have stayed along the path Quran and teachings of Prophet Muhammad sm. by avoiding dangerous Sunni, Shia, Wahhabi, and Salaf information in this text. By the hands of these sects and many others, instead of spreading peace, corruption, tyranny, and oppression flourished. It's time to finally reveal first, then move on to elect the model characteristics necessary for leadership and government. It's time to denounce injustice, tyranny, and oppression in light or in view of the sacrifices of the Holy Last Messenger Muhammad, sm. and his blessed family, Ahlul Bayt. May Allah, SWT, continue to send countless salawat with love, respect, and dignity upon Prophet Muhammad, sm. and upon his blessed family, about whom Allah, SWT, revealed in Surah Ahzab ayah 33-33. According to Hazrat Sallallahu Sa, this ayah was revealed on behalf of Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Fatimah, Sa, Hazrat Hassan, and Hazrat Hussein, The asbabul nuzul, or reason for sending of this ayah, was that the term Ahlul Bayt was used endearingly by Prophet Muhammad, sm. while busy with her choirs. Salama, Sa, heard the Holy Prophet, sm. say, "Bring them to me, bring them to me." He wanted to immediately see Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Fatimah, Sa, Hazrat Hassan, and Hazrat Hussein, The Holy Prophet covered them in his mantle, including himself. Then the Holy Prophet, sm. raised his hands in supplication, "Dear Almighty Allah, this is my Ahlul Bayt, I implore you to sanctify them, and remove from them all impurities." Prophet Muhammad, sm. informed those present that Hazrat Jibreel, had just revealed to him a unique ayah. This ayah decreed specifically to purify them and sanctify them. Sallallahu Sa asked, "How about me? Can I come under the mantle?" Prophet Muhammad, sm. replied, "No, stay where you are in a fine state." It is narrated through Anas ibn Malik that for 6 months following this revelation, every morning, while going to Fajr Salah, the Holy Prophet, SM, used to knock on the door of Hazrat Fatimah and loudly recite this ayah. Note, some sources say 9 months instead of 6. Some commentators of Holy Quran say that this ayah was revealed at Aisha's house. Hazrat Jabir al-Ansari reported that this ayah was revealed in Hazrat Fatimah S.A.'s house, and some reports say this ayah was revealed in Hazrat Salama S.A.'s house, which indicates that this ayah was revealed on more than one occasion. After the revelation of this ayah, Hazrat Jibreel informed Prophet Muhammad S.M., who constituted Ahlul Bayt, they were to be Prophet S.M. himself, Hazrat Ali, as, Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., Hazrat Hassan, as, and Hazrat Hussein, as. It is worthy to mention here that at the time this ayah was revealed, Hazrat Hassan, as, and Hazrat Hussein, as, were young children, and only Allah knew what their future contribution to Islam would be, and therefore informed his beloved Prophet Muhammad, S.M., in great detail. Allah, SWT, knew the pivotal role these great personalities would play, thus he specified them for this honor. This ayah indicates clearly that Allah himself honors these honorable souls so specifically, that he promised to keep them pure, honored and sanctified. As events unfold in this book, after the physical departure of Prophet Muhammad, SM, in 11 all the Ahlul Bayt's steadfastness and contributions verify the very essence of this ayah. They sacrificed everything in order to teach and demonstrate the examples/teachings of Prophet Muhammad, SM, in its pristine form. They jeopardized and even sacrificed their lives and the lives of their children for this purpose. They continued to persevere and suffer dearly at the hands of tyrants and detractors. This book is in honor of the Caliphate to come to Islam. May Allah, SWT, make their examples shine brightly. Figure 5, Family Tree of Prophet Muhammad, SM. The light, Nur, of Prophet Hazrat Muhammad, SM, peace be upon him. The Prophet Hazrat Muhammad, SM, peace be upon him, brought forward a philosophy of life announcing a new dictum. God the Almighty is the truth undoubtedly, but his creation, this universe, is not a lie, this world is our workplace. Human life is not an illusion or a dream, it is real and is the truth. Yet it is not the whole truth, because at the finality of this life, we have an afterlife. Only when we can combine the two, we are able to comprehend the whole truth. We have an afterlife, we shall not cease with death, nor shall we be usurped and infused into God. Islam then gave the world a bold, new, and striking philosophy of the universe and a unique truth of existence. The glorious Al-Quran, holy book of Muslims, is the complete code of life for the human beings, which acts for believer or non-believer. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the promised prophet, that is, it was preordained that God the Almighty would send him to earth. Each artistic creation is first brought into existence in the mind of the artist and is expressed outwardly much later. This too was held to be true for the advent of the Prophet Muhammad, pbuh. He was the center point of all creations. Consequently, his glorious form was formulated first in the thoughts of the Almighty. This glorious form is the light of Muhammad, and that is the reason why God created the light of Muhammad, pbuh. O'ulama kalakalahu nuri al-hadiths. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has said, at first what God the Almighty created was the light. It can be said without question that the promised prophet, peace be upon him, was born before the start of creation. His meditated representation cast an imperceptible shadow from moon to moon, star to star, planet to planet, and man to man. One singular and immense curiosity arose everywhere in nature and in the heart of the universe: where, when, and how will this meditated form appear in this vast universe? Al-Quran, Surah Yasin and Ar-Rahman. The meaning of the coming of the promised prophet, peace be upon him, has to be understood in this way, that the coming of the promised prophet, peace be upon him, was predetermined by the laws of nature. That which is inevitable according to the laws of nature is necessarily promised before its arrival. That the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, will appear on this earth was not unknown to the world. Prophet Adam, Prophet Moses, Prophet Noah, and Prophet Jesus had all presaged the coming of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, according to all the prophets given scripture. In many of the ancient religious texts such as the Vedas, the Puranas, the Jindabesta, the Torah, the Dinghanikaya, the Jabur, the Injil, the advent of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has been predicted. When God felt the desire to create, a predetermined glorious thought must have come forth and manifested itself. This imagination is known as Nuri Muhammad, peace be upon him, or the light of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This light is the reason behind the creation of all objects in the visible and material world. The plan and design for the creation of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, existed before creation, because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the center point of the primary purpose of creation. Therefore, he was created first from the glorious light of God. This was very natural. In other words, it can be said that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was born before all creation. Just as an artist gives expression to the design in his imagination step by step, so did God give expression to the thoughts of his primary creation gradually. This is the reason why Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had to appear last. All else was created first for the manifestation of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who is the principal reason for all creation. Without him, God may not have created anything. God the Almighty himself has stated in the Holy Quran, "Without you, I may not have created the sky or the stars." However, a picture can never achieve the ideal of excellence if only the principal design is presented by itself. It requires a background, a setting. If one draws a beautiful picture on an empty canvas, surely it will not be very pleasing. It has to be set against a background of light and dark, a chiaroscuro where the cataracts flowing from the mountains will dance, the flowers in the garden will be smiling, the bird koel and papaya will be singing, where the open blue sky will reign glorious overhead, the full moon and the stars will twinkle through the clouds. The principal design has to be dressed in a similar manner in its beauty and sense, in its hues and fragrance. God too had done the same. Almighty God did not at first manifest the primary objective of his creation, but created everywhere its background. Above was the vast, blue sky dressed in billions of stars and planets, below a beauteous earth carpeted with soft green grass, elsewhere, there were rivers and rivulets, enormous lakes and mountain ranges touching the sky. Thus he arranged the scenery exquisitely and at last expressed the picture of his mediation and thought, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The moon and the sun, the sky and the wind, the mountains and the rivers, the birds and the beasts all understood for whom the vast universe was being so beautifully ornamented and arranged, and whose hues were coloring their inner and outer selves. All of creation was waiting for the coming of the ever-wished-for, yet to appear guest. Thoughts of him, dreams of him awoke in their eyes, and his footsteps resounded in the secret chambers of the corners of their being. Just as, before a flower blooms, the dream of the flower awakens in each branch, each leaf of a tree, so had thoughts of him, his shadow, his form, his compassion awakened everywhere in the universe, even before he appeared. The sun and the rain, the light and the wind, surrender all the powers and treasures of their being to the flowering tree to help it blossom. Just as the bird bulbul waits silently in the garden in expectation of the flower, so had the universe and nature waited for the coming of the Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh. Everyone knew that he would appear. In the Vedas, the Puranas, the Jabur, and the Torah there were clear signals of his coming. The prophets Adam, Moses, and Christ had announced the prophetic words of his advent. Thus he was born before appearing on earth. He came before he was coming. That is why the rays of his glorious light were playing on earth and in the sky. A point His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Shah Sufi Mn Alam wanted to make for those whom had been criticizing Almighty Allah's beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, Pbuh, the following question should be asked to themselves: if the great Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, Pbuh, is the light of Allah, and Allah created such a universe for His beloved Prophet, why would there be any need of Prophet's chest being cut open to purify it? Starting from the time Prophet passed away, the enemies of Islam fused with fanatic Jews and Christians had been trying to diminish Islam from its root course. Needless to say, Islam was, and is as well as will continue to be fast-growing religion in the world. This fact also passed through the fanatic Jewish and Christian followers' mind and did not hesitate to affair into it. Apparently, those fanatic Jewish, Christian as well as Islam followers had been able to put a slow poison to paralyze the root of Islam by misinterpreting many of the verses of the Holy Quran. From time to time, Abbasi ya Caliph al-Mamun's reign, when Bukhari, Tirmidhi, Nesai, Abu Dawud fabricated hadith stated, Prophet Muhammad's chest was cut open and cleansed with wisdom and Zamzam water and replaced by Angel Jibreel, which is absolutely false and fabricated. Along with the misinterpretation of Surah Ahzab's verse 56, a crucial fact of Holy Quran, where Allah admits, Him and His direct special angels are continuously saluting the great Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, and misinterpreted meaning states, Allah and His special angels are blessing the beloved Prophet. How can that be, if great Prophet already got a title Rahmatul Alameen? This misinterpretation not only changed the main root of Islam but also left millions and millions of people's faith left astray. Currently, the Saudi monarchy sponsoring Salaf, Wahhabi, Najdi, Tablighi still camouflaging above-mentioned misinterpretation of verse of Surah Ahzab along many other hadiths and verses of Holy Quran. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Shah Sufi Mn Alam, 43rd direct descendant from the Prophet of Islam, states very strongly, those who will hinder to even think Prophet Muhammad's, SM, Pbuh, virtues and values as well as his importance in Islam are doubtable or questionable, then even if you are among the believer, you must retake your oath of Shahada, if not they will not be considered good Muslim in accordance of Holy Quran Surah Al-Kalam. The corrected meaning of verse 56 Surah Ahzab, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. The Almighty God certainly has been, is, and will continue to send infinite love and affection to His beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, Pbuh, along with His special angels who are directed by the Almighty God to continuously salute with respect, dignity, and honor to the beloved Holy Prophet for his kind attention. The Almighty God again commanding to the true believers to pay respect with dignity and honor for their forgiveness and mercy from the beloved Holy Prophet of Islam and mankind. Al-Quran Surah Al-Ahzab, 33:56. Hazrat Mohammad, SM, Pbuh, is the crown of all the prophets and beloved Prophet of Almighty God. He was the first one that Allah the Almighty created from His own light, Nur. The whole universe along with the sun, moon, earth, and 18,000 planets were created, including first man Adam, Pbuh's life was also given from the light of Nur-e-Nabi, Shafi ul-Maghnabin, Awalian, Akran, Rahmatul Alameen and Nuri min Nurullah. He will be Attorney General for the mercy of whole creation and mankind at the court of the Almighty God on the Day of Judgment. Hazrat Abi Talib, R.A., Hazrat Khadijah, S.A., and Hazrat Hamza, R.A.'s importance towards Islam's establishment. The new religion Islam introduced by Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., was upheld by the great contributions of Hazrat Abi Talib, R.A., the uncle and guardian of Prophet, S.M. If it wasn't for Hazrat Hamza, R.A., and Prophet's first wife Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra, S.A.'s supreme contribution towards Prophet's newly announced religion Islam's backbone could not have been properly established. Figure 6, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra, S.A., at Jannatul Mu'alla, Mecca before Saudi rule. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., the Lion of Almighty God and Chief of the Martyrs. Figure 7, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Hamza, R.A., at Holy Mount Uhud Madinatul Munawwara before Saudi rule. Hazrat Hamza, R.A.'s father name was Abdul Muttalib ibn Hashim ibn Abd Manaf ibn Qusay from the Qurayshi tribe of Mecca. His mother's name was Hala bint Uhab from the Zurra clan of Quraysh. He was from the Banu Hashim house of Quraysh clan. He was the Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, S.M.'s uncle. If it wasn't for Hazrat Hamza, R.A., then Islam couldn't have been established in the boldest form during the advent of Islam. His conversion to Islam came at a time when Abu Jahl was in the midst of his treachery against the Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., had a strong-built body and he loved archery and hunting lions. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., became a devout Muslim and earned the title of Lion of Almighty Allah. He was the comrade in arms of his other nephew Hazrat Ali, as they both had fought side by side in the Battle of Badr and killed most of the leaders of Quraysh. In the Battle of Uhud Hazrat Hamza, R.A., killed many non-believers. When the opponents rushed into the Muslim line, he plunged into their defense as he was busy killing as many as he could. He was struck by a spear thrown by Abyssinian slave Washi. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., fell on the ground and immediately departed to heaven. Washi was hired by Hinda, the wife of Abu Sufyan and the mother of Muawiya. Hinda had so much hatred for Hazrat Hamza, R.A., that she had Hazrat Hamza, R.A.'s body mutilated and cut open his chest to chew his heart, na'uzubillah. She was so happy with Washi that she spent many nights with him. Hazrat Hamza, R.A.'s grave is located next to the Mount Uhud near Medina. His grave is located next to 70 martyrs of the Battle of Uhud. He was one of the closest family members of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Thus he also earned the title of Chief of the Martyrs of Islam. Prophet Muhammad, S.M., along with Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., had always used to visit the graves of Hazrat Hamza, R.A. Hazrat Hamza, R.A., was the military commander of Islam's army in Medina. Later he was succeeded by Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., after he converted to Islam. Figure 8, the Holy Mount Uhud at Madinatul Munawwara. Hazrat Ali, as, being the living Quran. Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, was the cousin of the Messenger of Allah, S.M., as well as his son-in-law because of his marriage to Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., the daughter of the Messenger of Allah, S.M. He entered the religion of Islam when he was only 9 years old and he was the first boy to accept Islam. Hazrat Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, emigrated from Mecca to Medina and he fought alongside the Messenger of Allah, S.M., in the Battle of Badr, the Battle of Uhud, the Battle of Al Khandaq and all of the other battles except for the Battle of Tabuk because the Prophet, S.M., ordered him to stay with his family. Moreover, in many of the battles, the Messenger of Allah gave Hazrat Ali, as, the responsibility of carrying the flag of the Muslim army and he became well known for his valor and bravery. Figure 9, Roja, resting place, Hazrat Ali, as, at Kufa, Iraq. Hazrat Ali, as, being the successor of Prophet, S.M. As Muhammad, S.M., was returning from his last pilgrimage in 10/632 CE, he made statements about Hazrat Ali, as, that are interpreted very differently by so-called Sunnis and Shias. He halted the caravan at a place called Gadar-e-Kum, and gathered the returning pilgrims for communal prayer and began to address them. O people, I am not an ordinary human being. I am about to receive a message from my Lord and I, in response to Allah's call, would bid goodbye to you, but I am leaving among you two weighty things, the one being the Book of Allah in which there is right guidance and light, so hold fast to the Book of Allah and adhere to it. He exhorted us to hold fast to the Book of Allah and then said, the second are the members of my household. I remind you of your duties to the members of my family. Ahlul Bayt, the Prophet, peace be upon him, addressed the people again and said, he for whom I am his master and absolute guardian, then Ali is his master and absolute guardian. O Allah, befriend whoever befriends him and be an enemy to whoever is his enemy. In the year 35 Ahmad narrated that Abu Tufail, R.A., said, Hazrat Ali, as, gathered people in the court of the mosque and said to them, I adjure you by Allah, of every Muslim man who heard the Messenger of Allah, S.M., saying on the day of Badr come what he said when he arose. 30 men stood up and bore witness that the Messenger of Allah, S.M., said, He for whom I am his master and absolute guardian, then Ali is his master and absolute guardian. O Allah, befriend whoever befriends him and be an enemy to whoever is his enemy. Note, Prophet Muhammad, S.M., spoke these words while giving a historical khutbah after having been told by Allah, SWT, O Messenger of Allah, S.M., deliver to the people what has been revealed to you from your Rabb, and if you do not then you will not have delivered his message, at all, and Allah will protect you from the people, for Allah does not like those who reject Iman, faith. Holy Quran 5:67. Allah, SWT, followed this ayah with Surah 5:3. This day I have perfected your religion and completed my favor on mankind and chose Islam as your religion. Chapter 1. Al-Madinat al-Munawwara. The city of illuminate light. Figure 10, Arabia in the time of the Holy Last Messenger, S.M. Figure 11, Medinat al-Munawwara before 19th century. Figure 12, Janatul Baiki during 18th century before Saudi Salaf/Wahhabi movement. Figure 13, Masjid al-Qiblatain Medinat al-Munawwara. This where the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., changed the Qibla of Islam during noon prayer. He also performed the Eid Salah in the last 4 years of his life, where he performed Salatul Istikhara, special prayer for rain. In fact the word al-Ghamama, i.e., the gathering clouds, which appeared after the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., performed this special prayer. This is where he performed the Janazah Salah for an-Najashi. He was the historical Aksumite emperor in Abyssinia, Ethiopia. Al-Madina al-Munawwara, the radiant city, is also known by more than 90 names that generally denote respect and honor, located in the western region of the Hejaz. One of the holiest cities of Muslims, with battle sites of Badr, Uhud, and Khandaq located there. Along with Al-Masjid Nabawi, Quba Masjid, and Masjid al-Qiblatain, which are 3 of the oldest sites in Islam. Medina was the capital of Islam from the time Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., made Hijrah in 622 CE until Hazrat Ali, as, Caliphate in 656 CE/35 AH. This city was the home and the burial place of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., after Hijrah. To this very date Prophet Muhammad, S.M., is buried in his home, which is adjoining the masjid he'd helped build with his own hands. The Janatul Baiki cemetery is where many of Prophet Muhammad, S.M.'s relatives and close companions are buried. Most of the historic relics of Medina have been demolished under 18th, 19th, and 20th century by Saudi dynasty rule over the Hejaz. Now thousands of new stores and shops have been established to cater to the needs of the Western lifestyle and its allies alike. Medina has now changed into a modern urban center while trying to maintain its pure religious identity. The first mention of this blessed city dates back to the 6th century BC. The first people to live there were various tribes who trace their lineage back to Hazrat Shem ibn Nuh, as, the blessed son of Prophet Nuh, as. Then various Yemenite tribes arrived some time later. At that time there were approximately 70 Arab tribes who were atheist, idol worshippers, and 20 Jewish tribes living in Medina. In the pre-Islamic era, Medina was known as Yathrib, full of dry riverbeds which swell up during heavy rains, and it is situated on a plain land by run-off streams from surrounding hills. The city had abundant water supply which fed vast date palms and vegetable gardens. The availability of food and water made Medina an important reprovisioning point for caravans that traveled the commercial routes from southern Hejaz along the Red Sea to Syria and Egypt. The current regime of Salman bin Abdul Aziz will be the last king of Saudi monarchy, along with his notorious son Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as well as 10,000s of Saudi princes' life are also at danger upon the arrival of Imam Mahdi, as. It should be noted that, In the time of King Fahd bin Abdul Aziz of the Saudi monarchy, he had received a dream from our beloved Prophet with direction to reconstruct and develop Masjid-e Nabwi, Holy Mosque of Prophet Muhammad, SM. Accordingly, since 1982 the Masjid-e Nabwi of Medina and Masjid-e Haramain in Mecca was rapidly reconstructed and developed for accommodation with modern facilities for over 10 million worshippers, as well as to utilize for the Imam Mahdi, as S followers and soldiers. Prophet, S.M.'s migration to Medina. According to countless narrations, in 617 CE an confederacy of Arab tribes, namely Umayyad clan and their supporters, declared a public boycott against their longtime commercial and political rival Bani Hashim. Even those of Bani Hashim who hadn't embraced Islam were included in order to put pressure on the clan to withdraw protection for Hazrat Mohammad, SM, so they could kill him. The terms imposed on Banu Hashim as reported by Ibn Ishaq were: no one should marry their women nor give women for them to marry, that no one should either buy from or sell to them. A confederate or coalition of tribes agreed and wrote it in a deed, hung it in the Kaaba to make it more binding upon them. This oppression lasted for a period of 3 years, during which Bani Hashim and the early Muslim community virtually starved in outskirts of Mecca. These hardships had fatally affected the health of Prophet Muhammad's wife, al-Mu'minin Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra, S.A., and his guardian and supporter Hazrat Abi Talib, R.A., culminating in the satanic plot of killing the holy last messenger, S.M. They wish to extinguish the light of Allah, but Allah will perfect his light, however the disbelievers may be averse to it. Holy Quran. This forced Hazrat Muhammad, S.M., and his family to make hijrah, migrate, to Yathrib, Medina, north of Mecca, after 3 years of ongoing oppression and persecution. Hazrat Muhammad, S.M., had received the invitation and later the pledge from the Hazraj and AWS tribes to unite the people of that city who were at civil war and a most savage conflict. The AWS and Hazraj both had alliances with some of the Jewish tribes who lived beside them in Yathrib, but relations between them were often strained and fraught with ill feeling. The monotheistic Jews were conscious of God and being God's chosen people despised the polytheistic Arabs, while having to pay them a certain respect because of their greater strength. They, Jews, will always live under the protection or rule of others. That is because they disobey Allah and kill His messengers. Holy Quran. In heated moments of frustration, these Jewish tribes were known to say, "The time of a prophet who is to be sent is now at hand, with him we shall slay you, even as Ad and Iram were slain." Note, Ad and Iram were ancient nations/tribes who were suddenly destroyed because of their refusal to obey the prophets who were sent to them. In friendlier moments, the Jews often spoke to them of the oneness of Allah and of man's final end. They would discuss these questions together. So when the Yathribi Arabs heard that a man in Mecca had now in fact declared himself to be last and final prophet of Allah, they opened their ears, and they were even more interested when they were told something about the message of Prophet Muhammad, S.M. They were already familiar with many of the principles of Orthodox religion. Torn apart by enmity and evil, turbulent described these times in Yathrib. The Battle of Badr, the fourth and most savage conflict of the civil war between AWS and Hazraj, had not altogether been decisive, nor had it been followed by any peace treaty worthy of name, but merely an agreement to stop fighting for the moment. This prolonged state of chronic bitterness and an increasing number of violent incidents had one overall opinion that they needed a chief who would unite them as the ancestor, the patriarch of Quraysh, Qusay ibn Kilab, had united the Quraysh centuries ago. Qusay was direct descendant of Hazrat Ibrahim, as, through his son Hazrat Ismail, as, and great ancestor of Hazrat Muhammad, S.M. Shortly after Prophet Muhammad, S.M.'s arrival, this blessed city, Yathrib, eventually became the center of activity for Holy Last Messenger, S.M. This time period was the turning point in world history. It marked the establishment of the first Islamic state and the rapid growth of what many consider a new faith, but in reality all deen is founded on the one basic principle: La ilaha illallah, there is no deity, or anything else for that matter, worthy of worship besides one true God, Allah. From that point on Yathrib became Medinatan Prophet, the city of the Prophet. The date of the Holy Last Messengers, SM, arrival marked the first year of the Islamic calendar Muharram first on 622 CE. Figure 14, Masjid al-Aqsa at Jerusalem and Holy Kaaba at Mecca al-Mukarramah. It may be mentioned here that, since the Prophet had arrived in Medina from Mecca, the Muslims had Qibla towards the Jerusalem, the temple of Prophet Sulaiman ibn Daud, pbuh, till continuous for 16 months after the arrival in Medina. But one day at the time of noon prayer in Masjid al-Qiblatan, Allah directed Prophet Muhammad, SM, by verse of the Holy Quran to change the Qibla towards Holy Kaaba of Mecca al-Mukarramah, Surah 2 verse 149 to 150. At the same night Jewish tribe leaders of Medina al-Munawwarah started conspiracy against the Hazrat Mohammad, SM, because their king/prophet Sulaiman's temple of Jerusalem was disregarded by Hazrat Mohammad, SM. Since then till now the Jewish communities had continued their conspiracy against the Holy Prophet, SM, and Islam. In the time of Battle of Ahzab, 372 Hypersite Muslims converted from Judaism and made conspiracy by the active cooperation of Abu Sufyan to kill Hazrat Mohammad, SM, and his associates like Talha, Zubair, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, and Umar. But Allah, SWT, had directed his beloved Prophet to kill all 372 hypocrite Muslims, converted Jews, by a faithful converted Jew Hazrat Abu Lubaba, R.A., whom was a two-star general of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M.'s army. And Hazrat Abu Lubaba, R.A., had killed all of the Jews within 24 hours. Since then rest of fanatic Jews had escaped from Medina al-Munawwarah towards current-day Hamburg, West Germany. In the time of Hitler, he killed over 170,000 of Jews because of their fanaticism. Rest of fanatic Jews left for Soviet Union. Again in the time of World War II those fanatic Jews again escaped from Soviet Union towards America by leadership of Henry Kissinger's forefathers, a former Secretary State of America. In accordance of Millennium Prophecy statement of His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam's statement, the so-called fanatic Jews will be completely vanquished from USA as well as Tel Aviv, Jerusalem upon arrival of Imam Mahdi, as 12th Imam. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Shah Sufi M.N. Alam's Millennium Prophecy Statement, Authentic History of the World, Arrival of Imam Mahdi, pbuh, along with re-emergence of Jesus Christ, pbuh, to co-create heaven on earth 3rd edition, ISBN #978005-786-26406. Upon Prophet, S.M.'s arrival in Medina al-Munawwarah at age 55, the last 11 years of his life were spent educating and strengthening the Ummah. Medina became the administrative home for the new Islamic State. It was from here that successful campaigns were launched. It was also from here the successful campaigns to convince tribes to abandon idolatry was waged in pursuit of true peace and justice. It was also in this very city that Prophet Muhammad's, S.M., companions compiled the blessed lines of Holy Quran, collected and related hadith, narrations of the various examples of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., that would serve as the basis of Sharia. The first 3 so-called caliphs of the Caliphate continued to administrate from Medina. Medina al-Munawwarah was loved by Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., and his close companions. They preferred Medina just as Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., had preferred Medina after his farewell Hajj in 10 AH. The administrative and political problems of the Islamic Empire forced the fourth, only rightly guided Caliph, Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, to shift the capital away from Medina to Kufa, Iraq. When Imam Malik, R.A., was questioned about his reason he preferred Medina to the city of Mecca, he is quoted saying, "Here, Medina. That is because Allah, S.W.T., chose it for his Prophet, S.M., from all of the places of the earth." In another tradition Imam Malik, R.A., is quoted, "How could I not choose it when there is no road in Medina but that Prophet Muhammad, S.M., walked on it and Hazrat Jibreel, came down to Muhammad, SM, from the Rabbil Alamin in less than an hour. Once, Imam Malik, R.A., was asked, why do the people of Medina have soft hearts while the people of Mecca are hard-hearted? He replied, because the people of Mecca drove out their prophet, SM, and the people of Medina welcomed him. Figure 15, the Golden Gate of Prophet Muhammad, SM, S shrine at Masjid an-Nabawi Madinatul Munawwara. Figure 16, Roja, resting place, Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., at Jannatul Baqi Madinatul Munawwara before 18th century. The conspiracies against Islam and great prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, and his direct descendants. When it really began, by the order of Almighty Allah, great prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, had started his journey towards the holy city Medina, which was occupied by the Jewish community. At that present time, Medina was the only place for those Jewish inhabitants. After great prophet's migration from Mecca to Medina, Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, had performed the 5 times towards the holy city Jerusalem of Masjid al-Aqsa, Al-Quds, Al-Sharif, Rock of the Dome, Qubbatus Saqqara, as Qibla, Islam's first Qibla. He had continued this for 16 straight months from the day of migration from Mecca to holy city Medina. Once a day, during Salatul Jar, noon prayer, the Almighty Allah had directed the Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, to change his Qibla in place of Jerusalem Bayt al-Muqaddis to holy Kaaba of holy city Mecca. Please note that, during that very day's night time, those Jewish community were very angry at Prophet because of his change of Qibla from Jerusalem to Mecca. It should also be noted that, from that very night, those immoral Jewish inhabitants of Medina had started their conspiracy, chaos, and complexities against the great prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, PBUH, through Muslim community of Medina. The great enemy of Islam Abu Sufyan, greatest leader of the rival group of Quraysh, also near and dearest family member of Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, accompanied by those fanatic Jews from Medina, made several conspiracies to kill the greatest prophet, SM, PBUH, and his associates step by step to destroy the newborn faith towards Almighty Allah of Islam. Finally, those Jahili Jewish inhabitants of Medina had joined with Hazrat Muhammad, SM, PBUH, S greatest enemy and Prophet's nearest family relative Abu Jahl, Abu Lahab, Umayyah, Abu Sufyan, and other who had the motive to kill Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, and destroy his new message of Islam from Almighty Allah. Those fanatic Jews lost their only homeland Medina, Yathrib. So, those inhabitants of Medina compelled to migrate to European countries, especially Germany and Russia. It's a good point to be noted that, those fanatic Jews, for their own characteristics, their close relative Christian leader Adolf Hitler had an extreme theme to eliminate them all from this planet Earth. Adolf Hitler had killed over more than 100,000 Jewish residents of Hamburg, Germany during the time of Second World War II. Those fanatic Jews of Medina had invited this type of destruction of genocide among them because of their ill motive to kill greatest prophet of mankind Hazrat Mohammad, SM, PBUH, as well as his message of Islam. In accordance of the author of this book, His Eminency Dr. Alam states that, if those descendant of fanatic Jewish community does not correct themselves as Prophet Abraham's ideology, then they will be completely eliminated from this planet Earth on the era of 12th Imam Hazrat Imam Mahdi, PBUH, and establish peace and justice for all mankind. His Eminency also pointed that, as he is the U.S. citizen, he has been very carefully monitoring the Jews communities who are engaged in medical profession, judicial profession, and legal practice like attorney at law, CPA, are still now very honest, sincere, dedicated, and best human beings in the world. They are also considerably the best follower of Prophet Abraham and Prophet Moses' ideology. But unfortunately, those fanatic Zionist Jews are directly engaged themselves in the international politics, and they are misusing their religious ideology to misinterpreting the religion Islam to the world by their media channels. His Eminency assures that, if those fanatic groups of Jews and Christians will be punished if they do not change their attitude, gratitude as well as their mentality towards the crowned creations of Almighty God that Jewish, Christians and Muslims are direct descendants of Abraham, pbuh, in accordance of Holy Quran. The great enemy of Islam Abu Sufyan, the great leader of Quraysh tribe, and his bastard son Muawiyah and Yazid by force broken several treaties from the time of 4th Caliph Hazrat Ali, pbuh, Imam Hassan, pbuh, Imam Hussein, pbuh, and Imam Joinal Abdin, pbuh, as well as their descendants were killed one by one during the era of Muawiyyah's so-called Muslim leader, and they also had continued with their same ill motive to destroy the backbone of Islam, also to kill Prophet Muhammad, sm, pbuh, s. family by the active cooperation of fanatic Jews and fanatic Christians of that present time. They have killed all 11 Imams and the leaders of the Mazhabs, Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, R.A., Imam Shafi, R.A., and Imam Malik, R.A. Please note that, Islam's so-called proclaimed Caliphate, bastard son of Abu Sufyan, Muawiyyah ibn Hinda, son of Bitch, accompanied with fanatic Jews as well as the fanatic Christians, had formed into two groups, Umayyad dynasty and Abbasiyya dynasty. The only correct and righteous caliphate was from Umayyad dynasty, and his name was Umar bin Abdul Aziz. This caliphate was only in charge for 2 years. During his era he had tried to clean up many immoral activities had done by the previous so-called Caliphate of Umayyad dynasty. But his error to fix all the nonsense activities of Muawiyyah and his followers ended very quickly by the active cooperation of fanatic Jews and fanatic Christians. The bastard son of Abu Sufyan, Muawiyyah, whom killed greatest prophet's grandson Hazrat Hassan, pbuh, by food poisoning, and Yazid ibn Muawiyyah killed prophet's other grandson Hazrat Hussein, pbuh, at the Battle of Karbala along with prophet's near and dearest family members. Abu Bakr was misguided by Umar to be the first caliph of so-called Caliphate, Rashidun. Why did Abu Bakr had seized Hazrat Fatimah, S.A.'s only dates garden that was gifted by the Prophet Muhammad S.M., pbuh. Prophet Muhammad, S.M., pbuh, had gifted this dates garden to Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., in an official deed, signed by the Prophet Muhammad S.M., pbuh, witnessed by Hazrat Ali, as, Hazrat Hassan, as, and Hazrat Hussein, as. Abu Bakr had completely destroyed the reality of Islam by proclaiming to be the so-called first caliph of Islam and disregarding the Gadar-e-Kum declaration by the Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad S.M., pbuh. He fell into the trap of munafiqs of Islam as well as self-proclaimed second caliph Umar. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Mn Alam, 43rd direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., pbuh, asks the following questions to the whole Ummah. Where did such title Caliphate-e-Rashidun or so-called Ashir-Mubashara came from? And why? Whom even given such authority to identify such titles to the most controversial hypocrites declared to be in the list of Ashir-Mubashara? Did Prophet Muhammad, S.M., pbuh, gave such titles to Abu Bakr, Umar, or Uthman? Did Prophet Muhammad, S.M., pbuh, ever declared a list of 10 rightly guided individuals? Answer is no. It is crystal clear that, if you ever commit a crime you must feel the need to hide it, hence such titles came into the limelight of the Muslim Ummah. His Eminency again states that, why is there a need to be recognized as Sunni or Shia? There is none, if you love, respect and honor the great Holy Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, as well as his crown family, Ahlul Bayt, then you do not need any titles like Caliphate-e-Rashidun or to be part of the Ashir-Mubashara. In the Holy Quran Surah Mu'min, Allah the Almighty declared the title of Mu'min for believers who will enter Jannah in accordance of the Holy Quran chapter Mu'min. It is totally needless to proclaim the so-called title Ashir-Mubashara to be qualified to enter Jannah. The proclaimers of the so-called Ashir-Mubashara titles are munafiquns. This group are not a Muslim according to their suspicious activities for the Muslim Ummah, during their regimes. These hypocrites only included Hazrat Ali, as, name in the list of Ashar Mubashara to legitimize the so-called Ashar Mubashara title. Immoral and suspicious activities of Umar, so-called second caliph and agent of Abu Sufyan ibn Harb ibn Umayyah. During the advent of Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's new religion Islam, Abu Sufyan had hired Umar with 1,000 camels to kill the Holy Prophet. At such gruesome time, on one side it was Abu Lahab ibn Abdul Muttalib and on the other it was Umar, in Mecca. So Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, raised his hand to Almighty, O Allah, accept either one of them for the cause of Islam. Almighty Allah granted Prophet's prayer by giving a temporary chance to Umar between two gangster of Satans, but unfortunately he could not maintain his dignity in faith and proper rule of Islamic Sharia and religion. Umar had always shown his dissent to Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's decisions. So, one day Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, had asked Umar, what do you want? In response Umar replied, Ya Rasul Allah. Prophet had asked again, what do you love the most? In response Umar replied, I haven't been able to love you more than myself and my wealth. Prophet responded, true, your statement is true, continue your effort, but I know who are you and what do you want. It may be mentioned here that, if someone wants to attain the outmost iman, he/she must love Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, and his Ahlul Bayt more than their own self or anything in this world, in accordance of the Holy Quran. Upon the farewell pilgrimage, Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, had given a declaration of successorship at Gadar-e-Qum, in which Munafiq companion Abu Bakr, Umar along with their gangsters like Talha, Zubair, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf was present, but they did not mention or acknowledge such important declaration once for their own interest during the chaos, Saqafa, that took place after Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's departure to heaven. Right after Prophet S.M.'s departure under Umar's leadership in his own house with gangster associates like Talha, Zubair, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah by direct influence of Abu Sufyan and Hinda started the conspiracy of the Islam successorship. They have wasted 48 hours in Umar's house with no leader being chosen. Finally Umar came into Abu Bakr's house again wasting another 24 hours, but not once did they think about the Prophet's body or the janazah. Even Aisha was witness to the Umar's whole plan and conspiracy. Finally, he raised his sword and shouted, I take bayat under Abu Bakr, because Abu Bakr led the prayer while Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, was on his deathbed for 3 days, and he is the father-in-law of Prophet Muhammad Pbuh. Accordingly all the munafiqs Aisha, Talha, Zubair, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah as well as others swore in their allegiance to Abu Bakr. It should be noted that, Hazrat Ali, never attended their so-called council. Hazrat Ali, was always inside the Prophet's holy house during this chaos. Unfortunately, Aisha never attended Prophet's burial because she was associated with Abu Bakr and Umar's conspiracy. After selecting Abu Bakr as the caliph, they finally stormed towards Hazrat Ali, in Prophet's house, only to find Hazrat Ali, had already completed the burial of Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, as desired by Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, and prophesied during his lifetime. Important point to note, the following most influential people did not take bayat, oath of allegiance, to Abu Bakr. 1 Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib, R.A. 2 Hazrat Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, R.A. 3 Abu Buraida al-Islami, R.A. 4 Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, R.A. 5 Al-Bara ibn Azib, R.A. 6 Hazrat Ali, 7 Amr ibn Yasir, R.A. 8 Hazrat Bilal ibn Rabah, R.A. 9 Fadl ibn Abbas, R.A. 10 Farwa ibn Amr ibn Wadka al-Ansari, R.A. 11 Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., Hassan ibn Ali, as, and Hussein ibn Ali, as. 12 Hazrat Hudhaifa, R.A. 13 Khalid ibn Said, R.A. 14 Salman Parsi, R.A. During the so-called Caliphate of Abu Bakr, Umar was the chief advisor to the administrations. Abu Bakr, known to be closest companions of Prophet Muhammad S.M., Pbuh, unfortunately even he neglected the Gadar-e-Kum declaration of Prophet's successor to be Hazrat Ali, as. When Abu Bakr was poisoned by gangsters of Umar and on his deathbed, he had selected Umar as his successor to Caliphate, by conspiracy of Umar's associates. During the Battle of Uhud, Umar was one of the individuals who broke the ranks of the soldiers to collect booty of the war, leaving Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, totally vulnerable to enemy attacks. When the enemy attacked, Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, had lost a tooth along with 72 Sahabas, whom were martyred because of Umar's conspiracy. It was recorded by Imam Muslim, R.A., about Hazrat Awais al-Qarni R.A. of Quran, Yemen. He couldn't meet the beloved Prophet due to his service towards his ill mother. When he heard of the incident of Prophet's lost tooth at the Battle of Uhud, out of love, respect, and honor of the beloved Prophet Muhammad S.M., Pbuh, he took off all of his tooth. Accordingly, during Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, in his lifetime, directed Hazrat Ali, as, to find this beloved companion and pass him the gift of his personal spiritual cloak, holy Jubba, also directed Hazrat Ali, as, to ask Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., to pray for the Muslim Ummah. During the Umar's Caliphate, when Hazrat Ali, as, and Umar set out to visit Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., Umar was very curious as to why Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, had chosen this man from Quran, Yemen for such honorable gift and why not him. When they finally arrived and met him in his house in Quran Nagar, Yemen, they waited for him to finish his prayer. Upon finishing his prayer, Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., came to meet them, and asked them, "Who are you peoples? I am receiving beautiful fragrance from my beloved Prophet of Medina," and Hazrat Ali, as, humbly replied, "I am from the Prophet's family, and I have a special gift for you from the Holy Prophet." And then Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., asked Umar in strong voice, "Open your mouth, Umar," and he did. Upon seeing all of his tooth in place, he reminded him of the Battle of Uhud and showed him his mouth where there were no tooth. That's the type of love, honor and respect Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., had for beloved Prophet Muhammad S.M. Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A.'s life teaches us Muslims to earn the highest ranks of close companionship of the Holy Prophet, by showing such love, respect, and honor for the beloved Prophet Muhammad, S.M. One of the greatest injustice caused by Umar was his decision to replace Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., as a commander-in-chief of Muslim army. It is recorded in history, Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., was known as Sword of Allah Saifullah, title and designation as commander-in-chief of Muslim army given by Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, for the Battle of Mu'tah. But how dare Umar siege such power from Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A. If it wasn't for Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., Islam wouldn't have reached Syria, Iraq, Jerusalem, Europe, or the Western world. Upon witnessing Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A.'s success, Umar felt fear that he might lose his position as a caliph because of his own immoral activities. But Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., felt no shame in letting go of his title as commander-in-chief to a normal soldier like Abu Ubaidah, because he became a true Muslim and mu'min, as well as he declared as commander of Muslim army. He said, "I had some boundary and limitation, but now I am free of the boundary and limitation." Accordingly, he continued as simple soldier himself, and he conquered many non-Muslim territories including Holy Jerusalem. Figure 17, Roja, resting place, Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., at Khaldiya district of Homs, Syria. It should be mentioned here that, Umar could never claim the victory of Jerusalem if it wasn't for Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., bravery and his tactical warfare intelligence. Umar's entry into Jerusalem was also an eyewash to the enemy. Umar had fear for his life, hence he made himself look like a slave rather a leader of Muslim Ummah upon entering into Holy Jerusalem Gate. Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A.'s only mistake was in the beginning of the advent of Islam, when fought alongside Abu Sufyan against Prophet S.M., but he gave all his life to rectify himself. After Prophet's departure, he was always on the battlefield for the cause of spreading Islam. He departed on 642 CE in Emesa, Syria during Umar's Caliphate. Although he had a dream of being a shaheed, but he died a normal death. Islamic history can't not be written without the mention of Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A. This small paragraph doesn't hold the honor to write his legacy. After Abu Bakr gave his daughter Aisha to Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, as a wife, Umar also had a cunning thought that he should also try to attain the title as a father-in-law of the Prophet. Hence he got his daughter Hafsa married to Prophet Muhammad SM, PBUH, after her husband died and she became a widow. Hafsa along with Aisha always made conspiracies against Prophet Muhammad SM. They were so cunning with their activities against Prophet Muhammad SM, PBUH, that once Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, left them and stayed at the masjid till a verse was revealed, "Why do you forbid yourself from what Allah has made lawful for you?" 66:1, Holy Quran. It is confirmed that, when self-proclaimed second Caliph Umar was injured from assassination attempt, he personally had declared 6 members so-called council for the selection of the next Caliph, which consisted of the following so-called Munafiq Sahabas Talha ibn Ubaidullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, but to bring legitimacy for such so-called council Umar was compelled to add Hazrat Ali, as, and Uthman for Iwash. But Hazrat Ali, as, never accepted such recommendation of Umar, because he had always been the crown of Ahlul Bayt as well as Holy Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, bestowed him as the Caliphatul Muslimin at Gadar-e-Kum. Umar the second Caliph was killed for his misconduct by one of the businessmen of Medina named Persian Piraz Nahavandi. Before the advent of Islam, Munafiq Umayyad clan was very powerful influential clan among the Quraysh. But after Islam had matured into a strong powerful administration during Prophet Muhammad SM, PBUH's lifetime Umayyad clan's power had diminished into ashes. It was Umar and followed by Uthman that revived the Umayyad clan into powerful cunning force again by appointing all Umayyads as well as other immoral Muslim munafiqs into various important powerful administrative positions. Amongst most of the heinous crimes of Umar, his ultimate crime was appointing Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan to be the governor of Syria. Even though there were several accusations of Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan, Umar had always overlooked his immoral activities. According to Tabari's 6 history book, once Umar had visited Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan in Damascus to confront him of his activities. Unfortunately, Mu'ayyah always baffled Umar with his so-called wise words. It was very apparent that Umar was helpless against Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan. According to His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Mn Alam, a true Muslim with Iman can never be afraid to meet his Creator, except if he knows he had done immoral activities that he feels guilty of. And certainly Umar had such fear in his heart when he was dying on his deathbed. He asked his son Abdullah to ask Aisha to seek permission to be buried next to Prophet Muhammad SM, PBUH. Upon hearing such request, Aisha, Prophet's divorced wife, the so-called mother of Muslim Ummah, a title given by Umar himself and Umar's gang member, couldn't say no. Moreover, it is crystal clear that their reason to be buried next to Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, gives unconditional validity to their so-called caliphate-ship. As history unfolded, their illegitimate caliphate continued to be filled with lies which were backed by so-called hadiths that were compiled by Bukhari, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud, or Mishkat. His Eminency states the graves of Abu Bakr and Umar should be excavated to move elsewhere in order to make room for Imam Mahdi, and Hazrat Isa, PBUH, / Jesus Christ in the time of Imam Mahdi, because of their immoral activities and various crimes against Islam, also their so-called invented title Caliphate-e-Rashidun, as well as their so-called proclamation of Ashir Mubashara. The decline of Medinat al-Munawwara. Medina's decline as a political force was due to various factors. Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as transferred the seat of Caliphate from Medina to Iraq immediately after the assassination of Uthman ibn Affan. Medina was no longer the seat of authority, and hence Medina was outside of the main arenas of power. Medina was geographically too far removed from the wealth and armies of the Muslim state to be able to play a major political role. It was no longer the capital of the Muslims. Those with a thirst for position and power campaigned in Iraq and Syria. Those who remained in Medina were those who enjoyed the prosperity and peace of Medina, and those who devoted themselves to knowledge wanted to be as close as possible to Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Medina became a place of isolation from political conflict and those devoted to Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. The city of Medina is the reference to the intense trial, today's trial. It is the answer to today's main political conflicts and deviant ideologies which sorely tested the earlier generations of the Ummah. The following wars that took place will explain much more in elaboration of the crisis in Ummah that are still present today. The Ridda Wars 11-632 c.e. After the physical departure of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., from this very earth, many Arab tribes rebelled against so-called Caliph Abu Bakr, claiming that their pact to hear and obey was specific to Hazrat Muhammad, S.M., and no one else. Of these large tribal groups, some were large and some were small. Some were Muslim and some weren't, but both wanted independence from the state of Medina. This was a very turbulent time, and the very existence of the Muslim community in Medina hung in the balance in the face of powerful Arab tribes all over the Hejaz, and not to mention the ongoing threat posed by the Byzantines. In the Battle of Yamama 11-632 CE, which took place in Aqraba against Musaylima the false prophet of Banu Hanifa, it is recorded that 360 Muhajirun and 300 Ansar and 12,000 Bedouins who had joined the Muslim forces, while the loss of life in the Banu Hanifa defted by Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., were estimated by Tabari to amount to 14,000. In the Battle of Buzaka, in this battle the false prophet Tulayha of the Asad tribe was defeated by Hazrat Khalid ibn Walid, R.A. In the Battle of Najjar, Najjar was an old fort in Yemen. Fighters from all kind took refuge there and were destroyed by the Muslim forces after a fierce battle. Many veterans companions Sahaba lost their lives in these battles. Figure 18, Map of Arabian Peninsula during the Ridda Wars. Year of Ashes. Plague in Syria and drought in Hejaz. The air of the Hejaz was so full of dry dust that the light was obscured. The Hejaz fell into severe drought followed by famine. Masses of thousands of people from all over the Hejaz gathered at Medina, where food was rationed. When the food reserves began to decline, Medina was in a state of emergency. So-called Second Caliph Umar wrote to the provincial governors of Iraq, Syria, and Palestine. The first governor to respond, which would trigger the timely response of other governors as well, and that was Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah. After about 9 months of drought, the rain prayer performed by the famous companion Hazrat Abdullah ibn Abbas, R.A., and the rains came. While drought and famine were ending in the Hejaz, plague devastated Syria and Palestine. Upon Umar's arrival to investigate the issue in Syria, he was informed that because of the intensity of the plague he should return to Medina, in which he did. Later that year, when the plague had weakened, Umar returned to Syria for political and administrative reorganization. Most of the veteran governors and commanders had died of plague. It was said that in one family of 70 who had emigrated from Medina, only 4 survived its intensity. Even the so-called Second Caliph Umar ibn Khattab would be assassinated shortly after these events. Collaborators of civil wars, fitna. It should be very clear that most of the Meccan families, Umayyads and their loyalist tribes, and their mass conversion at the conquest of Mecca, earned them the title Tulaka, i.e. those who didn't accept Islam but rather they surrendered to Islam in Atta at the conquest of Mecca, such as Hinda, wife of Abu Sufyan, Abu Sufyan as well as others. Their current behavior in government was most certainly not convincing or a proof that they were fit to lead the unadulterated Islamic community. Especially, in the presence of the remaining, venerable and close companions of the Holy Last Messenger, SM, who were also veterans that served against these families in 20+ years of conflict. Despite this fact, many venerable Sahabas withdrew their support for the third caliph of the time, Uthman ibn Affan, because of the appearance of change of government gradually from bad to worse. The most influential and conditioned man, Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan, became the first Khosrow/Caesar in Islam. He was the governor of Syria, which at that time consisted of at least 4 nations today: Damascus, Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan along with many of his relatives namely Marwan ibn Hakam left no stone unturned to disturb the fabric of government Prophet Muhammad, SM. This behavior encouraged the rioters and bandits all throughout the Islamic Empire. During Uthman ibn Affan Caliphate, the Islamic Empire had originally been divided into 12 provinces. The provinces were further divided into districts. There were more than 100 districts in the empire and each district had its own governor. Uthman ibn Affan appointed his kinsmen as governors of at least 4 provinces, namely, Egypt, Syria, Basra, and Kufa. Despite the historical appeals preserved in the books of Hadith by many blessed companions, matters would only grew worse, eventually ending with the assassination of the aged so-called Caliph, Uthman ibn Affan at 77 years old. Uthman's caliphate lasted 12 years, the longest of all the first 4 caliphs. His assassination would leave effects on the Ummah which have lasted up to this very day. It caused the first division of the Muslims into different distinct parties, those who supported the Amir al-Mu'minin and fourth of the only rightly guided caliph, Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, who had just declared martial law and become self-proclaimed commander-in-chief of Muslim Ummah by the active support and cooperation of local Ansars and Muhajirs of Medina as well as Prophet S.M.'s closest companions in 35/656 CE and a coalition of other clans against him. In so-called Shahi Bukhari Vol 5, page 43, Prophet Muhammad, S.M., is quoted saying about Hazrat Ali, "You are from me and I am from you. Tomorrow I will give the flag to a man with whose leadership Allah will grant victory at Khaybar 7. Hazrat Ali, was sent for. When he had arrived, Prophet, S.M., had cured Hazrat Ali, I trouble, and prayed good upon him, also gave him the flag. Hazrat Ali, said, should I fight them, enemy, until they become like us? Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said, proceed to them steadily until you approach near to them and then invite them to Islam and inform them of their duties towards Allah which Islam prescribes for them, for by Allah, if one man is guided on the right path, i.e. converted to Islam, through you, it would be better for you than a great number of red camels." This hadith is in reference to the Battle of Khaybar. In addition to this, Hazrat Salama, S.A., also narrates in so-called Sahih Bukhari that Hazrat Ali, remained behind Prophet, S.M., because of trouble. Then he exclaimed, "How could I remain behind Allah's messenger?" So Hazrat Ali, set out following Prophet, S.M. This clearly shows that the soldiers who accompanied Prophet, S.M., to Khaybar perceived Hazrat Ali, to be in Medina. Surely Allah and His Messenger, S.M., know best. However, the hadith continues as mentioned in the latter with the addition, when it was the eve of the day in the morning, meaning the night before the day in which Allah helped the Muslims conquer Khaybar, Prophet, S.M., said, "I will give the flag tomorrow to a man whom Allah and His Messenger love, he will take the flag," or said, "A man who loves Allah and His Messenger, and Allah will grant victory under his leadership." Suddenly Hazrat Ali, came, which peoples did not expect. Then the peoples said, "That man is Ali." Whereas the Umayyad clan along with their supporters called for revenge of Uthman's murder against Hazrat Ali, note, This rebellion was in every degree hidden behind a strong political campaign that was used to challenge, frustrate, and hinder the administration of Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, including those who broke away from the Muslim Ummah, the Kharijites. This existing fitna and bloodshed caused Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, to shift the seat of Caliphate from Medina to Kufa, Iraq to save the sacred city and blessed resting place of Hazrat Mohammad, SM, from desecration and sacrilege. Authentic history of Aisha, so-called mother of Muslim Ummah. The divorced wife of Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. There are various versions of information regarding Aisha's marriage to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. It is certain that, she was the third wife to be wedded to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh's first beloved wife Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra's, S.A., departure to heaven caused tremendous heartache to Holy Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. Prophet had wonderful love and honor for his beloved wife Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra, S.A., for which Prophet didn't even think to marry for very long time. Upon witnessing such depression of Holy Prophet, some munafiq as well as Abu Bakr Siddiq, the so-called close companion to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh, had roamed around Arabia to find a bride. Unfortunately, there were superstitions amongst the Arab to not marry to any widows. At such situation, one of the munafiq had suggested why Abu Bakr doesn't marry his daughter, Aisha, to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. Upon receiving such suggestion, Abu Bakr, with his self-ambition the so-called close companion to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh, had approached the Holy Prophet and asked, "O Prophet of Allah, I have a request for you. If you can accept my daughter as your lawful wedded wife, I would be honored." Upon hearing such request, Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, replied, "Ya Abu Bakr, are you sure? She is still young as child," but Abu Bakr insisted strongly. It may be mentioned here that, she was 9 years old at the time she was married to Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh, by the time she was brought into Prophet's house, she had already reached her puberty or physical maturity. Aisha had always given Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, hard time. She had jealousy issue with Prophet's wife Zainab bint Huzaymah, S.A., once she had conspired with Prophet's fourth wife Hafsa bint Umar ibn Khattab to collaborate against Zainab bint Huzaymah, S.A., although Zainab used to be very rich but much older than Aisha and Hafsa, she would always strive to make the best food for Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh. Zainab bint Huzaymah, S.A., had told Prophet, "Ya Rasul Allah, all I ask is that, you have breakfast in my house in the morning." She used to make a honey smoothie drink that Prophet used to love. Out of jealousy, Aisha and Hafsa made a plan to tell the Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, that his breath had bad odor after coming from Zainab's house. This made Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, so angry and asked Aisha, "Oh Aisha, weren't you the one that said my sweat used to smell better than Yemeni fragrance oil? Weren't you the one that collected my sweat to wear around outside? Now today I have bad breath." After that, Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, left his home state in Masjid till Allah the Almighty had revealed a verse, "Why do you forbid yourself from what Allah has made lawful for you?" 66:1. Finally they both confessed of their plan against Zainab bint Huzaymah, S.A. Aisha had lot of hatred and jealousy towards Hazrat Ali, as, because he always spoken the truth as well as understood all of her cunningness. She could not tolerate the sight of Hazrat Ali, as, Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., along with Hazrat Hassan, as, and Hussein, as. Whenever Prophet Muhammad SM, pbuh, along with Hazrat Ali, as, would return home from war or other important duties, Aisha would never greet Hazrat Ali, as, out of jealousy. There were times she didn't even greet the Holy Prophet because he was accompanied by Hazrat Ali, as. But Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., would always wait eagerly for them. She would not ever miss a chance to greet them. When they came from outside, she would always bring fresh dates and water for them. Aisha's close associates were mainly, Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf. All four of them along with other influential munafiqs like Abu Sufyan, Hinda, and their son Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan, Abdullah ibn Ubay as well as Marwan ibn Hakam were involved in most of the conspiracy in Mecca and Medina that took place during Prophet's lifetime as well as after Prophet's departure. After Prophet's departure she would go to Mecca in the name of pilgrimage which was sponsored by the state treasury to meet Abu Sufyan, Hinda as well as others to conspire against Hazrat Ali, as Aisha was also direct influence and witness to the conspiracy that kept Hazrat Ali, as from being the first and the rightful successor to Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's successorship, which Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, had declared at the Ghadir-e-Qum. She directly conspired with her father Abu Bakr and Umar along with Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah right after the Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's departure to heaven. Certainly, Aisha was direct witness and collaborator to the Umar's whole plan and conspiracy to ignore the Ghadir-e-Qum declaration by Prophet Muhammad Pbuh. Aisha's ultimate conspiracy and heinous crime was the Battle of Camel, which took place in direct involvement of her close associates like Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf. She was so cunning that she totally disregarded Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's prophecy. Before Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's departure, in presence of Abu Bakr, Hazrat Ali, as Hazrat Fatimah, Prophet called in Aisha and stated, in my absence one of my misguided wife will cause great fitna that would cause the destruction of this ummah. At that time, I am giving Ali my son-in-law the authority to divorce that misguided wife. Prophet Pbuh signed and sealed the declaration and handed it over to Hazrat Ali, as Aisha asked Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, how will we know who will be that misguided wife? In response Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, responded, when that misguided wife goes on a caravan and rest near Basra at a place called Hub, and she will hear 22 dogs bark at the same time. However, this incident did in fact take place when she conspired with Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam and Marwan ibn Hakam on the Battle of Camel for suspecting Hazrat Ali, as for the murder of Uthman. Unfortunately Aisha was misguided by her associates like Talha and Zubair. Upon hearing the dogs barking, they conveyed it wasn't 22 dogs, it was only 6. So she continued with her caravan to the Battle of Camel. And finally, when she was confronted by Hazrat Ali, as, and Hazrat Hassan, as, read out Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's divorce declaration, she was reluctant to head back to Medina. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Mn Alam states, how can Aisha be considered to be Prophet's wife after such declaration? In fact she was not Prophet Muhammad Pbuh's wife. After the Battle of Camel, this brought over 20,000 Muslim casualties along with such division in the Muslim Ummah, which still to this day could not be recovered and certainly will not be recovered until the arrival of Imam Mahdi, Pbuh, and re-emergence of Jesus Christ, Prophet Isa, Pbuh. There are over 5,000 fake hadiths that were transmitted in the name Aisha, the so-called mother of the Muslim Ummah, along with Abu Huraira, father of Kat. Because of their close companionship along with their gangsters like Abu Sufyan, Hinda, Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan, Umar ibn Khattab, Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, they were able to declare titles such as Caliphate-e-Rashidun along with Ashar Mubashara as authentic, but in reality those titles were the ultimate bid'ah for the Muslim Ummah. An important point to note, Aisha was married to Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, at the age of 9, and at the time of Prophet's departure she was merely 18 years old, She was definitely physically mature, but under no circumstances it is acceptable to comprehend that she understood the Prophet Muhammad s decisions in religious jurisprudence, Sharia, or spirituality to have such authority to transmit those so-called hadiths. It should be noted that, after her death, it was Abu Huraira, father of Kat, that prayed her janazah, and none of the Prophet's close family members were present during her janazah. Aisha, the so-called mother of Muslim Ummah, a title given by Umar, had permitted her father Abu Bakr and Umar to be buried inside Prophet's house. It may be mentioned here that, how can Aisha give such permission to Umar or her father to be buried next to Prophet Muhammad pbuh? She did not inherit the whole house of Prophet Muhammad pbuh. There was also other wives of the Prophet as well as Hazrat Fatimah whom were the legal inheritor of Prophet's property. This action of Aisha is totally illegal. His Eminency states the grave of Aisha should be excavated from Prophet's wife's grave area in Jannatul Baqi in the time of Imam Mahdi, pbuh, since she does not hold the title of Holy Prophet's wife because she was divorced. The above information gathered and collected from the resources of His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam, 43rd direct descendant from the Holy Prophet Muhammad pbuh. His Eminency states, there is no Sunni, Shia, Salaf, Wahhabi, Tabi'at-Lai, Jamaat Islami, Al-Sunnah al-Jama, or any of the 72 sects. All you need is to love, respect and honor the great Holy Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, as well as his crown family, Ahlul Bayt, to be accepted by Almighty Allah. Prophet Muhammad pbuh, wives and their characteristics. List of Prophet's wives. 1. Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra bint Khuwaylid, S.A., Meccan Quraysh. Prophet Muhammad, pbuh, married her when she was a widow, when she was at the age of 40. She was married twice, but both of her previous husbands had passed away. She had 2 daughters. She was the only billionaire in the Arab world at that time, but she had no peace. When she decided she would not marry again due to the Arabic superstitions. During her father's last days he made her promise to remarry again. After her father had passed away she became totally alone, and she met up with one of her cousin named Waraka ibn Nafal, a priest, to consult about her marriage. He instructed her to meet heavenly man named Muhammad, Prophet pbuh, to whom she suddenly fell in love with. She was the most beloved out of all the wives of Prophet Muhammad pbuh. Hazrat Fatimah was also their child. If it wasn't for Hazrat Khadijah Tul Kobra Islam probably wouldn't be as established as it is today. She played the important anchoring role for the advent of Islam and holy message of Prophet Muhammad pbuh. Prophet Muhammad pbuh, didn't marry for a long time due to her departure to heaven. It may be mentioned here that, she was the only wife that Prophet really loved and honored. All the other wives that Prophet married were for all different reasons or Allah's direct directions. 2. Hazrat Sauda bint Zama ibn Qais, S.A., Abyssinian. After 5 years Prophet, pbuh, finally married Sauda, who was a widow and had a child, to look after Hazrat Fatimah, S.A. She was one of most kind and charitable wife of Prophet Muhammad pbuh. She was still alive when Prophet Muhammad pbuh, had departed. She died at very end of Umar's Caliphate. 3. Aisha bint Abu Bakr, Meccan, divorced. She was queen of all conspiracies and brought a complete destruction to the true Islam. She was 9 years old when Prophet married her. Later she was divorced by Hazrat Ali, as, by a power of authority given by Prophet Muhammad pbuh, in presence of Abu Bakr and Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., because of her conspiracy of Battle of Camel against Hazrat Ali, as. She lived for another 40 years after Prophet Muhammad's departure and played huge role in opposing Gadar-e-Qum declaration. 4. Hazrat Hafsa bint Umar ibn Khattab, S.A., Meccan. She was a widow, and married to Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, when she was 19 years old. It was through her Umar had family ties with Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh. She wasn't as cunning as Aisha, but she always conspired with Aisha against Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh. She was married to Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, for 8 years, and she lived another 34 years. Although she didn't directly support Aisha in the Battle of Camel, she also didn't oppose Aisha. 5. Hazrat Zainab bint Huzaima, S.A., Abyssinian. She was a widow. She was one of the wives that wasn't a Quraysh. She was only married to Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, for a year and she passed away. 6. Hazrat Salamah bint Abi Umayyah, S.A., Meccan. She was married to Abu Salamah first. They were among the early converts to Islam. They were tortured very severely by the Quraysh. Later they migrated to Medina after Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh's instruction. After Abu Salama was seriously injured in the Battle of Uhud, he prayed for her to be married with better man than him, hence Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, married her on 4th Hijri. She was one of most intelligent wife of Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh. She acted as Prophet's advisor to construct the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. She also played a huge role during the Battle of Camel against Aisha. She was a strong supporter of Hazrat Ali, as she also had her son fight in the ranks of Hazrat Ali, as against Aisha. She died at the age of 84 in 64 Hijri. She was buried in Jannatul Baqi next to all the other Prophet's wives. 7. Hazrat Juwayriyah bint al-Harith, S.A., Meccan. After the Muslims' battle with Banu Mustalik, Muslims had captured the whole Banu Mustalik tribe. There was only one casualty whom was the husband of Juwayriyah bint al-Harith. Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, married her and set her free. Upon seeing such action by Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh, the entire clan of Banu Mustalik let their wife lie free and converted to Islam. She continued her life as pious Muslim and always used to indulge herself in prayers. She died in 50th Hijri, long after Prophet's departure. 8. Hazrat Zainab bint Yashir, S.A., Meccan. The marriage between Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, and Zainab bint Yashir has been directly commenced by the Almighty Allah. At first, she was married to Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh's adopted son Zayd ibn Harith, but that marriage didn't work out due each of their social status. After their divorce and she completed her waiting period. Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, received revelation to marry Zainab, Al-Ahzab 33-37. She was amongst the pious wife of Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh, she passed away during Umar's Caliphate. 9. Hazrat Habib Ramla bint Abu Sufyan, S.A., Meccan. She was amongst the early converts to accept Islam. She was first married to Ubaydullah ibn Yashir. After the Quraysh persecution they had migrated to Abyssinia, they had a daughter. Unfortunately, Ubaydullah ibn Yashir converted to Christianity which led her to divorce. She continued to lead a simple life, made several dua to have better husband. Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, was kind enough to consider her situation. Finally, in the 1st Hijri Prophet Muhammad, SM, Pbuh, had sent proposal to marry her because of her situation. At the wedding Abyssinian Christian King Negus had given 400 dirhams of dowry. She had migrated to Medina in 8th Hijri. 10. Hazrat Maria al-Qibtiyya, S.A., Egyptian. She was an honorable and respectable woman. She was Princess of Egypt, Archbishop of Alexandria sent as gifts to Prophet Muhammad SM, Pbuh. After their marriage she only spent 3 years of her life with the Holy Prophet, Pbuh, they had a son named Ibrahim. Unfortunately, Almighty Allah brought him to heaven at 18 months, while the munafiqs were disrespecting the Holy Prophet, sm. pbuh, Allah revealed, indeed, we have granted you, O Muhammad, al-Kauthar. So pray to your Lord and sacrifice to him alone. Indeed, your enemy is the one cut off, Holy Quran 108:1-3. After Prophet Muhammad sm. pbuh's departure, she had lost the two most important people in her life. She lived 5 years after Prophet's departure. She died in 16 and she was buried in Jannatul Baqi. 11 Hazrat Safiyyah bint Huyai ibn Akhtab, S.A., Medinan. She was from Jewish tribe Banu Qurayza. Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, married her after the Battle of Khaybar. After converting to Islam, she continued to be pious and faithful believer. 12 Hazrat Maymuna bint al-Harith, S.A., Meccan. She married Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, in 7th Hijri. She was widow as well. She was amongst the pious wife of Prophet Muhammad sm. pbuh. Prophet Muhammad sm. pbuh, married her upon Maymuna's request. Almighty Allah had revealed verse: any believing woman who dedicates herself to the Prophet, if the Prophet wishes to wed her, that is only for thee and not for the believers. Holy Quran 33:50. 13 Hazrat Rayhana bint Zayd, S.A., Medinan. She was from Jewish tribe of Banu Nadir. She was married to a man from Banu Qurayza. When the Muslims defeated Banu Qurayza, her husband died, hence she became a widow and prisoner of war. But Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, set her free and later married her after she became Muslim. The Battle of the Camel 36/656 CE. Figure 19, Zulfiqar, the sword of Hazrat Ali, as given by Holy Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, sm. Almost immediately after the shift of the Caliphate, Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as began a house cleaning process in which he terminated Mu'ayyah ibn Abi Sufyan, many Umayyads and other people as well from governorship. Mu'ayyah refused to obey and produced a considerably large Syrian army to challenge the caliph of his time. Note, this had not been done in the history of Islam. The Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as called for military action against Mu'ayyah, but the reaction of the political classes in the Hejaz was not encouraging and the campaign was deferred. Aisha, divorced wife of Prophet sm., played a huge role in the political game to gain legitimacy to a rebellion and protest against the administration of Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as the Battle of Jamal/Camel was the first incident of the fitna behind Uthman's murder. This battle took place in Basra, Iraq, between forces allied to Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, and the forces allied to Aisha's party. The Umayyads and other recently converted Arab clans took advantage of the emotional state of the people in the matter of Uthman's murder, backed by the support of Aisha's protest to interfere with the affairs of the state. This political move caused a few politically inclined companions, Sahaba, to take back their bay'ah they had recently pledged in Medina to Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as these events directly involved Zubair and Talha, who was so-called veteran companions of Hazrat Muhammad, sm. This conglomerate of opposition exposed many who had a certain expectation for government, position, or power. This is the first time Muslims fought against each other. Some 10,000 Muslims perished during this battle, which lasted for 110 days. Hazrat Ali, as would perform the Janazah Salah for the fallen on both sides. Even before the battle, Hayat as-Sahaba Volume 2 page 523 records. Hazrat Yahya ibn Sa'id, R.A., reports his uncle to have narrated, when opposing armies in the Battle of Jamal arrayed against each other, Hazrat Ali, as set the row, and gave a call that nobody would shoot an arrow, or strike with a sword of spear, or start the fight, and ordered to talk to them with politeness. The narrator says that Hazrat Ali, as also said, from this place if anyone slips away from here, would slip away on the day of judgment. Thus we remained standing till day rose high. About this time, they called in loud voice, O avengers of the blood of Uthman. Having heard this, Hazrat Ali, as called Hazrat Mohammad ibn Hanafiyya, R.A., who was Hazrat Ali's commander, and who had the flag, and said, O ibn Hanafiyya. What are they saying? Muhammad ibn Hanafiyya said, O Amir al-Mu'minin. They are saying, O avengers of the blood of Uthman. Upon hearing this, Hazrat Ali, as raised both hand and said, O my Allah! Put the assassinators of Uthman upside down today. The Battle of Siffin 37/657 CE. Fought on the banks of the Euphrates. Figure 20, Zulfiqar, the sword of Hazrat Ali, as given by Holy Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM. This battle that took place 1 year later and marked the example of the Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as struggle and confrontation against rebels and the morally weak Muslims of the community. These people sought to undermine Islam and the legacy of Hazrat Muhammad, SM. It was fought between the Syrian forces of Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan and the Iraqi forces of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as the confrontation extended over 3 months, most of which was devoted to the diplomacy but fruitless negotiations of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as when the major battle began, the fighting, which lasted over 3 days, was fierce, and continued well into the night. Muawiyah and the Syrian force were almost annihilated, but the Syrians raised copies of the Holy Quran on their spears as a diversion, calling out for so-called negotiations. After severe mutiny in the Iraqi army, Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as was forced to agree on arbitration against his wishes. The bloodshed had been terrible. According to one source, 45,000 Syrian Muslims and 25,000 Iraqi Muslims had been killed. Many Sahaba perished in this battle. Ibn Sa'd narrated from Shubha that when Hazrat Ali, as was going towards Siffin, he passed by Karbala. When he reached the village Nainawa, located near Furat, he inquired its name. He was told it was known as Karbala. At this place, Hazrat Ali, as wept so much that the ground became wet. Abdullah ibn Yahya narrated from his father, who was a slave of Hazrat Ali, as that Hazrat Ali, as said, while in Siffin looking towards Karbala, Be patient, O Abu Abdullah, be patient, O Abu Abdullah, be patient, O Abu Abdullah, by the river of Furat. When asked for more details by Abu Abdullah, Hazrat Ali, as replied, I visited the Holy Last Messenger, SM, and found him weeping. He said, Hazrat Jibreel, as told me that my son will be killed by the river of Furat, a place called Karbala. Then Hazrat Jibreel, as produced a handful of soil whose fragrance was coming up my nostrils. He smelled it. After smelling it, tears began to flow from my eyes. Ahmad ibn Hanbal and ibn Dhahak narrated this tradition from Hazrat Ali, as after this battle in Siffin of Syria, certain followers of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as objected to his agreeing to arbitration and broke away from army as early as the march back from Siffin. Some 12,000 men left Hazrat Ali, as army. These people were the first Kharijites and ancestors to today's Banu Sa'ud dynasty. They accused Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as of bid'ah, innovation of religion, and promptly began to kill anyone who did not agree with their position. This led to the Battle of Narawan in 38, where they were utterly annihilated. Though victorious, his army weakened and he lost even more support, followed by uprisings and raids all over the Hejaz. 2 years later he would be assassinated by a Kharijite as he was in prostration during Salah in 40. That same year Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as took charge of the Caliphate following the death of his father through the Bay'ah of the people of Kufa. He remained in it for 6 months and some days. Scholar, Imam Suyuti, R.A., considered Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, and Umar Abdul al-Aziz as rightly guided caliph as well. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, assumed leadership in Kufa after the election of the Iraqis who were much divided. Many people had become corrupt or sought corruption in their activities but portrayed religious. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, saw these troublesome times where one didn't know or didn't care to stand for right against wrong. Tirmidhi narrated that Usama ibn Zayd, R.A., said, I saw the Prophet, S.M., and Hassan and Hussein were upon his hips, one on each, and he said, These are my 2 sons and the 2 sons of my daughter. O Allah, I love them, so love them and love whoever loves them. In so-called Bukhari Hazrat ibn Umar narrated, Please Muhammad, S.M., by doing well with his family. Hazrat Anas ibn Malik said, The Prophet, S.M., was asked, Who of the people of your house are most beloved to you? He said, Hassan and Hussein. Al-Hakim narrated that Zuhair ibn al-Arkam said Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, stood up to deliver the khutbah, a man from Azd Shanua stood up and said, I witness that I saw the Prophet, S.M., placed him in his lap saying, Whoever loves me, let him love him, and let the one who is present convey it to whoever is absent, and he also stated if it were not for high regard for the Messenger of Allah, S.M., I would not have related this to anyone. So-called Bukhari narrated that Hazrat ibn Umar said, The Prophet, S.M., said they are my 2 descendants, they are my 2 sweet basils, sweet-smelling plants or flowers, in this world, meaning Hassan and Hussein. Tirmidhi narrated that Al-Hakim narrated that Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said, The Messenger of Allah, S.M., said Hassan and Hussein are the 2 lords of the youth of the people of the Jannah, paradise. When Muawiyah came out against him with a large Syrian army of 40,000 men, Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, sent a message to him. He offered the Caliphate to him on the following conditions. The Caliphate should be his, returning to Ahlul Bayt, after him. None of the people of Medina, Hejaz, and Iraq should be sought out for revenge or retaliation for anything which had happened in the time of his father. Cease the public cursing of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, in the khutbah. This had been instituted and recited in every province. Not to mention that Hazrat Hassan, as, and Hussein, as, and the rest of Ahlul Bayts had to bear to hear such words in Masjid an-Nabawi from the pulpit, minbar of the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., next to his Mubarak grave. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad narrates from the Holy Last Messenger, S.M. Whoever curses, or verbally abuse Ali, has in fact cursed me, and whoever curses me, he has cursed Allah, and whoever has cursed Allah, then Allah will throw him into hellfire. Renowned Hanafi scholar Mullah Ali Kari states this hadith means that cursing Hazrat Ali, as, is kafir. None of the public money should be used for your own needs. Muawiyah readily agreed. They concluded the treaty, and there, the prophetic words of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., became evident. Allah, SWT, will make peace through him, Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, between 2 groups of Muslims. His abdication took place in 41 He moved from Kufa to Medina and resided there. Hazrat Hassan, as, even thought he returned peacefully to Medina, was still not free from the antagonist and persecutors. Marwan ibn Hakam, the personal secretary of Uthman ibn Affan responsible for the fitna leading to his assassination, was now the governor Medina. Marwan also fought in battles Basra and Safin against Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as had a hard time during these time in Medina, where he was met with taunts and abuse almost ritually, either for being son of Hazrat Ali, as, who was being cursed publicly, or for having relinquished the Caliphate. A man said to him, "Peace be upon you, humiliator of the believers." Hazrat Hassan, as, said, "I am not the humiliator of the believers, but I disliked killing you for the sovereignty." Al-Hakim narrated, Hazrat Jubair ibn Unfar, R.A., said, "I said to Hazrat Hassan, as, People are saying that you want the Caliphate. He said, the chiefs of the Arabs were with me, at war with whomever I was at war with, and at peace with whomever I was at peace with. I abandoned that desire, to prevent spilling the blood to the Ummah of my grandfather Muhammad, sm. Now later, shall I take it by force with the help of the herders of goats of the people of Hejaz. 8 years after his abdication he was poisoned to death in Medina by his wife, Ja'ada bint al-Ashadh as some historians report, after she was prompted by Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan. Mu'ayyah ibn Abi Sufyan's, son of bitch, administration. Figure 21, in 1986, His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam had visited Damascus, Syria on the official trip as fact-finding delegation chief of the United Nations. He visited so-called self-proclaimed Emir Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan's grave. Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan's political activity pre- and post-prophetic period becomes the subject of discussion when one investigates the elements behind the destruction of the Muslim community from the way Hazrat Mohammad, sm. had left it. The Umayyad, clan of Muawiyah, had sworn vengeance of their slain at Badr. Hazrat Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib, R.A., is the revered Muslim soldier and uncle of Hazrat Mohammad, sm. He was martyred in 3/624 CE. He was assassinated at the orders of Hinda, mother of bastard Muawiyah, who had his liver cut out and ate it out of extreme enmity of Bani Hashim, clan of Muhammad, sm. and Hazrat Ali, as. The Umayyad clan/family fought hard against Prophet Muhammad, sm. and the Muslims for 22 years and held hard onto the worst form of disobedience to Allah, SWT, shirk, idolatry. In late 10 Prophet Muhammad, sm. fell fatally ill in Medina and Mot 11/632 CE. This was only a span of 2 years during which Prophet Muhammad, sm. was engaged in war against idolaters, or the period where he suffered severely from the effects of poisoning. Many new Muslims including Muawiyah didn't get the honor to be in the company of the Holy Last Messenger, sm. as much as many of the close companions did, i.e. Ansar and Muhajirin. This lack of experience or time spent with the Holy Last Messenger, sm. made a clear distinction in his character, attitude, and gratitude. History shows that some remained loyal to Prophet Muhammad's legacy, while some returned to old pre-Islamic, Arab and tribal customs of warfare and corruption. After much bloodshed, political maneuvering, and frustration to Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as administration leading to his assassination in 40 Muawiyah was crowned self-proclaimed king at a ceremony in Jerusalem in the year 41/661 CE without any competent authorities' approval. He governed the entire caliphate from Damascus, Syria, and gave prominent positions in the emerging government to neighboring Christians. Muawiyah had an unbelievable relationship with neighboring Christians. The caliphate would never return to the city of Medina up to this very day. This period gave rise to many movements and philosophies within various Muslim territories. One group, Jabrites, who believed in Jabr, predestined decree of fate, plainly said that Allah was responsible for man's every action even if the action is evil, because man had no choice to do anything except what Allah willed. Jabriyah and Yamiyah sects were the schools of the Umayyads and their supporters who blamed their actions of blasphemy on Allah, SWT. Muawiyah instituted several bureaucracies including divans, who were the chief minister of state. He also established a parliamentary government and postal service. Muawiyah also instituted a consulate, who was the council of state, with a council chamber, court and audience. These ex-officers of jury and state for the Byzantine Empire still maintained much loyalty to the cross. In fact, a conversion from Christianity was discouraged during the Muawiyah Umayyad reign. He used these divans in order to help him centralize the caliphate and the empire. Muawiyah held the Islamic empire through force and personal allegiance. This was the style of a traditional Arab sheikh. Anyone who opposed his administration was treated like a non-believer. During the caliphate of Hazrat Ali ibn Abu Talib, as he instigated civil war between Muslims that weakened the Muslim states and divided the community, like the Battle of Basra and the Battle of Siffin. He sent Busra ibn Abi Artat as his chief of military, who shed the blood of thousands of innocent people from Hejaz to Yemen, burning alive tribe after tribe in huge fires. He committed these horrific crimes in the name of Muawiyah's government. His reign gave rise to countless evils both in government and social life. He introduced the practice of open slander against the family of Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Muawiyah is reported to have even sold the slaves of deceased Sahaba who had become prominent scholars into slavery because of their criticism of his administration. Many authenticated traditions reveal Muawiyah as a usurper, tyrant, and murderer. Ziyad ibn Abi was the Umayyad general who was responsible for carrying out many of these notorious designs. This caused many contemporary historians to view Muawiyah's supposed conversion at the conquest of Mecca as a cloak and hypocrisy. They describe him as a liar and manipulator who usurped the Muslim empire for political and material gain of his family's loss since Battle of Badr. He introduced his new practices as the Sunnah of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., and had his time period recorded as Amal Jama'ah, Year of Union. Al-Tabari titled this chapter as the origin of the use of the word al-Jama'ah. He said, Sajah remained with Banu Taqlib until Muawiyah transferred them in his days on the Year of Union, al-Jama'ah. When the people agreed to recognize Muawiyah as the Amir after Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as abdication, Muawiyah took to expelling from Kufa all those who had been vehement in the cause of Hazrat Ali, and to settle in their homes people of Syria, Basra, and Al-Jazira who were vehement in his cause. It was they who were called transfers in the garrison towns. A clear breach of his treaty with Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, There were many non-Arabs who, despite being ruled by these so-called Sunni Arab rulers, were viewed and treated with as supremacy and oppression. These so-called Sunni Arab rulers suppressed their culture and language. It remains a fact to this very day that Hazrat Ali, and Ahlul Bayts are remembered in non-Arab history as those who uplifts the rights of others, while Muawiyah and the Umayyad clan are remembered for suppressing them. They even married and begot children in many of the Mawali tribes to do away with the mentality of class and race. Muawiyah's reign opened the door for unparalleled disaster to the Islamic Ummah. There were thousands of fabricated hadith used to cover up his faults and increase hatred for his opposition. Though most of these Arab Quraysh had no prior merit in Islam, they were able to influence the school of hadith and elevate their status. It was during this time the man who was in company of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., barely 3 years had narrated nearly 5,000 plus hadith. And he was none other than bastard Abu Huraira, father of Kat, Abd al-Rahman ibn Sakhr. Nadwi in his commentary on this point in Sahih Muslim Vol 4 said, Imam Abu Hanifa said, the Sahaba of the Prophet were generally pious and just. I accept every hadith with evidence narrated by them, but I do not accept hadith whose source is Abu Huraira, Anas ibn Malik or Samara ibn Jundab. Ibn Abu Hadid al-Mutazili reports in Vol 1 and Vol 4 from his sheikh and teacher, Imam Abu Ja'far Asqalani, that Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan organized a group of companions of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., and sons of companions for the purpose of fabricating hadith. Among those who fabricated hadith against Ali was Abu Huraira, Amr ibn al-Az and Mughira ibn Shubi'a. Giving details of these stories, Ibn Hadid narrates Abu Huraira once entered Kufa mosque and saw a huge gathering of people who have come to welcome Muawiyah. He shouted to the crowd, O people of Iraq! Do you think that I will tell a lie opposing Allah and His Messenger, S.M., and buy hellfire for myself? Hear from me what I have heard from Prophet Muhammad, S.M., every prophet has a harem and my harem is Medina. The one responsible for innovation in Medina is cursed by Allah, SWT, by His angels, and by all of humanity. Note, all of this hadith thus far is true, but then he goes and say, I swear by Allah, SWT, that Ali was responsible for innovation. That is Ali, incited dissension among the people and should be cursed. When Muawiyah learned of this incident, he sent for Abu Huraira, gave him reward and made him governor of Medina. This began a long-lasting tradition of unjust vilification of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, while elevating his status. Hazrat Abdullah ibn Zalim Majna, R.A., narrates when Muawiyah left Kufa, he appointed Mughira ibn Shuba as the governor, and appointed such speaker who would speak curse against Hazrat Ali, as I was sitting beside Hazrat Said ibn Zayd. As per the narrator, he, Said ibn Zayd, got up in anger and caught my hand, and I followed him. Do you not see this man, Muawiyah, has done wrong to his soul, and he has ordered to abuse such a man, Hazrat Ali, as, who belongs to heavenly throng of people, Hazrat Said ibn Zayd observed solemnly. Also during his reign Muawiyah began a campaign of slaughtering the companions and supporters Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as while Abu Huraira was governor of Medina Busra ibn Artat massacred thousands of Muslims. Tabari and Ibn Athir and many more have recorded Muawiyah sent Busra ibn Artat with 4,000 Syrian soldiers to Yemen via Mecca and Medina to crush the followers and supporters of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Busra and his assailants murdered thousands of Muslims in Taif, Mecca, Medina, Tabala of Tahama, Najran, Safa, and its suburbs. They did not spare the young or old of Bani Hashim. It is recorded that this is where the murder of the two small sons of Ubaydullah ibn Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib, R.A., cousin and governor of Hazrat Ali, as, took place. They were butchered at Busra order. It is said that more than 30,000 Muslims were killed. Many of the Al-Ansari like Hazrat Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, R.A., were either killed or sought asylum while Bani Umayyad committed these insane atrocities. Their houses were set on fire. Abu Huraira was the governor of Medina and actively supported Umayyad government at the time. Ahmad ibn Hanbal in his Musnad, R.A., Sabt ibn Jazi in his Tadkirat pg 163 narrates from Prophet Muhammad, S.M., himself said repeatedly, he who threatens the people of Medina with oppression will be threatened by Allah and will be cursed by Allah, by his angels and by all humanity. Allah will not accept anything from him. May he be cursed who threatens the people of Medina. If anyone harms the people of Medina, Allah will melt him like lead in fire. These historical figures were some of the victims of Muawiyyah's cruelty, Sahaba and Tabi'een alike. Amr ibn Hamak al-Huza'i Sahaba. Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr. Abdurrahman ibn Hassan Tabi'een. Muhammad ibn Abi Hudhaifa Tabi'een. Shaddad ibn Aws Sahaba. Sasa ibn Juhan al-Abdi Sahaba. Abdullah ibn Hashim ibn Utbah ibn Abi Waqtas Tabi'een. Jamil ibn Kabi Adhthlabi and Hazrat Amr ibn Yasir, who was told by Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Rejoice Amr, the transgressing party shall kill you. In the case of Hazrat Hajair ibn Adi, R.A., chief of the Kindi tribe whom was given the name the monk of the Sahaba, was killed along with 6 of his companions at Marj, Adra in Syria 51 at the command of Muawiyyah ibn Abi Sufyan. Hazrat Hassan Basri, R.A., Tabi'een and son of the slave of Mu'minin Hazrat Salama, S.A., said, Muawiyyah had 4 flaws and any one of them would have been a serious offense. His appointment of Muslim and non-Muslim troublemakers in this community. This allowed him to steal its rule without consultation with its members, while there were remnants of companions who possessed virtue among them. His appointment of his son as his illegal successor. His son was an open sinner, drunkard, and very impious person. His claim about Ziyad ibn Abu, as his brother, while the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., said pertaining to Ziyad when he was a baby, the child belongs to the bed, and the adulterer should be stoned. His killing of Hajair and his companions. Woe unto him twice for killing Hajair and his companions. Muawiyyah also ordered the killing of the 2 infants of Hazrat Ubaydullah ibn Abbas, R.A. It should be clear that Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, didn't sign the peace treaty because he liked him, he did so solely to preserve the blood of the Muslim Ummah. He saw how treachery prevailed and the rights were violated to such extent and so deep in government that one could not tell the righteous from the wicked. It is reported from some historians that Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, wanted to expose Mu'ayyah the way Prophet Muhammad, S.M., exposed his father Abu Sufyan in Hudaybiyah. So likewise Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, treaty had the same effect against Mu'ayyah who broke every stipulation of the treaty as it did his father after Hudaybiyah, exposing his hypocrisy and treachery. Thus exposing his hypocrisy forever, Mu'ayyah even asked Hazrat Hassan, as, to join him and support him. Hazrat Hassan, as, replied, I have abandoned the fight against you, even though it was my legal right, for the sake of peace and reconciliation. Do you think I shall then fight together with you? A hadith reported by Hazrat Abdullah ibn Abbas, R.A., saying, I was playing with children and Rasulullah, S.M., happened to pass by us. I hid myself behind the door. He, S.M., came and patted me on my shoulders and said, Go and call Mu'ayyah. I returned and said, He is busy taking food. He again asked me to go and call Mu'ayyah to him. I went and came back and said that he was busy taking food, whereupon he said, May Allah not fill his belly. Imam Muslim places this hadith of Mu'ayyah in the chapter of those cursed by Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Nisai, famous scholar and one of the so-called Sahih Sitta, i.e. the 6 Imams who collected the authentic traditions of the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., he was murdered by a supporter of Mu'ayyah group of Syrians. When he recited this hadith as it was perceived as a curse on Mu'ayyah, they beat him to death. Mu'ayyah ibn Abi Sufyan died 60/680 CE, from a stroke brought on by his extreme weight. Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan, a hypocrite, bastard by birth, self-proclaimed Muslim and greatest enemy of Prophet, S.M., had self-proclaimed title Katibohi, writer of Quranic verses. This is absolutely fake, fabricated and unacceptable. This so-called Katibohi fake title was given and supported by his immoral supporters like Abu Bakr, Umar, Abu Huraira, Marwan ibn Hakam, Talha, Zubair, Abu Ubaid ibn al-Jarrah, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, Abdur Rahman ibn Auf, as well as other munafiqs. He had no good relationship with the Prophet Muhammad, S.M., or his family members. Ibn Kathir in his Bidayat Wan said that, when the time of death approached Mu'ayyah, he said to himself thrice, Hajar ibn Adi. The day of answering for your murder is very lengthy. In the end, he was never able to start a dynasty because both his son and grandson died prematurely and the Caliphate went to the Marwanid branch of the Umayyads. Abu Huraira, father of Kat, Abd al-Rahman ibn Sakhr. The so-called Islamic hadith writer, compiler, and author. If the hadiths were to be a source of Islam like the Quran, the Prophet would have asked his companions to copy and learn them by heart. Had the Prophet desired them to be learned by heart, the companions nearest to him like Hazrat Ali, as, Salman al-Farsi, R.A., Hazrat Bilal, R.A., Hazrat Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, R.A., and Hazrat Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, R.A., would have transmitted thousands of hadiths. Instead, the words that have been transmitted from the above-mentioned companions are very few. Abu Huraira has transmitted false hadiths 3 to 4 times more than all the prominent companions. We shall be dealing with some fabricators in this chapter, which includes Abu Huraira, whom is instrumental in interpolating into the established creed Jewish and Christian legends and parables. We shall see the reason why the infinite number of hadiths this person had invented, which cannot be relied upon. We shall also observe the lack of fastidiousness and meticulousness, which they claimed in collecting and sorting out the hadiths. There is a common belief that a person who had the chance of setting eyes on the Prophet, S.M., was titled his companion, Sahaba, and whatever that person said was taken to be the literal truth. The word Sahaba actually means the persons who were very close to the Prophet Muhammad, S.M. We read in the Holy Quran that there had been many hypocrites who professed to be Muslim, whereas in fact they were disbelievers and had created innumerable difficulties for the Prophet, sm. It is regrettable to observe that the transmitters of the hadiths turned a blind eye to the meaning of the relevant verses of the Holy Quran and preached that whoever abided by the sayings of the companions was on the right path. We shall now take up the case of Abu Huraira, who transmitted thousands of false fabricated hadiths. A greatest munafiq and false hadith transmitter, Abu Huraira. By the influence of the cunning Jews, a Jewish person with the title Abu Huraira became the so-called Muslim, munafiq, immediately after the Battle of Badr. The Prophet Muhammad, sm, when returning back home from the Battle of Badr saw him at the Masjid an-Nabawi in Medina. The Prophet immediately criticized and insulted him because of his upcoming conspiracy and malpractice against Islam by writing. Finally, the fanatic Muslim group with the influence of Jews and Christian, Abu Huraira became the so-called famous hadith spokesman, in which he established false hadiths which were compiled and malpracticed in the name of Abu Huraira, also published and distributed among the Muslim world during the 7th Abbasiyya Caliph al-Mamun, bastard, who do not believe in the Holy Quran. His Eminency Dr. Alam 43rd, direct spiritual descendant of the Prophet of Islam, is warning the Muslim world to carefully review and research the false hadith of Abu Huraira. Prophet Muhammad, sm, never allowed Abu Huraira to be near him, because he was a munafiq. He could not sit by the Ashab Sufa either, he would seat alone in the corner of the Masjid an-Nabawi of Holy Medinatul Munawwara. About the life of Abu Huraira prior to his conversion to Islam from Jewish faith, we knew nothing about him other than what he himself said. Having been converted only 4 years before Prophet Muhammad, sm, left this world, by that time 99% of the hadiths had been already said and been practiced by the true companions of Prophet Muhammad, sm. Ibn Hazm says in the Musnad of Bayt Mala that 5,374 hadiths were quoted from Abu Huraira. If anyone who is knowledgeable in hadiths carefully reviews his narration and the time it could have been said by Prophet Muhammad, sm, one would easily understand that hadiths he narrated is totally false. This will expose the fact that all the so-called Siyasita hadiths, i.e. Bukhari, Muslim, Tirmizi, Abu Dawud, Nisai, Ibn Majah, have collected many false hadiths intentionally to mislead the Muslims and eliminate the true Islamic ideology from the planet Earth. It is important to mention that Imam Muslim, R.A., a direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad, sm, was killed by Umayyad Caliph al-Mamun, before he even wrote a single hadith, because he refused to write the false hadith like Bukhari, Tirmizi, Abu Dawud, and other paid dogs. Later in the book you will get more details about who, when and how he used Bukhari and others. See Bukhari's biography for details in this book. It is regrettable to observe that so-called Imam Muslim's book also had taken every one of the Prophet's companions as a star that guided one in the right direction. That is not correct, this is an absolute wrong idea. Everything done by 7th Caliph al-Mamun, whom killed his brother al-Amin, who believed Quran was a man-written book, also killed famous Hazrat Imam Reza, as Imam Muslim, R.A., Imam Ahmed ibn Hanbal, R.A., for protesting him against compiling of the hadiths. They were the direct descendants of Prophet Muhammad, sm, and were killed by al-Mamun. To stop the public sentiment he took this heinous task of compiling the so-called Siyasita in approximately 15 years. His total duration of self-proclaimed Khalifa was 20 years. Then he was killed by his uncle Mutasim Billah, the 8th Caliph Billah stopped propaganda of Bukhari. Jamaat Islami, especially Tablighi Jamaat in India, who are blindly following the false concept that, in farewell address, Prophet Muhammad, sm, said, "My all Sahabas are like stars, whomsoever follows them will be guided in the right direction." The true farewell address of Prophet Muhammad, sm, is given in this book. Hazrat Ali, as said, the person who ascribed the greatest number of lies to God's messenger is Abu Huraira. Ref. Ibn Abul Hadid, Sharhu Najul Balaga. When Hazrat Ali, as heard him say, alluding to the Prophet, my dear friend said that so Hazrat Ali, as, asked, since when has the Prophet become your dear friend? Hazrat Ibn Masud, R.A., a well-known companion of the Prophet who heard him, Abu Huraira, say, the person who washes the body of a deceased person and the person who carries it on his shoulders should perform ablution was furious and retorted, O men, your dead will in no way soil you. Marwan ibn al-Hakam's treachery against Islam. Marwan ibn Hakam is the name of the biggest hypocrite in the entire Islamic Ummah. His gangsters are Aisha bint Abu Bakr, Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam, Saad ibn Waqtas, Abdurrahman ibn Auf. Especially his activities destroyed the reality of Islam in the time of Uthman ibn Affan. He was from the cunning family of Banu Umayyah of Quraysh. Marwan's father al-Hakam was a renowned criminal to always oppose Prophet Muhammad, SM, and Islam, hence he was expelled from Mecca to Taif. Al-Hakam accepted Islam when Marwan was 6 years old. The gangsters of Abu Sufyan's manipulated Uthman to have al-Hakam and his bastard son Marwan return to Mecca and Medina. Uthman's biggest mistake was to fall into the trap of Abu Sufyan and cunning Umar's gangs by appointing Marwan in military campaign against the Byzantines. After being in the military campaign against the Byzantines in Exarchate of Carthage, he collected huge amount of war loots, which he utilized to buy property in Medina. His ultimate target was to gain the trust of Uthman by depositing a big amount of loots to the Uthman's treasury. At first, he became the governor of Persia, but very cunning way he paved the way for secretary of Uthman. Once he became the chief secretary of Uthman, he started to show his cunning character, which was foreshadow of his father's treacherous immoral activities. Marwan along with Talha ibn Ubaydullah and Zubair ibn Alawam's deceitful activities started to create so much unrest that nearby governors and clans from Syria, Iraq, and Egypt started to complain to Uthman. Marwan and Talha played the ultimate game by setting up Abu Bakr's son Muhammad to go to Egypt with a particular mission, and sent another group to kill Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr. Upon finding the truth, Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr stormed inside Uthman's house while Uthman was reciting the Holy Quran, and he asked, "Did you send this order, and did you seal this letter?" Upon seeing his own seal, Uthman said, "Yes, that's my seal," and Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr, filled with anger, struck his sword on Uthman's head and killing him on the spot inside the Masjid an-Nabawi. Later Marwan along with his associates Talha ibn Ubaydullah, Zubair ibn Alawam along with Aisha, the so-called mother Muslim Ummah, tried to falsely blame Hazrat Ali, as, for the murder of Uthman ibn Affan. Their gang members also conspired to implement the Battle of Camel with cunning Aisha against Hazrat Ali, as. Fortunately, this bastard Marwan ibn Hakam lived through the Battle of Camel, later forgiven by Hazrat Ali, as, and expelled to Syria. But his treachery didn't end there. He continued his immoral activities with Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan against Hazrat Ali, as, and fought alongside Muawiya against Hazrat Ali, as, at the Battle of Siffin. After the arbitration with Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan, and Hazrat Ali, as, assassination, he was appointed governor of Bahrain and later Medina by Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan. Finally, he committed the ultimate treachery against Hazrat Hussein, as, by setting up the plot with Yazid ibn Muawiya at the Battle of Karbala. Although this bastard served as one of the so-called Caliph of the Islamic Empire, he was killed by his own third wife of Syria by suffocating him to death. His grave shall burn till the day of judgment, and he will not even enter the gates of hell. The Battle of Karbala 61/680 CE. Figure 22, the Zulfikar, the sword of Hazrat Ali, as, given by Holy Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM. Figure 23, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Hussein, as, at Karbala, Iraq. Usually, mentioned as the second civil war or fitna of the early community of Islam. Before Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan died, he broke the treaty in many ways with Hazrat Hassan, as. Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, now had every right by Sunnah to go to war as his grandfather, SM, did when he could have destroyed every last Meccan in the conquest of Bayt. He manipulated the people into taking bay'ah to his despotic and treacherous son Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah, who was raised irreligious by his mother, who was recently converted Muslim from Christianity but missed and desired her old customs and way of life. Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, attested to this fact to his last day and applied penalties for antagonists. Therefore Mu'ayyah innovated in more ways by electing his son Yazid during his lifetime. In fact, this disastrous innovation of Mu'ayyah continued to be followed by the Umayyads and later by the Abbasids, and afterwards the tendency of every ruler to favor a member of his own family as his successor despite the level of the faith and moral character of that person. However, the breach of this treaty meant a violation and invalidation of Mu'ayyah's caliphate, which meant surrendering of those granted rights or war, just as it was in 7a in Hudaybiyah leading to 8a conquest of Mecca. It was inevitable that Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan would be confronted by Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as Hazrat Hussein son of Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, and Hazrat Fatimah bint Rasulullah, sa, posed as the most threatening opposition against Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah among all others of Quraysh, despite the fact that many companions of the Holy Last Messenger, sm, were still alive. There's a reason why. Ibn Said and Tabrani, R.A., have related from closest Sahaba that the Holy Prophet, sm, said, Hazrat Jibreel, as, has informed me that after me, my son Hussein will be slain in the land of Taf, area of Karbala. He brought the soil of that land to me and said that he will be buried underneath this soil. The same hadith has been narrated by other Sahabas, but with the addition certainly Hazrat Jibreel showed me the soil of the earth where Hussein will be killed. Then the wrath of Allah will be severe on those who spilled his blood. The same hadith is quoted elsewhere with addition Jibreel informed me that Hussein will be killed in the land of Iraq. When I said show me the soil where he will be killed, he brought red soil. Hazrat Salama then collected and stored some of the soil upon her khimar. Ibn Asakir, R.A., quoted Hazrat Salama, S.A., saying also wrath of Allah be upon Hussein's killer. Hakim narrated from Fadl bint Harith, R.A., that the Holy Prophet, S.M., said Hazrat Jibreel came to me and informed me that my Ummah will kill my grandson, and he gave me some of the red soil. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, R.A., narrated that the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., said an angel came in my house who had never come before. Then he addressed me and said, this grandson of yours will be killed, and if you wish I could bring you the soil of that place. Then he placed a bit of red soil in my hands. In Sahih Muslim Volume 4 ch. 9, Aisha, divorced wife of Prophet SM, reported that the Messenger of Allah, SM, went out one morning wearing a striped cloak of the black camel's hair. With the support of other hadith we come to know that Prophet, SM, went out to Salama's house, then Hassan ibn Ali came. He wrapped him under it, then came Hussein and he wrapped him under it along with the other one, i.e. Hassan. Then came Fatima and he took her under it, then came Ali and he also took him under it, and then said, Allah only desires to take away any impurities from you, O people of the household, and purify you with a thorough purifying. Surah 33:33. In Sunan ibn Majah, Allah's Messenger, SM, said, O Allah, whoso loves Hassan and Hussein in fact loves me, and whoso hates them indeed hates me. In Sunan ibn Majah Said ibn Abu Rashid, R.A., reported a lengthy hadith in which he quoted the Holy Last Messenger, SM, saying Hussein pertained to me and I pertain to Hussein. May Allah love him who loves Hussein. Hussein is one of my sabt. The word sabt used in the text means a group, a section. Accordingly, to some scholars, the word sabt denotes the real descendants, while to other scholars, it implies his descendants who were born later. The word sabt is thus used in all these meanings. In Hayat as-Sahaba, Abu An reported, that when Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali intended to go to Mecca from Medina, he happened to come across ibn Mudi, who was digging his well. So Ibn Mudi said to him, this is my well. I am till to this date engaged in trying to get water from it, and many days have passed in trying to get water over this work. The bucket does not fill fully. Would that you pray for plenitude in it for us? Hazrat Hussain said, bring the water of that well. He brought the water of that well in a bucket. Hazrat Hussain drank from that bucket, then gargled into it, and then got that water thrown into that well, wherefore not only its water increased but also it became sweet. Hazrat Hussain, as was the flesh and blood, living example from the household of Prophet Muhammad sm. Upon whose grandfather revelation had been finalized. Upon whose father Wilaya had continued through. Surely Allah and His Messenger knows best. However, Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as set out for Kufa, Iraq after the invitation and pledge of the Iraqi people, but he was stopped at the desolate desert of Karbala and prevented from leaving by the forces of the Umayyad governor Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, under the command of Umar ibn Said ibn Abi Waqtas. The battle ensued, and Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, and 72 members of Ahlul Bayt and supporters were ruthlessly butchered and beheaded. The survivors of Ahlul Bayt were humiliated and treated like prisoners of war, then sent back to Medina and kept under close watch. Here is the historical discourse of Hazrat Hussain, as, speech to the people of Iraq. Hazrat Hussain, as, prayed and praised Allah and said. Figure 24, depiction of Hazrat Hussain, as, giving final khutbah to soldiers of Yazid ibn Muayyah. O people, the Messenger of Allah, sm, said, he who saw an unjust sultan ruler acting what Allah has forbidden and breaking the pledge of Allah, contradicting the teachings of the Messenger of Allah, sm, and adopting the behavior of atrocity and aggression, thereby resisting him neither by act, nor by saying, Allah shall punish him. So, these people have committed themselves to the obedience of Satan, quit the obedience of Allah the Most Gracious, showed their corruption, broke the fundamentals of Sharia, seized the lands, legalized the harem of Allah and forbade His permissible. I am the one who has the right to this matter. I have received your letters and your messengers with your pledge of allegiance. You neither show full support for me nor did you let me down. If you give me your full pledge of allegiance, you will be reasonable. I am Hussain ibn Ali and the son of Fatimah, the daughter of the Messenger of Allah, sm. I am with you and my family is with yours. You will find in me an example to follow. If you don't do this, if you broke your pledge and refrained from my pledge of allegiance, I avow this is not new for you, such you did before. You did it with my father, Ali, and with my brother, Hassan, and cousin, Muslim ibn Aqil. The conceited is the one who is tempted by you. It is your fortune you missed and it is your share you lost. He who broke the pledge, he did it for himself. Allah is sufficient for us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. In Hayat Sahib Azuri, R.A., has said, Abdul Malik said to me, with which lone sign that was found on the Hazrat Hussein's murder are you incomparable? I said, whichever stone was lifted at Bayt al-Muqaddas, fresh blood was found under it. So Abdul Malik said, I and you are comrades of each other in knowing this hadith. In another tradition, Zuri, R.A., has stated, that on the day of Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali's murder, whichever stone was lifted in Syria, there was blood beneath it. From Hakim, R.A., it is related, that the day when Hazrat Hussain was martyred, the sky became jet red like thick blood and I was a child those days. Hazrat Salamah, S.A., says, I heard that the jinn used to lament over Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali. She also stated, I did not hear the jinni lamentation after the maut of the Messenger of Allah, sm, but tonight, and as far as I think, my son, i.e. Hussain has been martyred. She said to her slave maid, go out and inquire. So that slave maid was informed that he had been martyred. And suddenly a female jinn was lamenting over him, saying, Oh, beware! Shed tears over my toil. And who will cry over the martyrs after me? Shed tears over a party which death is dragging towards one who, in spite of being a slave, is an oppressor in the country. Hazrat Ma'imuna, R.A., says, I heard the jinn that were lamenting over Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali. Hazrat ibn Abbas, R.A., says, that I saw the Holy Prophet, S.M., in a dream in the afternoon that his hairs were disheveled and dusty and he had a bottle in his hand. I asked what of this bottle? His Holiness said this is Hussein's and his companion's blood which I have collecting since this morning. Hazrat ibn Abbas said, we saw that Hazrat Hussain had been martyred on the same day. In Sunan ibn Majah R.A., narrated from Subay, R.A., Mawla of Salama, from Zayd ibn Aram, R.A., said, the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., said to Ali, Fatimah, Hassan, and Hussain, I am in peace with whom you're at peace and I am at war with whom you are war. Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali, as, was martyred 61 AH in Karbala, Iraq at the command of Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan. His head was taken to Syria to the throne of Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, may Allah place curse upon Yazid. Figure 25, the above-mentioned stone's relevancy had been misinterpreted in many false fabricated hadith narrated by so-called Bukhari and other hadith writer from Syria. Figure 26, Hazrat Hussein's head still present at Cairo, Egypt in accordance of historian His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam in his findings when he visited the Holy Shrine in 1986, Cairo, Egypt. Figure 27, place of the Battle of Karbala, Iraq. Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah ibn Abi Sufyan, greatest hypocrite and son of bitch. Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah was the second caliph of the Umayyad dynasty and ruled for 3 years from 680 CE until his death in 683 CE. His reign is notorious for fighting and killing Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali, and his family on the day of Ashura. He tortured the family of the Holy Prophet, S.M. He snatched the hijab of the women's and ripped of the earrings of Bibi Sakinah, the daughter of Hazrat Imam Hussain, he showed no mercy to the beloved household of the Holy Prophet, Pbuh. He brutally murdered and killed Hazrat Hussain, at the Karbala, who was the beloved grandson of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, and his Munafiq soldiers destroyed Medina and the mosque of Holy Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, and the following year the demolition of Kaaba in Mecca. Another event of his era is Ibn al-Zubair's revolt. He is object of animosity to a large fraction of Muslims, most notably the Shias but also the vast majority of Sunnis. The Shia reject him as an open enemy to Islam and condemn his role in the Battle of Karbala which resulted in the martyrdom of Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali, The Sunnis condemn his actions but typically do not excommunicate him. Hazrat Hussain, did not give his oath of allegiance to Yazid considering him not suitable as Caliph of Islam for being Fasiq-o-Fajir. Hazrat Hussain, was living in Medina with his family, but Yazid considered him a threat to his rule and ordered his governor al-Walid ibn Utbah ibn Abi Sufyan, nephew of Mu'ayyah, of Medina either to take oath from Hazrat Hussain, by any means or execute him. Hazrat Hussain, refused this demand and hence was pushed to a limit that he finally decided to leave Medina. He first went to Mecca with an intention to perform Hajj. But even at this holy place he couldn't find peace as Yazid conspired to kill him in Kaaba during Hajj. So Hazrat Hussain, had to cut short his plan and performed Umrah instead of Hajj. At the same time Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, governor of Basra, executed one of Hazrat Hussain, messenger and then addressed the people and warned them to avoid the insurgency. Hazrat Hussain, departed towards Kufa despite many warnings. Many Sahaba and fellow Muslims refused to give their oath of allegiance to Yazid simply because they saw it as usurpation of power and not the proper way of choosing a caliph by the Shura or council. The most prominent among these resistors was Abdullah ibn Zubayr. On the 3rd of Muharram Ubaydullah son of Ziyad sent an army counting 4,000 led by Umar's son of Sa'd Abi Waqtas were the first to move towards Karbala. His orders were to get Hazrat Imam Hussain, as, to surrender to Yazid. When Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, refused, Saad ibn Umar told Ubayd ibn Ziyad to send more troops. Ubayd ibn Ziyad ordered all the men in Kufa to come out and join the army to fight against Hazrat Hussein, as anyone not doing so would be killed. And he announced, whoever brings the head of Hussein will get a great prize and he will make him the governor of Al-Ray province. Regiment after regiment began to pour in on the plain of Karbala from all sides until they were 30,000 soldiers, and ultimately the enemy's forces compelled Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, to shift his camp from the bank of the river to the interior of the burning desert. When the enemy wished to march towards the Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, camp, the brave Hazrat Abbas, R.A., at once drew his sword and stood firm and shouted to the men, "If you advance one step forward, you shall lay headless there. Do you not see that truth is not being practiced and wrong not being discouraged? The righteous believer is the one who aspires towards righteousness. I alone consider death to be a prosperity, while living with the oppressors is nothing but undesirable." Knowing the bravery, valor, and prowess of the valiant son of Ali Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, the Lion of God, none cared to step forward. But Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, in order to avoid bloodshed, issued orders to shift this camp several miles into the interior of the burning desert, and it was immediately done. Also Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, did not want the people to think that the battle in Karbala was about water. Yazid, the bastard son of Muawiya, whom was a bastard son of Abu Sufyan, and Hinda, the Tulakas, whom killed Hazrat Hamza, R.A., and created uncountable conspiracies against the Holy Prophet, S.M., what more can be expected of such cunning characteristic brutes? After the brutal murder of Hazrat Hussein, as, Yazid attacked Holy Prophet's city Madinatul Munawwara, his soldiers destroyed Prophet's holy mosque Masjid-e-Nabawi. For 3 days the azan weren't called. His soldiers raped thousands of women in Medina and impregnated them with bastard children. It may be mentioned here that, today most of those bastard children's lineage are teaching Islam from Medina, along with Najdi Wahhabi/Salaf ideologies. They are continuously disrespecting the Holy Prophet, S.M., and his family members. Yazid died a horrible death. He had a mysterious disease which made him thirsty but couldn't drink water due to burning sensation. All of his closest people would use to avoid him due to his body's stink odor. Slowly he became insane, and one day he went outside on a horse, but somehow he fell off the horse but had one of his legs stuck on the rope of the horse, which led the horse to trample his head, and eventually died a horrible death. The Battle of Hara 63/683 CE. The significance of the Battle of Hara and the terrible loss of life and the sacking of Medina cannot be minimized. The decline of the Caliphate into monarchy had culminated into sheer tyranny and oppression. When the citizens of Medina expelled the Umayyad family and their supporters after the tragedy of Karbala, Yazid ibn Muawiya had sent 10,000 armed soldiers into Medina. Hazrat Abu Said Khudri, R.A., Hazrat Abdullah ibn Hanzala, R.A., would be shaheed in this battle. In fact, most of the veteran Ansar Sahabas who were still alive was massacred. Horses of the army defiled the holy masjid of Prophet Muhammad, S.M. The pillaging of the women was to a such extent that the children born to these women after this event were called the children of Hara, because thousands of women were raped and killed in Medina. Medina had never recovered its political role after this incident. Muslim ibn Uqba was in charge of the operation under the orders of Yazid ibn Abi Muawiya and allowed his army to rampage Medina for 3 days in which there was no adhan or congregational salah. He allowed his soldiers to kill and loot to such an extent that he was given the nickname Musrif, one who exceeds the limits, in accounts of this event. By this point, human rights had been placed under the foot of oppression and high-handedness. The face is that the Islamic government had completely changed since the days of the Caliphate of Hazrat Ali, as, it should be mentioned here that, Hazrat Ali, as, was compelled to declare martial law to Aisha, divorced wife, of Prophet S.M. and Muawiya along with his gangs of munafiqs. Endless conspiracies, as he was bestowed successes by Prophet, sm. A new face of government had surfaced. The Caliphate had declined so much that since that time, the Islamic Ummah, though increasing in numbers, suffered severely from insincerity and disloyalty. We are reminded that the struggle between truth and falsehood comes with a heavy price. We are reminded of this when we think of the city of Medina as it was in the time of Hazrat Mohammad, sm. Extreme abuses of power and politics infected every level of government and destroyed the moral fabric of the Islamic community. The Caliphate and its administration had been plagued with insincere people who had no care for the legacy of Hazrat Mohammad, sm. The sanctity of the holy cities, kith and kin, blood or property of a Muslim, let alone the inviolable blood of Ahlul Bayt. This atmosphere forced the most beloved family to live, teach, and persevere mostly in solitude and isolation from the public. This detachment from worldly affairs, combined with unprecedented selflessness and a strict discipline of the lower self, nafs-e-amara, gave rise to the Sufi community. These examples or demonstrations in such hard times, hardships led to rise of the Sufism science or Sufism ideology. Sufism sciences combine various methods worship as a means of purification for the seeker to gain proximity and total reliance with his creator. Chapter 2. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Zainul Abidin. Ornament/beauty of the worshippers. Figure 28, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as, at Jannatul Baqi before 18th century and Saudi rule. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib Zainul Abidin, as, was born on the 5th of Shaban in 38/659 CE in Medina. He resembled his grandfather Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, when he was born. Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, was still alive and would remain in his company for another 2 years, indeed Hazrat Ali, as, recorded saying, "My son, you are Zainul Abidin." His father was the great Shaheed, Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, and his mother was Hazrat Sharabanu, R.A. She was a princess from Iran. She was daughter of Yazdgerd II, while some say the third. Basically her father was the last king of pre-Islamic Iran. Because of this he was called Ibn Khayratain, or the son of the best two, meaning, the Quraysh among the Arabs and Persians among the non-Arabs. The army of great Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., in the time of so-called second Caliph Umar captured Iran in 21 AH. The Persian ruler Yazdgerd III was murdered, and several years later his daughters Sharabanu and Gayhanbanu were brought as prisoners in the Caliphate of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as they were sent by his governor, Harith ibn Jabir al-Jufi. The two sisters were freed and Sharabanu was given to Hazrat Imam Hussein, as Sharabanu would give birth to Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as Zainul Abidin. It is recorded that after her marriage to Hazrat Imam Hussein, as she became very pious. She had been educated in a house where blessings and salawat were descending every second. It had been recorded that once her maidservant showed pity to her condition and saying it must be very hard to live in the simple house of Hazrat Hussein, as, after having lived amongst the richest of a princess. To which she replied, "You should never talk like that, because you don't understand where I was, before accepting Islam, and where I am now, after having accepted Islam and marrying grandson of Prophet Muhammad, sm. I was in hellfire and came to paradise. I was in the house of fire worshippers and came to the house of the worshippers of the One, Allah." She would moat shortly after giving birth to Hazrat Imam Ali ibn Hussein, as Zainul Abidin. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as Zainul Abidin, was trained by the great personalities. His training and knowledge came directly from his grandfather, father, and uncle. Hazrat Imam Ali ibn Hussein, as S life was influenced by three, Hazrat Ali, as Hazrat Hassan, as and Hazrat Hussein, as. One day when Imam Ali, as was praying, young Zainul Abidin, who was only 1.5 years old, began imitating his grandfather. He prayed the same way Hazrat Imam Ali, as, did. On completing his prayers, Hazrat Ali, as, said how truthful was the Prophet, sm, when he said our young and our old are the same, all being Muhammad. His grandfather, the Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali, as, was assassinated in 40 AH. According to Hazrat Ali, as, s appointment, the choice of caliph was restricted to Hazrat Hassan, as, and his younger brother Hazrat Hussein, as, the Muslims gave their bay'ah to Hazrat Hassan, as, without dispute. The Ahlul Bayt eventually moved back to Medina from Kufa after Hazrat Hassan, as, stipulated the famous peace treaty in 41 AH, which contained 3 conditions. 1. To abandon the public cursing of Hazrat Ali, as, in Jamua Khutbah. 2. Muawiyah should not use public tax money for his own personal needs. 3. There should be peace with the followers of Ahlul Bayt, and they should be given security and their rights. Then he abdicated the Caliphate to Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan in 41 AH. As a young boy until the age of about 12, he would spend most of his time with his blessed uncle Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as. In Medina, Ahlul Bayt wasn't free from oppression. Marwan ibn Hakam, the personal secretary of Uthman and staunch opponent of Bani Hashim, was now the Umayyad governor of Medina. Ibn Said narrated that Umayr ibn Ishaq, R.A., said, Marwan was the Amir over us, and he used to abuse Ali every Jumu'ah from the minbar, of the holy last messenger, while Hazrat Hassan, as, would listen and make no reply. Then he sent a man to him saying, I swear by Ali, by Ali, by Ali, and by you, by you. I don't find any likeness for you except the mule, to which it is said, who is your father, and it replies, my mother is a mare. Hazrat Hassan said to him, return to him and say to him, by Allah, I will not efface for you anything of what you have said by abusing my father. However, you and I have an appointment together before Allah, then, if you are truthful, may Allah recompense you for your truthfulness. If you are a liar, then Allah is worse in revenge. Ibn Said narrated that Zurayk ibn Sawar, R.A., said, there were some hot words between Hazrat Hassan and Marwan. Then Marwan approached him, became very tough on him, and Hazrat Hassan was silent. Marwan blew his using his right hand. Hazrat Hassan said to him, woe to you! Do you not know that the right hand is for the face, and the left is for the private parts, and for unclean matters generally? I am disgusted with you, filthy person. Marwan became silent. Hazrat Hassan, as, lacked moral support and had a very hard time during the peace treaty with public taunts and abuse after abuse against him and his family. Mainly from the Umayyad supporters and the rebels of his own followers, who blamed Hazrat Hassan, as, for having relinquished the Caliphate. Hazrat Hassan, as, would be assassinated in 50 AH by poison from his wife Jayada bint Ashadih. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, stayed in the company of his father from this point until 61 AH. In 56 AH, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, s first marriage to Hazrat Fatimah as Siddiq bint Hassan ibn Ali, Lady Fatimah, R.A., gave birth to a son named Hazrat Mohammad al-Bakir, as, whom we shall read more about later. After receiving invitation and pledge of allegiance from the people of Iraq, Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, left Medina for Iraq. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, was about 22 years old at this time. He wasn't permitted to join his father and supporters in becoming martyrs on the 10th of Muharram. When his father visited him for the last time, he begged him to allow him to give his life fighting in the way of Islam. It is recorded that Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, said, you have a more difficult jihad than the one you wish to join now. In 61 AH, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, and the survivors of Ahlul Bayt were taken as prisoners of war. Witnessing the insult and humiliation thrown on him and the family of Hazrat Mohammad, sm. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, had the responsibility of the womenfolk of the family of Hazrat Mohammad, sm. staying with them to Kufa, then to Damascus and then returning with them to Medina. After martyrdom of Hazrat Hussein, as, the survival of true Islam depended on Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, who was 22 years old at that time. He had the very hard job of letting the world know the struggles of his grandfather, uncle, and especially his father in Karbala by exposing the evil intentions of Muawiyah, Yazid ibn Muawiyah and Bani Umayyad. He had to keep the true message of Islam alive and not let it be confused with the hypocrisy of Bani Umayyad. Figure 29, depiction of how Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as, and Ahlul Bayts were taken prisoner to Yazid ibn Muawiyah. Although, the army of Yazid ibn Muawiyah didn't kill Ali ibn Hussein, as, they treated him very badly, by putting him in heavy chains called al-Jamiyah, that left deep marks on his body for the rest of his life. He was made to travel on the open back of a camel under the burning sun from Karbala to Kufa and then from Kufa to Sham. Sometimes he would be made to walk in the burning sands of the desert. The women and children of Ahlul Bayt were also handcuffed and treated like slaves kept without hijab, proper clothing. The daughters of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, was treated worse than criminals. All of their hijab coverings, concealment from non-relatives and non-familiar men, and Jala Abbas outer attire coverings were all taken from them. A caller would introduce them to travelers who passed by, those who have disobeyed the ruler Yazid ibn Muawiyah. They were first presented as prisoners to Ibn Ziyad in Kufa and then to Yazid in Damascus. A miracle took place when on the 13th of Muharram, 3 days after the martyrdom of Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, the Yazid's army cut off the heads of all the martyrs and left the bodies without burying them. They did not allow Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, to bury them. Instead he was taken as prisoner to Kufa. After the army left the battlefield, the Banu Asad tribe, who was a respected Arab tribe known for their heroism and also had many martyrs in Karbala, they supported Prophet Muhammad, sm, in pre-Islamic times and also during prophetic period. They also trace their lineage back to Prophet Ismail, as, they lived near Karbala and came out to bury the martyrs. Since it was no way they could identify whose body belonged to who, they were worried and hesitated. Suddenly, they saw a man on a horse coming in their direction. Fearing he was one of Yazid's spies, they went into hiding. The man came to where they were hiding and called them to come out. He told them he was Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, and had come through miracle with the help of Allah, the Exalted, from Kufa to help them bury the martyrs. In this way the Imam helped them bury his father and the rest of martyrs where they are buried today. Having spent no less than 1 year in Yazid's prison/dungeon in Damascus, Ahlul Bayt returned to Medina except the wife of Hazrat Imam Hussein, as. Her name was Rabab, R.A., she is quoted saying, "I will not return, for my home is here where my husband is buried." She stayed in Karbala until she mote a few years later. Because of her, a small town would flourish solely for the upkeep of pilgrims who began to visit the grave of Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, his family and companions. On reaching Medina, he camped outside the town and let everyone know he was back. Dressed in mourning dress, he sat on a chair and addressed the people of Medina. He said, "All praise to Allah at all times. He gave us, Ahlul Bayt, the strength to bear great hardships. A great loss has taken place in Islam. My father Abi Abdullah, his friends and dear ones have been killed. His women and children have been taken as prisoners. My father's head was cut, placed on the edge of a spear and paraded from one Muslim city to another. O people, we were treated like we were non-Muslims and Kafirs, although we had committed no crime or sin and had not wronged Islam in any way. By Allah, if the Prophet, sm, would have ordered them to fight against us, they would still have done nothing more than what they did." Mu'mineen Hazrat Salamah, S.A., 580 CE, now in her 80s, had begged Hazrat Hussein, as, not to undertake his journey to Iraq. Thoroughly shocked, Hazrat Salama, S.A., had heard the news of the terrible bloodshed that followed. This news proved too much for the veteran Lady Sahaba and last surviving wife of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., to handle. She immediately got ill and would moat shortly after that. She was buried in Janatul Baqi with the other Mu'mineen. Her students like Hazrat Hassan Basri, R.A., would carry on her legacy and continued to work for Islam the way she had. This reaction of extreme shock by the people made Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah worried and very fearful. Yazid decided to murder anyone who opposed him. Prominent Muslims throughout the empire began to rise against Yazid like Abdullah ibn Zubair and Muqtars al-Thaqafi. In 62 the Muslims expelled the governor and Banu Umayyah from Medina and appointed a man of their own choice, Hazrat Hamza, R.A. This increased the dangers for Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, who was living in Medina. The people of Medina lashed out and threw off their bay'ah to Yazid, which resulted in an all-out siege on Medina in 63 Hazrat Abdullah ibn Zubair rebelled in Mecca, which resulted in an all-out siege on Mecca in 63 The general, Muslim ibn Uqba and his army showed complete disrespect and disregard for Mecca and Medina, the holy Kaaba and Masjid an-Nabawi of Prophet, S.M. Yazid would abruptly succumb to his mental/psychotic disease he had developed immediately after Karbala. He died at 38 years old in the same year of his attack on Mecca. During this year the Umayyad dynasty was in trouble, after Yazid's death and the abdication of his son Mu'ayyah II, who publicly denounced the actions of his grandfather and father. It is recorded that Mu'ayyah II gathered the people on a well-known day. He stood amongst them and said, "My grandfather stripped the command from those who deserved it, and from one who is more justified of it because of his relation to the holy last messenger, S.M., and that is Ali ibn Abi Talib, as he took over by your help, as you are fully aware. Then following him my father wore the command and he did not deserve it. He quarreled with the son of the daughter of the holy last messenger, S.M., and by that deed he shortened his own life. He rode his whim and hope left him behind." He began to cry and continued, "Surely, our greatest problems is our knowledge of his bad behavior and awful demise, and that he killed the progeny of the holy last messenger, S.M., and he permitted drinking alcohol, and he fought in the sanctuary of Mecca and destroyed the Kaaba. I am not the one who is dressing up for your command or the one who is responsible for your followers, you choose for yourselves." The power in the Umayyad family shifted from Abu Sufyan's descendants to al-Hakam's descendants. The despised and aged Marwan ibn al-Hakam became the new caliph in 63 for 9 months. He had earned the title the Thread of Evil because of his devious ways and wicked stature. His reign would be cut short after he was killed by his wife. His son Abdul Malik ibn Marwan became caliph in the same year. During this period Hazrat Muqtar al-Thaqafi, R.A., acted as a wazir of Hazrat Mohammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, R.A., the uncle of Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as Hazrat Mohammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, though reluctant to involve himself in politics, he was still the appointed figurehead of Bani Hashim. He gave Hazrat Muqtar, R.A., discreet permission to revolt in his family's name. Hazrat Muqtar, R.A., stated that he was only interested in avenging Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, and the martyrs of Karbala, and indeed he killed anyone and everyone who had been implicated in that crime. Especially, ibn Marjana, Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, the accursed, his father Ziyad ibn Abi, i.e. son of his father, was the persecutor of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as followers. Ziyad was the illegitimate son Sumayyah and Abu Sufyan ibn Harb. Mu'ayyah forged his name as ibn Abi Sufyan, erasing the indication of Abu Sufyan's adultery. In 67 ibn Ziyad fled to Syria and made preparations to fight Muqtar's army. This battle would be called the Battle of Hazir, and approximately 500 of those who had fought against Hazrat Hussein, had been routed and beheaded, including the accursed Shimr al-Jashan. Their heads were sent to Hazrat Muqtar, R.A., in Kufa. Shortly after that Ibn Marjanah was apprehended and also beheaded. His head was also sent to Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A., in Kufa. Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A.'s victory spread all over the Islamic cities. The Muslims rejoiced when they heard of Ibn Marjanah's beheading. The head of Ibn Marjanah and Shimr al-Jashan were secretly sent to Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, who on seeing them went into sajda and said, "I thank Allah who kept me alive to this day so that I could see the heads of those tyrants who killed my father." It was only then he instructed the Ahlul Bayt to remove your clothes of mourning, adorn yourselves and celebrate the day with joy and happiness. 6 years after Karbala, Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A., had previously made peace agreements with Hazrat Abdullah ibn Zubair, but in order to pose a united front against Abdul Malik ibn Marwan and his Syrian/Egyptian army, but ibn Zubair had personal ambitions and attacked Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A., anyway. Unaware of the attack, all of his military focus was aimed at Abdul Malik ibn Marwan's army. In 67/687 CE, Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A., was besieged in Kufa and killed. The people of Syria and Egypt had given allegiance to Abdul Malik ibn Marwan just as they did to his father. Iraq and Hejaz were under control of Abdullah ibn Zubair. Abdul Malik appointed his general Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi to deal with Abdullah ibn Zubair, who had taken refuge in Mecca. After negotiations failed in 73 al-Hajjaj had the holy city bombarded, in which the blessed Kaaba was destroyed a second time. Abdullah ibn Zubair was slain among a few supporters within the precincts of the holy Kaaba. During this entire period, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, had been preaching for the last 12 years the message of true Islam without appearing to be working against the government. It is recorded that Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, went into isolation from the public for at least 1 year after returning from Karbala. In fact, from 62 to 95 when he left this world, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, led a quiet life preaching Islam in 2 ways. First, he kept the message of Hazrat Hussein, sacrifice alive through mourning. There was not a day that passed without the Imam crying in memory of his father and others who gave their lives in Karbala. Second, he encouraged lovers of Ahlul Bayt to remember the martyrs of Karbala as much as they could. Because Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, isolation, Ahlul Bayt remained safe from the Syrian army's cruelties during the siege and destruction of the 2 holy cities. In 66 3 years after the tragedy of Karbala, Nu'man reported that he came to Medina. He saw Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, standing at the Roja of Hazrat Mohammad, weeping and complaining about the ill treatment Ahlul Bayt received from the Umayyad family. He remained in that state until he fainted and taken to his house by his followers. And Nu'man said, "I followed the Imam to his house and asked him what was the most difficult time he had to face in Karbala and during his imprisonment in Kufa and Damascus. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, replied, Ash-Sham, i.e. Damascus, Syria, and capital of the Umayyads, and then explained that the Ahlul Bayt of Prophet Muhammad, were treated worse than animals and presented in the court of Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah like slaves. He would be seen mourning for his father and the martyrs of Karbala in this way until his maut some 35 years later. It is also recorded that whenever he saw water he would weep, remembering the extreme thirst of the martyrs of Karbala. He held regular mourning sessions in his house. Those who attended these sessions would be served with food in the name of his father Hazrat Hussein, One day a man asked him, "O son of Rasulullah, when will your weeping and sorrow come to an end?" Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, replied, "O servant of Allah, Prophet Yaqub, had 12 sons and only one of them was taken from him. He wept so much and for such a long time that his eyes turned white, his hair turned white and his back bent, although his son was still alive. Whereas, I watched as my father and 17 of my family members was slaughtered all around me. How could my sorrow come to an end?" Through this way of mourning he let the whole world know why it was necessary for his father, Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali, as, to give his head instead giving bay'ah to Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah as the rightful ruler of the Muslims. Hazrat Zainab bint Ali, R.A., aunt of Imam Zainul Abidin, as, a great figure of sacrifice and strength. She was named by Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., himself, a sign of great blessings in Islam. She assisted Hazrat Ali ibn Hussain, as, by organizing gatherings in Medina to give oral descriptions to the assembled ladies of the events and meaning of Karbala. These participants spread the message all over the Hejaz well into Egypt and Iraq. This method was so successful that Marwan ibn al-Hakam, the governor of Medina, wrote to Yazid about it. On the orders of Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, Hazrat Zainab, R.A., was brought back to Damascus. But because of her determination to disseminate the message of Karbala among the people of Damascus, various Syrian tribes received the pure message of Hazrat Hussain, as sacrifice, and she was eventually moved to Egypt. Her speeches and gatherings were spreading meaning of Karbala even in Egypt. She stayed in Egypt for some time but was allegedly brought back to Damascus. Damascus, the place she would moat in 62/682 CE after a hard life of sacrifice and dedication to the true message of Islam. Figure 30, Holy Shrine of Hazrat Zainab bint Ali, R.A., at Damascus, Syria. Figure 31, Roja, resting place, Sakinah bint Imam Hussain, as, at Damascus, Syria. Eventually the plot of Yazid's family, the Umayyads, to destroy Islam was brought out in the open by Hazrat Ali ibn Hussain, as, weeping and prayers in the form of dua, supplication, and other members of Ahlul Bayt. He would teach these supplications to his sons Hazrat Muhammad Bakir ibn Ali, as, and Hazrat Zaid ibn Ali, as. These supplications were later compiled in a book called Sahifa as-Sajidiyah, the Book of Sajid, another name for Hazrat Ali ibn Maud, or Zaburi Ali Muhammad, Psalms of the House of Muhammad. These messages, if preached in any other form than dua, supplication, would mean trouble for Hazrat Ali ibn Hussain, as, from the evil-minded Bani Umayyah. It was because of this very method that Bani Umayyah didn't consider him a threat to the government and left him to his quiet life of prayers and dua. The effect of this teaching and leading a pure lifestyle was such that he came to be regarded as an excellent model and an authority of the religion of Islam. At this time there came to be known, 7 scholars in Medina known as the 7 lawyers of Medina. They were considered to be authorities of Hazrat Muhammad's, S.M., traditions and law. Not only was he one of them, but Hazrat Ali ibn Hussain, as, was considered the best of them. One of the 7, a prominent tabi'in by the name Hazrat Said ibn Musayyib, R.A., who was born in Basra, Iraq during the so-called Caliphate of Umar, he was a trustworthy tabi'in and narrated from Hazrat Ali ibn Hussain, as, and considered the Imam with highest regard and respect. Another lawyer, jurist Shihab Zuhri, who served the Umayyad court but respected Ali ibn Hussain, as, secretly, gave the title of Zainul Abidin to the Imam. Sufyan Thawri, a great tabi'in jurist, said, "Once I asked Zuhri as to why he always called the Imam by the name Zainul Abidin. He replied, on the day of judgment a caller will say, 'Where is Zainul Abidin?' Then Hussein's son Ali will come forward." Abdul Malik ibn Marwan continued to rule with an iron hand for about 22 years, Abdul Malik Mot at age 62 in 86 AH. Historians like Masyudi and Ibn Athir consider him a cruel and bad ruler. His general al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf was a tyrant who was appointed over the entire Hejaz at one point. At his request Walid ibn Abdul Malik removed Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, a just ruler, on the grounds he was soft-hearted and kind towards the people and gave shelter to those fleeing al-Hajjaj's cruelty. His cruelty has been summed up in these words. While governor of the Hejaz, al-Hajjaj oppressed many Muslims, he severely oppressed the surviving Ansar of Medina. He treated most surviving companions of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., very badly. At one time he contemplated razing the city of Medina to the ground. In the course of his long government, he put to death nearly 150,000 men, many on false charges and some of them the best of the Arab race. At the time of his death 50,000 prisoners of both sexes were found rotting in prison cursing the tyrant. Marwan ibn al-Hakam and his son Abdul Malik is accredited with securing rule for the Marwanid period of the Umayyad dynasty. Walid ibn Abdul Malik would finish the job. He became Caliph in 86 and would rule almost 9 years. By this time, Walid made the government secure from virtually all threats. He turned his attention toward Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as he regarded Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein as a threat to the government. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as reputation as a man of pure manners had become widespread. This made corruption and the bad living of the ruler look even worse. Walid ibn Abdul Malik developed a chronic paranoia and fear of Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as reputation in the community and feared that his growing popularity would result the people turning to him to overthrow the corrupt government. These ill feelings became even stronger after the historical event at the Kaaba during Hajj. It is narrated that, it was Hajj season and Hisham ibn Abdul Malik and Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, was trying to reach the Black Stone. The people gave way to the Imam with respect, but Hisham struggled to get through the crowd. This deeply offended Hisham, and in a sarcastic manner he inquired to whom was the person the people gave preference. The famous poet Farazdak arose and spontaneously composed a qasida, i.e. poem of honor and deep love for someone or something, and addressed Hisham ibn Abdul Malik as such. This is he whose footprint is known to the valley of Mecca. He whom the Kaaba knows and the most frequented sanctuary. He is the son of the best of all servants of Allah. This is the pious, the elect, the pure, and the eminent. This is Ali whose father is the Prophet, and it was through the light of his guidance that the darkened road changed into the straight path. This is the son of Fatimah, if you are ignorant of him, and with his great-grandfather prophethood came to an end. Farazdak was thrown in prison for this and later set free after Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, heard of this incident and paid 12,000 dirhams for his release. Hazrat Zainul Abidin, had successfully promulgated the truth of Islam so clearly, that provinces from all over the Islamic Empire understood the meaning of Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, sacrifice, not to mention the increasing love for Ahlul Bayt. Shortly before the Imam was killed, the Caliph Walid tried to appease the people of Medina by firing his henchman and governor Hisham ibn Ismail after his long rule of persecution. He elected Hazrat Umar ibn Abdul al-Aziz, R.A., his younger cousin, who was already popular for piety, justice, and good character. Hazrat Umar ibn Abdul al-Aziz, R.A., ordered Hisham ibn Ismail be brought before the people to settle their complaints. People came in large groups and cursed him with harsh words, but he was terrified of Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, reaction because of his enmity and cruelty towards Ahlul Bayt. Instead of punishing him, in which he expected and well deserved, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, forgave him and was willing to help him. After that moment even the large mob stopped abusing Hisham. This would be too much for the Caliph to accept. Walid ibn Abdul Malik gave strict orders to his ex-governor Hisham ibn Ismail, father-in-law of Abdul Malik, to end the life of Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, this wretched man was already known for his tyranny and mistreatment towards the people of Medina and Ahlul Bayt. In 95 on 25th Muharram he had Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, poisoned to death at the age 57 by the hand of the young Umayyad prince Hisham Abdul Malik. He was buried in the famous Janatul Baqi cemetery of Medina next to his uncle Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, Figure 32, Mausolea of Hazrat Zainul Abidin, at Kufa, Iraq. Figure 33, House of Hazrat Zainul Abidin, located at Medinatul Munawwara after the Saudi rule. It is reported from Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Hussein, that at the time of his death, my grandfather had special instructions concerning his camel which he always used to take on his Hajj journey. He said to his family, my moat would affect the camel very badly. After his moat the camel should be left on its own to do as it pleased. The camel was set free. It went straight for Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as Roja, resting place, and began to weep. It remained in that state until it died. With the passage of time a modest but very beautiful mausoleum was built on the house which remained of this blessed Imam. Unfortunately, in 1926 the Wahhabi king of Saudi dynasty had the mausoleum destroyed. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as was known for his deep love for Allah's worship, ibadah. It is recorded that the Imam performed Hajj 22 times on foot from Medina to Mecca. He also had a large farm of date trees from which he would feed the needy. He was known to perform 2 rakats of shukriya prayer to Allah for each date tree. He treated people kindly and was never instigated to anger. It has been narrated that Hazrat Fatimah bint Ali, R.A., requested Hazrat Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, R.A., to convince Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, to reduce his extensive worship saying, O Jabir, you are one of the greatest surviving companions of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Among Ahlul Bayt, one who has survived us is Ali ibn Hussein and he has engrossed himself in the worship of Allah, SWT. His forehead and palms have wounds because extensive prostration and his body have become thin and weak. Therefore, go and speak with him that he may reduce his worship. Hazrat Jabir, R.A., found Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, sitting in the mihrab. Seeing Hazrat Jabir the Imam gave him respect and made him sit next to himself. He asked Hazrat Jabir about his health and affairs in a very weak voice. Hazrat Jabir, R.A., said, O son of the Prophet, S.M., Allah has created paradise for you and your followers and created hellfire for your enemies and opponents. Then why do you tire yourself so much in worship? Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein replied, O companion of the Prophet, S.M. Despite his great status in the sight of Allah, SWT, Prophet Muhammad, S.M., engrossed himself so much in worship his feet were swollen. When asked, why do you burden yourself so much when you have nothing to worry about? Prophet Muhammad said, shouldn't I express my gratitude to Allah and abandon the gratitude of all his favors? Hazrat Jabir, R.A., said, O son of the Prophet, S.M., always have mercy on the Muslims. It is because of the blessings of your presence that Allah keeps away all the hardships and difficulties of the people, and doesn't seize them for their wrongdoings. Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, replied, O Jabir, I shall remain steadfast on the path of my father and forefathers until I meet them. When feeding the poor he was recorded narrating this tradition of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. If a Muslim does not think of the needs of his Muslim brothers then he is not a Muslim. This is why, like his forefathers, when it was dark in the night and all the people were sleeping, Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as, would get up, put some food in a sack and carry it on his shoulders to the houses of poor people. He would also cover his face so he wouldn't be recognized. In this manner he was able to look after at least 100 families of Medina without them knowing it was him until some time after his maut. Here are a few of the prominent pupils from the early school of Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, as Hazrat Abu Hamza al-Thumali, R.A., Hazrat Shihab Zuri, R.A., Hazrat Abu Miknaf, R.A., Hazrat Tawaz ibn Kaysan, R.A., Hazrat Said ibn Musayyib, R.A., Hazrat Aban, R.A., Hazrat Said ibn Jubair, R.A. Children of Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as, 6 sons and 2 daughters. Muhammad al-Bakir, as, Zayd ibn Ali, as, Hussein al-Askar, as, Abdullah al-Bahar, as, Ali al-Askar, as, Umar al-Ashraf, as, Kulthum, R.A., and Khadijah, R.A. Chapter 3. Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Hussein, as, Al-Bakir. the revealer of secrets of knowledge. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, was born in Medina on the 1st of Rajab 57 AH. He resembled his great-grandfather the Holy Last Messenger, SM. Hazrat Zainul Abidin, was his father, and his mother was Hazrat Fatimah bint al-Hasan, R.A. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali was a descendant of the Holy Last Messenger, SM, on both sides. He was about 4 when he accompanied his grandfather, father, and rest of Ahlul Bayt on the journey to Karbala. At that young age he watched his family slaughtered down. After imprisonment he returned to Medina with the rest of Ahlul Bayt when he was 5 years old. He was given the title al-Bakir, i.e. disseminator/revealer of knowledge, for his ample judicial and religious knowledge and his enthusiasm to teach others that knowledge. According to Ibn Khaldun, Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, received the title Bakir due to his ample knowledge of Deen and his uncanny enthusiasm to teach other people. Hazrat Bakir, history has been divided into 2 parts, the 35 years 61 AH/683 CE 96 AH/718 CE, he spent in Medina alongside his blessed father, and the period of imamate which stretched up to 20 years, 96 AH/718, 116 AH/738 CE. It was during the second phase he began to disseminate the Islamic knowledge and wisdom he had received from his father with an unparalleled enthusiasm to teach. Under his guidance, 400 books of authentic hadith were compiled. Hazrat Bakir, delivered discourses on many things including the nature of the soul and nafs. He resided in Medina throughout his life. He never left it for another city. After his father he was the teacher and pioneer for scientific and cultural development. Masjid-e-Nabawi was the university where he gave his lectures. He wore a ring with the inscription "Might is for Allah," and he also wore the ring of his grandfather Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali, which had the inscription that read, "Surely Allah attains his purpose." This is a clear indication that he devoted himself to Allah and clung to him strongly. There's a tradition that Hazrat Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, R.A., was in the presence of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., he asked Muhammad, S.M., about the names of his descendants from his daughter Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., and Ali, Prophet Muhammad, S.M., told him, "O Jabir, you will have a long life, and although you will go blind, you will meet the 5th in line of my descendants whose name will be my name, who will walk like me and who will be the 5th Imam of the time. When you will meet him, give my salams to him." As predicted by Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., Hazrat Jabir, R.A., had a long life and became blind in his old age. But he devoutly waited for the time he would meet the 5th descendant of Prophet Muhammad, S.M. One day while he was waiting in the streets of Medina, he heard someone walking towards him. The sound of the footsteps reminded of the way the Holy Prophet used to walk. Hazrat Jabir, R.A., stood up, stopped the man and asked him his name. He replied, "Muhammad." Jabir then asked, "Whose son?" He replied, "Ali ibn Hussain." Hazrat Jabir, R.A., immediately recognized the man he was talking to was the 5th Imam. He kissed his hand and told him the message from the Holy Prophet, S.M., and that he sent his salams to him. Hazrat Muhammad al-Bakir, took him to his home, asked his friends to gather as many people as he could. When they all assembled in the house, Hazrat Jabir narrated the whole story again. The gathering began to weep because of the plight and current oppression of the rightful leaders of the Muslims. He inherited and exemplified the manners and habits of his grandfather Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Muhammad ibn Munkadir said, "Because I perceived that Muhammad al-Bakir worked too hard, I said to myself, he is after the material world and I must stop and admonish him. So one day I saw him exhausted and perspiring due to ample hard work in the hot scorching sun. I went near him, saluted him and said, 'O son of the Prophet, S.M., why are you so much after the wealth of the world? If death overcomes you in such a condition, what would you do then?' He said, 'This is the best of my times because I work in it so that I do not become needy towards you people and others. If Allah gives me death in this condition I will be much happy since I am busy in His prayers and obedience. I got informed about this matter and knew that I was wrong. I apologized to him saying I wanted to admonish and advise you, but you admonish and informed me. To rule and administer the Muslim world was certainly the right of Ahlul Bayt, but Arabs who had no right acceded to the temporal power. The Ahlul Bayt had to lead calm and quiet lives despite the persecution and hardships they faced under these rulers. As such they could have refused to give advice or counsel to the government of the day. But the moral height of these noble Imams rose above standards of commoners, like Hazrat Ali, who cooperated with contemporary caliphs and offered historical and sound counsel concerning the affairs of the Muslims. These descendants of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., followed the same example and never hesitated to give well-balanced advice to their contemporary rulers. Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, was no exception. The Umayyad government had till then no currency of its own. The currency of Byzantine/Eastern Roman Empire was still valid tender in Damascus. But during the reign as early as Walid ibn Abdul Malik, there arose a rift between empires when the latter decided to stamp a new currency with a phrase that would be considered derogatory and offensive to the Holy Last Messenger, S.M. Walid conveyed a committee in which prominent scholars participated. Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, held the view that the government ought to strike its own currency stamped with kalimat tayyibah on both sides. This suggestion was unanimously approved and the first coin was minted. Some of these coins are on exhibit in the British Museum in 1988 at the event of the Islamic Art Exhibition in London. A note is attached to this display that says that these coins were minted in the time of Walid ibn Abdul Malik at the advice of Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, had 8 children, 6 of them was male and the others was female. 1 Ja'far as-Siddiq, 2 Abdullah, 3 Ibrahim, 4 Ubaydullah, 5 Ali al-Riza, 6 Ali, The females were 1 Hazrat Zainab, R.A., 2 Salama, S.A. Yaqubi, famous historian, once said, Muhammad ibn Ali split open knowledge. He scrutinized it and examined the depths of it so that it could be spread to all people truly and correctly. Ibn Hajar al-Haythami, famous scholar, once said, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has disclosed the secrets of knowledge and wisdom and unfolded the principles of spiritual and religious guidance. Nobody can deny his exalted character, his God-given knowledge, his divinely gifted wisdom and his obligation and gratitude towards the spreading of knowledge. He was sacred and a highly talented spiritual leader, and for this reason he was titled al-Baqir, the revealer of secrets of knowledge. He was kind of heart, spotless in character, sacred by soul and noble by nature. This Imam devoted all of his time in submission to Allah. In advocating the teachings of the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., and his descendants. It is beyond the power of man to count the deep impression of knowledge and guidance left by the Imam on the hearts of the faithful. His sayings in devotion and abstinence, in knowledge and wisdom and in religious exercise and submission to Allah are so great in number that this volume of this book is quite insufficient to cover them all. Referring to his book as Sawaiq al-Murika pg 120. Umayyad's rulers were busy with expansion of the empire as far as Central Asia and Spain during the Caliphate of Sulayman and Yazid, sons of Abdul Malik ibn Marwan, so Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, found a brief period of peace. It would be in the time of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, who served between Sulayman and Yazid's administration, that Ahlul Bayt would enjoy this peace. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz is recorded as the best Umayyad Caliph. He was son of Abdul Aziz ibn Marwan. He lifted from them a deal of atrocities and prohibited the cursing of Hazrat Ali, from the pulpit, a practice which lasted 90 years. Substituting it with this line from Holy Quran: God commands justice, the doing of good and liberality to kith and kin. He forbids all shameful deeds, injustice and rebellion. He instructs you so that you'll receive admonition. This is still being read in Friday khutbah all over the world. When Hazrat Muhammad al-Bakir, as, met Umar ibn Abdul Aziz for the first time, he found him weeping continually for the long years of injustice inflicted upon the descendants of the Holy Last Messenger, sm. Hazrat Muhammad al-Bakir, as, counseled him and asked for what wrongdoing was he brought here to rectify. It was the fadak, which the Holy Prophet gifted to Hazrat Fatimah, sa, and her descendants. As quoted in Bihar Anwar Vol 4. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz took some writing pad and pen and wrote, "In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, this is what Umar ibn Aziz handed back to Muhammad ibn Ali to rectify the wrongdoing which was done regarding fadak. Once it was given back, it would be from these lands and orchards that schools in Medina were erected by Hazrat Muhammad al-Bakir, as. This is the time period where historians recorded thousands of people from all over the world came to Medina to learn Quran, Hadith and Islamic law. Hisham ibn Abdul Malik succeeded Umar ibn Abdul Aziz in 101 A/724 CE. Hisham was an impious murderer as a youth, then in adulthood he was stone-hearted, immoral, and racist. His prejudice against non-Arabs caused him to double their taxes. His taxes and unjust rule of state made normal living very hard for the people. It was in his reign the revolution of Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as, would begin, which was really a continuation of Hazrat Hussein, as, sacrifice against tyrant rulers that will occur time to time until Hazrat Imam Mahdi, Pbuh, arrival. Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, had a brother, Zayd ibn Ali, as, who was also born in Medina 75 A/695 CE. There's a tradition that once the Holy Last Messenger looked at Hazrat Zayd ibn Haritha, R.A., and began to weep and said, "The martyr for the sake of Allah, they crucify my people, they oppressed of my progeny. His name is thus." Then the Holy Last Messenger, sm, pointed at Zayd ibn Haritha, R.A., and said, "Come closer to me, your name became more dear to me because it is the same as my dear child Zayd." Historians have regarded Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as a righteous shaheed against what was regarded as the corrupt leadership of an unjust Umayyad Caliph Hisham ibn Abdul Malik. It was reported that Mujtahid Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., founder of the largest Sunni school of jurisprudence, gave financial support to Hazrat Zayd, as revolt and called on others to join Zayd, as movement. Hazrat Abu Hanifa, R.A., said about Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as, "I met with Zayd and I never saw in his generation a person more knowledgeable and more eloquent than he was." Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, al-Baqi, as, was poisoned in 117 A/733 CE. During these times Ahlul Bayt faced extreme hardships and Hazrat Zayd, as, went to see the Caliph about these issues. He went to Damascus to complain about Yusuf ibn Amru, the governor of Iraq. The Caliph, instead of greeting him as a direct descendant of the Holy Prophet, sm, abused him with such abominable language it cannot be repeated. Here is some of the dialogue between Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as, and Hisham the tyrant. After the exchange of some hot words, Hisham shouted at Zayd, as, saying, "I have heard that you mention the Caliphate for yourself. Still you are inappropriate for it. Moreover, you are the son of a slave wife." Hazrat Zayd, as, refuted Hisham and said, "Surely, mothers do not hold back men from their aims. Indeed Hazrat Ismail's mother was a slave for Hazrat Ishaq's mother. However, Allah appointed him a prophet, made him the father of the Arabs and brought from the best of prophets, Muhammad, sm. Hisham couldn't control himself. He began to shake all over and in a fit of rage shouted, "What does Muhammad al-Bakara do?" Al-Bakara meaning the cow instead of al-Bakir. Hazrat Zayd, as, was hurt when Hisham abused his brother in these words, turned to him and said, "The Holy Last Messenger called him al-Bakir. Why do you call him al-Bakara? That is because of the great difference between you and him. You will oppose him in the hereafter as you have opposed him in this world." He will enter Jannah and you will enter hellfire. Hisham couldn't control himself and had his security remove Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, from his court. After this disgraceful treatment Hazrat Zayd, left Syria for Kufa where he raised an army against the Umayyad. Zayd, recited the following before the war: disgraceful life and honorable death. Although Hazrat Zayd, fought bravely but he was killed at battle on 2nd of Safar in 122/740 AD at the age of 42 by Yusuf ibn Amradh Thaqafi, Umayyad governor. His son Yahya, took his noble body from the battlefield and buried him some miles outside the city near the river bank, causing water to flow over it. Hazrat Zayd, S body was retrieved and his head was cut off and sent to Hisham ibn Abdul Malik in Syria. His body was hung on gallows for 4 years until Walid ibn Yazid ibn Abdul Malik became Caliph in 126 AH. He ordered that the skeleton be taken down from the gallows and be burnt, also the ashes to be scattered in the wind. This movement and the continuance of that movement by his son Hazrat Yahya ibn Zayd, in Khorasan made the atmosphere for all Ahlul Bayt hostile. Especially for Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, whom was the target of most of their harassment. The Umayyad rulers harassed him often for fear of his popularity and influence. Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, never expressed any interest nor participated in any political matters except when the Caliph invited him. Even though he was devoted to a peaceful living, he was not tolerated by the government. Here is an example of Hisham's treatment of Muhammad al-Baqir, Hisham wrote to his governor of Medina instructing him to send Muhammad al-Baqir, and his son Ja'far as-Siddiq, to Damascus, intending to humiliate them in front of an audience. When they reached Damascus he kept them waiting for 3 days. On the 4th day, he called them in his presence. He sat on a throne surrounded by his armed guard. In the center of the courtyard, a target was set in which the elite were shooting arrows. Immediately Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, entered. Hisham bluntly asked him to shoot arrows with the others. Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, tried to evade his orders but Hisham insisted and planning to ridicule him. Since Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, led a secluded life, Hisham thought he wouldn't have any connection with the martial arts. Compelled by Hisham, Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, took the bow, handling it very skillfully. He shot a few arrows continuously, all hitting the center of the spot. Burst of praise arose from the elite standing at the right and left of Hisham. Hisham dismissed Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, from his majlis. This only increased his enmity toward the Ahlul Bayt and he sent Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, and his son back to Medina. Hisham was not happy with the progress Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, was making in Medina as his teachings reached deep into the Muslim empire. Hisham feared this spiritual influence would lead to political influence which would jeopardize the Umayyad family from being head of the state. The more his prestige grew, the more intolerable his existence became for the Umayyads. At last the same soundless weapon was used, poison, which was used by these cunning monarchs quite often to eliminate their opponents or suspects. A saddle was presented to Hazrat Muhammad al-Baqir, from Ibrahim ibn Walid, governor of Medina and nephew of Hisham ibn Malik, in which poison was applied most skillfully. When he mounted on it, the poison affected his whole body. After few days of extreme pain he died. He departed this world 7th of Dhul Hijjah 117 at the age 57. His pure sublime body is buried in Jannatul Baqi underneath the same dome of Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, and Hazrat Ali ibn Hussein, Figure 34, current image of Jannatul Baqi Medinatul Munawwara. Chapter 4. Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, Ja'far as-Siddiq. Light of truth and reality. Figure 35, Muzalla of Hazrat Imam Ja'far Siddiq, at Najaf, Iraq. Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, was born in Medina 17th of Rabi' al-Awwal 83/702 CE on the same date as the Holy Last Messenger, SM. He reflected the light of truth and reality. This light would show forth and knowledge would spread widely through him throughout his lifetime. He was born to Hazrat Mohammad al-Baqir, as, and Hazrat Farwa, Ra. His whole life was an enlightened lesson of true Islam. He was also considered to be the example and specimen of the Islamic ethic, moral and conduct. He studied under his grandfather, and when his grandfather passed away he studied under his father Hazrat Mohammad al-Baqir, as. He was well versed in Quranic science and jurisprudence. He helped form many of the Sunni laws regarding inheritance, taxes, commerce, and personal status. He married Hazrat Fatimah bint Hassan, Ra., who bore him two sons, Ismail, as, ancestor of the Fatimid Caliphate through his son, and Abdullah al-Afta, as. When Hazrat Fatimah, Ra., passed away he married the freed slave Hazrat Hamza Khatun, Ra., who bore him Hazrat Musa al-Qasim, as, and Muhammad al-Dibai. Hazrat Ja'far, as, used to send the women to learn the tenets of Islam from her, and used to remark about her. Hamida is pure from every impurity like the ingot of pure gold. Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as, was a polymath, astronomer, alchemist, imam, Islamic scholar, Islamic theologian, writer, philosopher, physician, physicist, and scientist. He rejected all positions of fame for isolation. One of his contemporaries, Umar ibn Abi Muqaddam, said, "When I look at Ja'far ibn Muhammad I see the lineage and the secrets of Prophet Muhammad, SM, united in him." He was the teacher of the famous chemist Jabir ibn Hayyan, Jibr, Imam Abu Hanifa, Ra., and Imam Malik, ibn Anas, Ra. Allama Ash-Shibli writes in his Siratun Numan, Abu Hanifa remained for a considerable period in the attendance with Hazrat Ja'far as Siddiq, acquiring from him a great deal of knowledge of fiqh and hadith. Imam Malik, Ra., recorded 12 hadith from Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as, in his famous Muwatta. Figure 36, Holy Grave of Hazrat Imam Ja'far Siddiq, as, at Medinatul Munawwara. He took knowledge of hadith from two sources, from his father Hazrat al-Baqi, as, and from his maternal grandfather Hazrat Qasim ibn Muhammad, Ra. He also sat in the hadith circles of Hazrat Urwa ibn Zubair, Ra., Aada ibn Rabi'ah, Ra., Hazrat Nafi'i, Ra., and Shihab al-Zuhri, Ra. The two Sufyans, Sufyan al-Thawri and Sufyan ibn Uyayna, Imam Malik, Ra., Abu Hanifa, Ra., and al-Khatun all narrated traditions through him. He was one of the greatest mujtahids of Median. Imam at-Tabari narrates that Wahb said, "I heard late Ibn Sa'id say, I went on Hajj in 113 and after I prayed the obligatory afternoon prayer I was reading some lines of Holy Quran and I saw someone sitting beside me invoking Allah, saying Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah repeatedly until he lost his breath. He continued by saying Ya Hayy, Ya Hayy, Ya Hayy repeatedly until he lost his breath. He then raised his hands and said, O Allah, I have the desire to eat grapes, O Allah give me some. And my jubba, robe, has become tattered, O Allah please grant me a new one." Late Ibn Sa'id said he had hardly finished his words when a basket of grapes appeared in front of him. At a time when grapes weren't in season, beside the basket of grapes 2 robes, cloaks, appeared more beautiful than I have ever seen before. I said, "O partner, let me share with you." He replied, "How are you a partner?" I replied, "You were praying and I was saying Amen." Then Ja'far, as, said, "Then come eat with me," and he gave me one of the 2 cloaks. He walked off until he met a man who said, "O son of Rasulullah, SM, cover me because I have nothing but these tattered garments to cover me." He immediately gave him the cloak he had just received. I asked that man, "Who is that?" He replied, "That is the great Hazrat Imam Ja'far as-Siddiq, as." I ran after him but he had disappeared. Sufyan Thawri said, Hazrat Ja'far as-Siddiq, as, used to say to me from memory, if Allah bestows on you a favor, then thank him excessively, because he said if you are thankful then Allah will increase for you. He also said, if the door of provision is closed for you then make a great deal of istighfar, begging forgiveness, because Allah said seek forgiveness of your Lord, surely your Lord is most forgiving. He said to me, if you are upset by the tyranny and oppression of a sultan that you witness, say there is no change and power except with Allah, because it is the key to relief and one of the treasures of paradise. Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad said, the nun, letter N, at the beginning of Surah 68 represents the light of pre-eternity, out of which Allah created all creation, all of which is Muhammad. That is why he said in the fourth line of the same surah, thou art of a sublime nature, that is, you were privileged with that light from pre-eternity. The people who transmitted on his authority of the religious sciences, carried with them across many countries his fame and prestige, which spread throughout the Islamic empire. The transmitters of hadith have not related from any of the progeny of Hazrat Ali, as much as they do Hazrat Jafar as Siddiq, as. Figure 37, Hazrat Imam Jafar Siddiq, as, Madrasha at Medinatul Munawwara. Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, lived in violent times, and his uncle, Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as, led a rebellion against the Umayyads which he did not participate in. He laid to rest many of his relatives who were killed by hands of the Umayyad clan. He established taqiyya, a doctrine in Islam which states that it is acceptable to hide one's true opinions if by revealing it may put others in danger. He spent his life in worship and acts of piety for the sake of Allah. Hisham ibn Malik was succeeded by Walid II ibn Yazid II. Walid II is remembered in history for his infatuation with worldly pleasures more than religion and his oppressive actions against his political foes. He quickly attracted enmity and opposition from all over the Islamic empire. He began a process of systematically executing anyone who opposed his rule. In 126/744 CE, Yazid III ibn Walid I proclaimed Caliphate in Damascus, and his army tracked down and killed Walid II. Yazid III passed away after 6 months of his reign. Yazid II appointed his brother Ibrahim as his successor, but Marwan II, grandson of Marwan I, led an army from the northern frontier and entered Damascus in December 744 CE, where he was proclaimed caliph. He moved the capital from Damascus to Harran, present-day Turkey. Marwan I's caliphate was spent entirely devoted trying to keep the Umayyad Empire together. Marwan II faced difficulty in various provinces. He managed to re-establish control of most of the areas, but a more serious problem had developed in Khorasan, the Hashimiyya movement. The Hashimiyya movement was led by the Abbasids, descendants of Hazrat Abbas, the youngest and dear uncle of Hazrat Mohammad, SM, to overthrow the Umayyad Caliphate. The word Hashimiyya refers especially Abu Hashim, as, the grandson of Hazrat Ali, as, and son of Hazrat Muhammad ibn Hanafiyya, as. Hazrat Abu Hashim, as, passed away in 717 CE in the house of Hazrat Muhammad ibn Hanafiyya, as, who was the head of the Abbasid family, before passing Hazrat Muhammad ibn Hanafiyya, as, named Abu Hashim, as his successor. This tradition allowed the Abbasids to rally support from the Kaysanite Shia in Khorasan, who had supported Hazrat Mukhtar, R.A.'s revolt and were already supporters of Muhammad ibn Hanafiyya, as. A group of Bani Hashim met at Abway. Among them was Abu Abbas Ibrahim ibn Muhammad, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, Salah ibn Ali, Abdullah ibn Hassan al-Mathana, his 2 sons Muhammad and Ibrahim, and Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Uthman. Salah ibn Ali addressed the group saying, "You know that you are the ones towards whom the people turn their eyes, and that Allah has brought you together in this place. Therefore give allegiance to one from among you, which you should give to him genuine dedication of yourselves. Bind yourselves so that you may receive victory, for he is the best bringer of victory." Hazrat Abdullah ibn Hassan al-Mathana praised and glorified Allah and said, "You know that this son of mine is the Mahdi, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Therefore, come let us pledge allegiance to him. Why you are deceiving yourselves, demanded Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, by Allah, you know that there is no one else to whom the people would take greater strides or greater speed to answer than they would this man. Muhammad ibn Abdullah, true, they all said, this is he, whom we acknowledge. So they all pledged him allegiance and took Muhammad ibn Abdullah by the hand. Isa ibn Jafar, R.A., said, Abdullah ibn Hassan's messenger came to my father saying, come to us. We have gathered for an important affair. Abdullah ibn Abdullah said to those present, you don't want Jafar ibn Muhammad here, for you fear that he would cause dissension among you in your affair. Isa ibn Abdullah ibn Muhammad, R.A., reported, my father sent me to see what they had gathered for. So I went to them. Jafar ibn Muhammad sent Abdullah al-Arqad ibn Ali ibn Hussein, and we went to them. Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Hassan was praying on a folded carpet from a saddle. My father has sent me to you, I told them, to ask you, why have you gathered together? We have gathered here, Abdullah ibn Hassan said, to pledge allegiance to the Mahdi Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Hassan. Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, arrived, and Abdullah ibn Hassan made room for him beside him. He repeated what he said before, but Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, said, don't do it. The time, for al-Mahdi, has not arrived. If you, Abdullah, consider this son of yours to be the Mahdi, he is not, nor is this the time for him. Because you are one of our most revered elders, we will not forsake you in order to pledge allegiance to your son, even if you only intend him to rise in anger for Allah's cause, to command the good and forbid the evil. Abdullah became angry and said, I know that the facts are opposite of what you are saying. By Allah, you have not been acquainted with the knowledge of the unseen world. Rather it is envy for my son which has prompted you to this attitude. By Allah, that is not what prompts me, replied Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as but this man, his brother, and his sons. He then tapped with his hand the back of Abu Abbas, and he tapped with his hand the shoulder of Abdullah ibn Hassan. By Allah, the Caliphate is not for you or your sons. Jafar told him, but it is for them, Abbasids. Your two sons will be killed. He got up leaning on the arm of Abdul Aziz ibn Imran al-Zuri. He continued, do you see the owner of the yellow cloak? I.e. Abu Jafar al-Mansur, yes, he replied. By Allah, we have been foretold that he, Abu Jafar al-Mansur, will kill him, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Will he kill Muhammad? Asked Abdul Aziz. Yes, Jafar replied. Abdul Aziz reported, I said to myself, by Allah, the Lord of the Kaaba, he is envious of him. By Allah, I had not left this world before I saw him, Abu Jafar al-Mansur, kill them both. When Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, said this, the people arose and separated. Abdus Samad and Abu Jafar followed him and asked him, Abu Abdullah, do you really say this? Yes, by Allah I say, and I know it. It is recorded that whenever he saw Muhammad ibn Abdullah, his eyes would flow with tears, and then he would say, I would sacrifice my life for him. The people say that he is the Mahdi, while he to be killed, Shaheed. He has not been written as one of the caliphs of this community. In 98/717 CE, the Hashimiyya movement began the mission to seek adherents from Khorasan. Their program began as dawah. They sought support for Ahlul Bayt of Muhammad, SM, without making explicit mention of the Abbasid. This mission found success among Arab and non-Arab, although the latter would play a more important role in the growth of the movement. In 128/746 CE, Abu Muslim al-Khurasani, a Abbasid general, assumed leadership of the Hashimiyya movement. 129/747 CE, Abu Muslim successful initiated an open rebellion against Umayyad rule, which was carried out under a black flag. He soon established control of Khorasan, expelling its Umayyad governor Nasr ibn Sayyar, then dispatched an army westward. In 132/749 Kufa fell, and in November of that same year Abu Abbas was recognized as the Caliph in the Kufa mosque. Marwan II mobilized troops from Haran and advanced towards Iraq. In January 132/750 CE the forces met in the Battle of Zab where the Umayyads were defeated and humiliated. Damascus fell to the Abbasids in April, and in August Marwan was killed in Egypt. The tombs of the Umayyads in Syria were desecrated except Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, R.A., and most of the remaining Umayyad family members were tracked down and killed. One grandson of Hisham, Abdur Rahman first survived and established the Umayyad kingdom in Angelus, Moorish Iberia was where he continued the Umayyad Caliphate. That would sum up Umayyad rule in the east for almost 100 years. In the Durul Munthar, the Scattered Pearls, a tafsir of Hazrat Imam Suyuti d. 911 he said concerning line 17/60 where he quotes traditions which describe the Umayyad as the cursed tree with the exception of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, R.A. According to many Arab sources Abu Abbas consolidated the Islamic Empire by 132/750 CE. In order to eliminate any future Umayyad threat he invited all the remaining Umayyads to a dinner party where he had all of them beaten to death before the first course which was then served to the guest. For this ruthless act he earned the title as Safa, the bloodshedder. Abu Abbas then turned on the descendants of Hazrat Ali, as, and Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., and claimed the caliphate for himself. A Western historian writes about this incident. The Abbasids rose in the name of Ali's descendants and on the shoulders of their Shia i.e. their supporters. After the success they changed their attitude towards them and their oppression of Fatimids and their supporters increased in magnitude and intensity. Muhammad Ahmad Barak reported. The revolution was really for the Fatimids, because the Khurasanis were attached to the descendants of Hazrat Ali not the descendants of Hazrat Abbas. That is why as-Safa and his successors always kept their eye open and suppressed the spread of support for the descendants of Hazrat Ali in Khorasan. They encouraged poets to praise them and degrade the descendants of Hazrat Ali by paying them handsomely. This betrayal alienated Hazrat Ali, as, descendants especially from Hazrat Hassan, as, lineage. Students came from far and wide to learn explanations of Quran, traditions, rules of Sharia and theology. Abu Abbas died of smallpox in 136/754 CE after a short rule of 4 years. Abu Abbas Abdullah ibn Muhammad, a descendant of Hazrat Abbas, R.A., born 102/721 CE and died 136/754 was the first Abbasid Caliph. He appointed his brother Abu Ja'far al-Mansur and then Isa ibn Musa as his successors. Abu Ja'far Abdullah ibn Muhammad al-Mansur born in 95/714 CE and died on 158/775 CE became the second Abbasid Caliph in 136/754 CE. Upon ascendancy he ordered the assassination of Abu Muslim Khurasani to avoid any opponent for power. He deposed his nephew Isa ibn Musa ibn Muhammad due to suspicion of corruption and replaced him with his son al-Mahdi as his successor which he had allegiance sworn to him during his lifetime. This led to another example of preserving the legacy of Hazrat Mohammad, SM. His name was Hazrat Mohammad ibn Abdullah ibn Hassan al-Muthanna ibn Hassan ibn Ali ibn Abu Talib, as. In terms of physical appearance and demeanor he resembled Hazrat Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib, R.A., the great Shaheed of Uhud and uncle of the Holy Last Messenger, S.M. He participated in Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali, as, revolt. He was one of the young men who was present in the initial meeting in Masjid-e-Nabawi during the final years of Umayyad rule in 132 He was commonly known as Muhammad, al-Nafs-e-Zakiyya, meaning pure soul, who attempted a revolt in Medina against al-Mansur and the Abbasids in December 6, 145/762 CE. His teachings and example was very instrumental in bringing down the Umayyad Caliphate years before his revolt against the Abbasids. Initially he hoped to revolt against the corrupt Umayyad clan, when the children of Abu Hashim paid allegiance to him at Abway. Note, Abway is SW of Medina where Prophet Muhammad, SM, passed through on his way to sack the caravans in Badr II. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, will also be born in this town. Among them was Ibrahim as Safa ibn Muhammad and Abu Ja'far al-Mansur ibn Muhammad. Note, that this Muhammad, Ibrahim, and Mansur's father was a great-grandson of al-Abbas ibn Muttalib, R.A. It soon became clear that those who had paid allegiance to him would desert him. He took to seclusion and for 10 years he disguised himself and moved stealthily. The Abbasids had become tyrants that took power by the sword, and many prominent scholars considered their rule illegitimate. He returned to Medina after the Abbasid consolidation of their form of deviant political government. The majority of the Muslims of Medina, established Ashura process, as was supposed to be the case for the past 100-odd years, agreed that Hazrat Mohammad ibn Abdullah, as, qualifies to lead the Muslims. This was a quality that was lost in previous years. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur was well informed of these situations. Therefore, he forced Hazrat Imam Malik, R.A. Note, Imam Malik is one of the 4 renowned fuqaha and founder of the Maliki madhab, to express his opinion. He said, "There's a tradition where the Holy Prophet, S.M., said, if a man is forced to divorce his wife, the divorce would be invalid." Which meant the bayat of Abu Ja'far al-Mansur ibn Muhammad's is illegitimate. Because of this, Hazrat Imam Malik, R.A., was tortured, and persecuted. He was publicly flogged in public until he bled white. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur ibn Muhammad wanted to preempt the revolt of Muhammad ibn Abdullah, as, so what did he do? He brought Muhammad ibn Abdullah, as, S brothers, cousins, immediate supporters, and among them was a great-grandson of Uthman ibn Affan. He put them in a dungeon next to Furat in which they could not know night from day. Some of them began to die and their bodies decomposed in that dungeon. Eventually on 1st of Rajab 145 and 12th of Ramadan he raised the Zulfiqar and declared war against al-Mansur and the Abbasids, who had become tyrants and oppressors of a new scale. Muhammad ibn Abdullah, as, raised a sizable army and seized Medina. He left Medina for Mecca and Yemen. He returned to Medina, and just like 2 previously events which Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, and Hazrat Zayd ibn Ali ibn Hussein, as, was abandoned, he was abandoned on the battlefield as well. Initially, he commanded an army of at 100,000 men, but after these tactics he was left with little support of 313 troops. While the Medinan fighters were engaged, the 4,000 Abbasid army hoisted 300 bodies of dead Medinan fighters on crosses that extended from Thaniyat al-Wada to the house of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. As a result, his army lost all zeal and fight, finally overpowered on all sides from the huge Abbasid army, where Muhammad ibn Abdullah, as, fell a martyr. He was slain at a place called Ayar az-Zat, a place which is not a part of Masjid an-Nabawi. His mazar was demolished by Wahhabi militant in 1925. Note, the Holy Prophet, S.M., arrived in Medina after his migration from Mecca. How warmly was he received at Thaniyat al-Wada. Look how evil regimes always destroy and attack places to irritate Prophet Muhammad, S.M. The bodies remained there days until the foul smell forced the Abbasids to take them down. When they took the bodies down, they went up to a mountain and threw these bodies into a Yahudi, Jewish, cemetery called Al-Mafra. Hazrat Abu al-Ghifari, R.A., narrated. Rasulullah said, "How will you feel when one of my sons will be butchered near Ayar az-Zat?" An indication, a prophecy of his martyrdom. It is worth mentioning here that just like in Hazrat Zayd, as, S uprising, Hazrat Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., and Hazrat Imam Malik, R.A., extended great service and support for Hazrat Muhammad ibn Abdullah, as. Hazrat Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., is reported to have extended at least 20,000 dinars. When we have mentioned Hazrat Imam Malik, R.A., earlier in the chapter, these were steps that earned Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., and Imam Malik, R.A., imprisonment and later poisoning from the Abbasids. Among his top supporters were Hazrat Jafar as-Sadiq, as, his two sons Musa, as, and Abdullah, as, Hazrat Zaid, as, the great martyr, sons Ibrahim, Isa, as, and others. Isa ibn Zaid, as, would flee after Ibrahim's assassination and passed away in seclusion during the Abbasid Caliphate of Al-Mahdi. It is recorded that even though Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, did not openly involve himself, however, it is clear that he allowed his sons to join the revolt along with other Sayyids. It was during these times the Abbasids began a campaign exterminating Sayyids from Hassani or Hussein bloodline. They were extremely harsh and even killed imams, scholars, or any individual who was capable of helping them. The descendants of Hazrat Zaid ibn Ali, as, were targeted most ruthlessly. The Abbasids hired spies and set up rewards for their capture. For instance, when Isa ibn Zaid, as, passed away secretly, Harun al-Rashid arrested and imprisoned his son Ahmad ibn Isa, as, merely on suspicion. Idris would be the only among them would achieve relative victory. He fled NW Africa and raised the Idrisid government and campaigned against the Abbasids from there, which is today's Morocco. Hazrat Abdullah ibn Hussein, al-Mahdi Billah, as, a direct descendant of Hazrat Jafar as-Sadiq, as, fled the Hejaz and found the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt throughout Africa. Al-Athir recounts an incident when al-Mansur ordered Rubi'i to bring Hazrat Jafar as-Sadiq, as, to him. When al-Mansur saw him, he said, "May God kill me if I don't kill you. You are attempting to harm my authority and you are seeking treachery against me." "By God I am not," replied Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, "nor do I want to, and if you have been told so, it is by a liar. However, even if I had done so, Prophet Yusuf, as, was treated badly, by his brothers, and he forgave them while he was Aziz of Egypt in the time of Fir'aun dynasty. Prophet Yunus, as, suffered tribulation, being swallowed by the fish, and was patient, and Prophet Suleiman, as, received gifts and was thankful. These men were prophets and your lineage goes back to them." "Indeed," replied Mansur. "Come up here." He went up and Mansur continued, "So and so has informed me about what you have been saying. Bring him commander of the faithful so that he may confront me with that," said Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as. He had the man presented and said, "Did you really hear what you reported about Jafar ibn Muhammad?" "Yes," he replied. Mansur replied, "May I be outside God's power and strength, and may I seek refuge in my own power and strength if I lie that Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, did such and said such and such." The man paused for a minute and then said on oath, and almost immediately he was struck down at the leg. "Drag him by his leg and throw him out. May God curse him." Mansur said. Towards the end of his life Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, was placed under severe restrictions by al-Mansur. He had ordered the killing and torture of so many Sayyids that his actions surpassed the actions of most of the heedless Umayyads. At his order Sayyids would be arrested in groups, thrown into deep dark prisons and tortured until they passed away. Some were beheaded and some were buried alive, being placed at the base or between the walls of buildings that were constructed over them. Al-Mansur had Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, arrested and brought to Samarra where he was kept under intense supervision. During this period Al-Mansur was very discourteous to him, and several times plotted to kill him. Hazrat Jafar ibn Muhammad, as, was released and returned to Medina where he would live the rest of his life in seclusion. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur related an unsettling story about his mistreatment of Hazrat Ali, as, and Hazrat Fatimah, s.a.'s descendants. He relates, while Mansur was leaving for what would be his last pilgrimage, he left his daughter-in-law, Rita, with keys to his storerooms but with instructions that under no circumstances a certain door should be opened until she was sure he was dead. When he passed Rita and her husband Muhammad ibn Mansur al-Mahdi rushed excitedly to this special store. When Rita and al-Mahdi opened it, they were horrified to find corpses of all of the Sayyids that Al-Mansur had murdered in his lifetime. There were many corpses of all ages including infants and seniors. Each corpse left ear was tagged with the name and genealogy, evidencing Al-Mansur brutality towards Ahlul Bayt. Al-Mansur developed an extreme paranoia for Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, and had him imprisoned many times. Then finally he ordered him to be poisoned to death. Hazrat Ja'far as-Siddiq, passed away from poison in 148/765 CE at age 65 and was buried under the dome of his uncle Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, grandfather and father in Jannatul al-Baqi. Upon hearing the news of his martyrdom, Al-Mansur wrote to the governor of Medina instructing him to go to the house of Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, on the pretext of expressing his condolences to the family, ask for the Imam's will and read it. Whoever was chosen as his inheritor and successor should be beheaded on the spot. The aim of Al-Mansur was to put an end to the lineage of Imam Mahdi who would come from his bloodline. When the governor of Medina read the orders of the will, he saw that Hazrat Ja'far, had named 4 people rather than 1 to administer his last will testament. 1. Al-Mansur, the Caliph. 2. The governor of Medina. 3. Abdullah after his older son. 4. Musa, his younger son. In this way Al-Mansur's plot was spoiled. He passed the secret of the golden chain to his successor Hazrat Tafir Abu Yazid al-Bistami, Bayazid al-Bistami, R.A. Al-Mansur died on his way to Mecca to perform Hajj in 158/775 CE. He was buried secretly for fear of being dug up by the Umayyads. Chapter 5. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far ibn Muhammad, Al-Qasim, the one restrained from anger. Figure 38, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Imam Musa ibn Ja'far, at Kazmain, Iraq. Hazrat Musa ibn Muhammad, was born in Abway 128/745 CE and he mote in the prison of Sindhi ibn Shahik on the 6th of Rajab in 183/799 CE at 55 years old. He was born during the reign of Marwan II, the last Umayyad ruler of the Hejaz. His mother Hamida Khatun, R.A., was the wife and student of Ja'far as-Siddiq of Zanjiyya descent, East African. He was only 4 years old when Abu Abbas as-Safa became Caliph. He lived throughout the Abbasid periods of 10 remaining years of Mansur, 10-year rule of Mahdi, 1 year, and some months of al-Hadi and 12 years of Harun Rashid's rule. During the period of Al-Mansur the Sayyids suffered severely as mentioned earlier. Al-Mansur also confiscated their property. Historian Ibn Khali Khan narrates. Caliph Mansur saw in his dream Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali, who was reciting a line from Holy Quran. O Muhammad, ask them, O group of hypocrites, were you ready therefore, if you had been put in authority, to commit evil on earth and violate the ties of blood? S. 47:22. Mansur sent for his favorite companion Ibn Yunus at night and told him of his dream. He then said, Bring me Musa ibn Ja'far. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, was brought all the way in from Medina to Baghdad. When he arrived Mansur embraced him and said to him, Abu Hassan, I have just seen in a dream Ali ibn Abi Talib who was reciting this line from Quran. Give me your assurance you will not revolt against me or any of my children. Hazrat Musa, replied, By Allah, I have no such intentions. The Caliph gave him 1,000 dinars and restored him to his family in Medina. Al-Mansur died 158/775 CE. Al-Mahdi became the Caliph in 158/169 and the famous historian Ibn Khalikan. This prince had great talent as a singer and an able hand on musical instruments. He was also an agreeable companion at parties of pleasure. Al-Mahdi sensed the treacherous policy his father had taken and tried to soothe the pain of the people. He released many of the Sayyid prisoners and returned the confiscated property. The property of Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, was returned to his son Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as al-Mahdi's fear of Hazrat Musa, as strong personality was increasing. He knew very well how the masses would rally around Abu Talib's descendants, and he was worried that there would be an uprising against his rule. As a result, he ordered the Medina governor to send Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as to Baghdad. He immediately threw him in prison. A strange thing occurred, which caused al-Mahdi to withdraw his decision and set Hazrat Musa, as free. Al-Mahdi in a dream saw Amir al-Mu'minin Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as who was threatening him, saying, "If you turn away, you are sure to make mischief in the land and cut off the ties of kinship." Mahdi awoke. Seized with great panic, he sent for Rabi'i his vizier and ordered Hazrat Musa, as to be set free. Al-Mahdi would die in 169/785 CE at the hands of one of his concubines. Musa al-Hadi was the fourth Abbasid caliph who succeeded his father in 169/785 CE. He was born 147/764 CE and died 170/786 CE. His short rule and life was marked with terror and bloodshed. Musa al-Hadi adopted the policy of hatred towards Sayyids, the descendants of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as and the sons of Abu Talib in general. He persecuted and harassed them. Yaqubi narrates, the Abbasid Caliph al-Hadi was pursuing the descendants of Abu Talib. He seriously threatened them, curtailing their stipends and grants, and wrote to the governors of different regions to be harsh with them. Men recruited for this purpose was treated lavishly. Their duty was eliminating the leaders amongst the descendants of Prophet Muhammad, SM, by assassination or blunt murder for fear of their revolt and the love of common people had for them. These descendants could not endure the savageness no more and revolted under the leadership of Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali ibn Hassan al-Mathana ibn Ali ibn Abu Talib, as near a place called Fak in 169/786 CE. This happened during Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far's, as time. This historical revolution was identical to the event of Karbala in its prominence and tragedy. Fak was perpetuated the same way Badr, Uhud, and Karbala were immortalized. The great tragedy of Fak was actually a repetition of Karbala and an echo of Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as Hazrat Zainab bint Ali ibn Abi Talib, as addressed the people of Kufa after she had witnessed the tragedy of Karbala, surveying the battlefield, examining the bodies of her slaughtered family, with these words: "Woe to you! Do you know how you torn the liver of Rasulullah, SM? Whom of his women folk you exposed? What blood of his you shed? What honor of his you defamed?" History repeated itself. Years after Karbala, Zainab bint Abdullah ibn Hassan al-Manthana ibn Hassan ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, mother of Hussein ibn Ali of Fak, R.A., relived the same tragedy of her great-aunt Zainab ibn Ali, R.A., of Karbala. This woman mourned her father, brother, husband, sons, and cousins who were put to the sword by Abu Ja'far al-Mansur some years earlier. Since that day she only wore callous hairy garments. From intense grief she would lament over their fate until she fainted. She would revile the Mansur and the Abbasids. She raised Hussein ibn Ali, as of fact, to revolt against the corrupt Abbasid government. The time had come for her son to hoist the flag of jihad and martyrdom. Prophet Muhammad, SM, told his companions about the Battle of Fak. Hazrat Muhammad al-Bakir, as said, Prophet Muhammad, SM, once passed by Fak. He dismounted and offered a 2-rak'at prayer. In the second rak'at his eyes welled with tears. When his companions saw him cry, they cried. When they left that place they asked Prophet, SM, what made you cry? When we saw you crying we also cried, O Prophet of Allah, said the people. At the end of the first rak'at Hazrat Jibreel, as descended and said, O Muhammad, a man from your descendants will be murdered at this place. The divine reward for everyone who would be martyred with him shall be twofold. Hazrat Zaid ibn Ali ibn Hussein ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, said. Rasulullah, SM, had performed the prayer at Fak and said, "Right here a man from my own family will be killed along with a group of devout men. Their shrouds and perfume, which is ritually applied to the dead, shall be brought to them from Jannah. Their souls will outrun their bodies to Jannah." If Prophet Muhammad, SM, who did not physically witness this massacre was tragically grieved at this horrendous news, Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, must have been moved beyond description by the tragedy as it unfolded in front of him. Hazrat Hussein ibn Ali, as, of Fak, declared war against the Musa ibn Muhammad al-Hadi and the Abbasids in Dul Quwayta 169/786 CE from the holy city of Medina near the tomb of Prophet Muhammad, SM. His revolt failed and he was killed in the vicinity of Mecca. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, was sure in advance that the movement would be foiled, but Hazrat Hussein, as, Fak, insisted on his plan. It is reported that Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, said to his cousin Hussein ibn Ali of Fak, as, "You will surely be killed, so strike hard in battle, for those people are irreligious. They pretend to be faithful, but they hide their hypocrisy and disbelief. We are from Allah and unto Him we shall return. I seek Allah's reward by your loss, O good people." He saw no other alternative to the uprising. He could no longer endure the brutalities done to Ahlul Bayt. The incident of Fak had a heavy impact on Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, life and mission. The day of Fak is a terrible memory in the history of Ahlul Bayt. The heads of the martyrs was placed before Musa al-Hadi. At that point he was boiling with spite and the spirit of revenge. He resorted to threats, and swore that he would get rid of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as. A good look at historical documents explains how the Abbasid ruler, Musa al-Hadi, couldn't overlook a certain fact. He knew full and well the real forces which dominated the social and political arena. He attributed Hussein ibn Ali, as, of Fak's revolt to Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, in the same way Abbasid Caliph, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur blamed Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Nafs Zakiyah, revolt on Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as Siddiq, as, exactly the same way Umayyad Caliph Hisham blamed Hazrat Zaid ibn Ali, as, revolt on Muhammad ibn Ali, al-Bakir, as, the same way Umayyad Caliph, Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan blamed the devastation done at Karbala on Hussein ibn Ali, as. The following historical document says, when the head of Hussein ibn Ali, as, the leader of the well-known uprising of Fak was brought before Musa al-Hadi and placed before him, he recited these lines, "O our cousins! Recite verse no longer after you have laid verse and rhyme to rest. We are by no means like those people whom you can appease, and easily convince with mere words, or the arbitration of a judge. Nay, the edge of the sword is hanging above you. We shall be satisfied as soon as the sword is satisfied. Should you say that we have done injustice, it is not so, we have gone to the wrong arbitrator. I am boundlessly upset by what the war has brought between us. Oh, our cousins, if that was a easy task." He then reviled the family of Abu Talib until he reached Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, whom he swore by Allah to kill. Abu Yusuf, famous student of Imam Abu Hanifa, R.A., the Qadi who was present, spoke well of him until Musa al-Hadi calmed down. Musa al-Hadi, who perpetrated the crime, blamed Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, and the survivors from the house of Abu Talib. Another tradition states, the heads were brought before Hadi. Present were men from the families of Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali and Hussein ibn Ali, as. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, was also present, who was asked by Hadi about the heads. "Is this the head of Hussein ibn Ali of Fak?" "Yes," replied Musa ibn Ja'far, as, we belong to Allah and to Him we shall return. He died by Allah, a righteous Muslim, who kept fasting and enjoining good and forbidding evil. In this family he had no match. The captives were taken to Hadi, who ordered them to be executed. Not only did they shed blood of Ahlul Bayt unjustly, mutilate the bodies and kill the prisoners, but they, namely Umar, a governor of Medina, razed the victims' houses to the ground, confiscated their property, set their orchards on fire. Then Umar, who was in Medina at that time, got word of the outcome of the battle. He burnt down the house of Hussein, of Fak, and the house of his family, confiscated their wealth and date palm orchards, considering them as a part of the spoils of war traditionally set aside for the ruler. After putting an end to the revolt, the Caliph, al-Hadi, began threatening Hazrat Musa al-Kazim, decided to capture and imprison him, but Allah took his life before he could carry out his order on Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, Here's an account of this event. Ali ibn Yaqin, a close companion of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, relates the story. Abu Hassan Musa ibn Ja'far was sitting with men from his own family when he was informed of Hadi's decision concerning him. "What do you think I should do?" asked Musa ibn Ja'far, "We think you should keep apart from him and avoid meeting him, for he is an evil man." Abu Hassan Musa ibn Ja'far, smiled and said, "Sukina claimed that she would defeat her lord, but the one who always defeats the heroes shall certainly prevail." Then he raised his hands in prayer and said, "O Lord, how many a foe has sharpened the blade of his knife, honed the edge of his sword, prepared for me the fatalist of his poisons, whose eye never slept, always watching me, seeing me unable to endure disasters and ward off the disastrous calamities. You turned all that away from me with your power and might. You threw him in the hole he had dug for me, disappointed at not achieving what he had hoped for in this world, being distanced from what he wished for in the next world. For that I praise you as much as Y0 you deserve. My Lord, punish him with your might, weaken his strength with your power, keep him busy finding no way to achieve his ends and unable to do what he intends to. O Lord, grant me a quick victory over him that would heal my anger and restore my right. O Lord, accept my prayer and bring about the change I desire as a result of my complaint. Show him soon what you promised the unjust, and show me what you promised as an answer to the prayer of the needy. Certainly you are the one whose grace is infinite and favors are abundant." Ibn Yaqin said. Thereafter the people scattered. They gathered to read the letter of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, informing him of the death of Hadi. Harun ibn Muhammad ar-Rashid succeeded him. Rashid grew under the tutelage of Khalid al-Barmaki, a convert from Buddhism. His family was known Buddhist monks in Persia from Balkh. This man was suspect in his understanding of Islam, but he had a very large influence on Rashid. Harun became caliph at the age of 21 years old and was known for his life of luxury, drinking, and adulterer. His rule is characterized to be much like the rule of Persian emperors of past years. Public funds/treasury was squandered. Rashid, his family, and the Barmaki family. Hazrat Musa ibn al-Kazim, members of Ahlul Bayt and even the common people lived in an atmosphere of terror and oppression. At any moment they could be imprisoned or made homeless. In 179 Harun ar-Rashid made Hajj and began to visit Medina and ordered the arrest of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, Hazrat Musa, was arrested and sent to Basra, whose governor was the old Isa ibn Ja'far al-Mansur. He stayed in prison for a year. Then Hazrat Musa, was sent to Baghdad, whose governor was Fadl ibn Rabi'i, in which he remained for a long time. After that he was sent to the murderer Sindi ibn Shahik. Another example of Rashid's burning hatred for Sayyids is that Fadl ibn Yahya al-Barmaki, a close assistant of Harun Rashid while Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, he was in prison, stripped naked, beaten, insulted and cursed publicly on the orders of Harun ar-Rashid's comfort. Countless authorities of history have handed down an account of Rashid's order to massacre members of Hazrat Ali, progeny is fully described. It is said that when Yahya ibn Khalid al-Barmaki arrived in Baghdad to lay plans for the assassination of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, The people were shocked by this mission and fear took hold of them. People were greatly troubled and they plunged into unbridled rumors. Then there is the confession of Hamid ibn Qutbah, who was ordered by Rashid to commit the massacre of imprisoned Sayyids. Rashid asked him about his loyalty to him, to which Hamid answered that he was quite ready to carry out whatever task he might assign him. When Rashid felt Hamid was staunchly loyal and capable of doing what he wanted him to do, he ordered his servant to give him a sword and take him to a closed house in whose center there is a well. There are 3 big rooms in that house. When Hamid opened the door to the first room, he saw 20 men, young, middle-aged, and old, from the descendants of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, and Hazrat Fatimah, S.A., bint Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. They were all in shackles and chains. Rashid's servant ordered Hamid to kill them and throw their bodies into that well, which he did. Thus he did in the second and third room until he killed about 60 men from the descendants of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Historians have also recorded Muhammad ibn Umar al-Azdi, a close companion of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, and a trustworthy and well-known Sufi who was severely punished and imprisoned throughout the prisons of Rashid for 10 years. It was said about him: he was flogged 120 times with a piece of wood, in the days of Rashid, and he was thrown in jail and not set free until he paid, from his own wealth, 12,000 dirhams. It was at this time that descendants of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., weren't allowed to remain or settle in one place, either relocation or constant imprisonment. As if this tyranny wasn't enough, even those who supported or associated with them were persecuted. Rashid ordered that Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, be given over to Fadl ibn Yahya, who received him and locked him in one of his houses and post guards around the house. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, busied himself in worship. He stayed up all night performing prayers and reciting Holy Quran. During the day he was often fasting. He never averted his face away from his worshipping site. When Yahya conveyed the message to set Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, free, Rashid rejected the offer, which would have put him in a humiliating situation, as a wrongdoer. He said to Yahya, "Tomorrow, when we have knelt down before Allah, who will judge between us, you will know who the oppressor is and who has wronged the other." Despite Rashid's efforts to distort the truth and deceive public opinion, he made the decision to assassinate Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, and end his blessed life. By any means possible, Rashid tried to get rid of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, that's why Isa ibn Abu Ja'far refused to kill him, asking Rashid to relieve him of his job. He was then transferred to Fadl ibn Rabi'i prison, and he made such an impression on Fadl like Isa refused to commit the crime. No one was left but his butcher, the governor of Baghdad, Sindi ibn Shahik, a vicious man, stone-hearted and merciless. Yahya ibn Khalid talked the matter over with Rashid and assured him that Fadl ibn Rabi'i was an inexperienced young man. He himself offered to go to Baghdad. Rashid was most delighted and gave him permission. Arriving in Baghdad, Yahya instantly held a meeting with Sindi ibn Shahik, during which he informed him of the plan in which he would dispose of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, the latter accepted gratefully. According to plan, Hazrat Musa, was given poison on a plate of dates. Hazrat Musa, partook from that food and felt the effects of the poisoning almost immediately. In spite of that, these criminals were not satiated of their evil and malice. The body of Hazrat Musa, was left 3 days in prison. Then it was taken and laid on the bridge of Kark in Baghdad, with a herald calling out to the people, "This is Musa ibn Ja'far. He is dead. Come look at him." His blessed body remained on the bridge until the large crowd wrestled his pure body from the guards. Then it was ritually washed, sprinkled with camphor and wrapped in a shroud. Baghdad had never witnessed a day like that one, nor had it suffered a tragedy like that. The procession made its way to the Quraysh cemetery in Kazimiyya, Baghdad, where his holy body was laid to rest. Chapter 6. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa ibn Ja'far, Al-Riza. The one pleased with Allah decree. Figure 39, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Imam Ali ibn Musa al-Riza, as, at Mashhad, Iran. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa ibn Ja'far, as, was born 148/766 CE in Medina 1 month after Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as, had passed away. His father Hazrat Musa, as, was about 20 years old at the time. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, S lineage comes from Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, and from a righteous mother by the name Banan Bibi Najma et Tahir, Nubia, Northwest Africa, Sudan area. She was a very notable and distinguished lady of piety and wisdom of her day. She was purchased and freed by Bibi Hamida Khatun, wife of Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad, as. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, was born during the reign of Mansur and lived throughout the reign of 6 Abbasid caliphs: Mansur, brother of Safa, Mahdi ibn Mansur, Hadi ibn Mahdi, Rashid ibn Mahdi, Amin ibn Rashid, and Mamun ibn Rashid. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, could foresee that the hostile Abbasid ruler would not let him live in peace and circumstances would turn where his followers would not be able to see him or inquire from him prior to his moat. So while free and undisturbed in Medina he felt necessary to introduce Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as his descendant. He assembled 17 prominent dignitaries from the descendants of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, and proclaimed that his son Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, would be his successor. He also wrote his will in which 60 elders of Medina signed as witnesses. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, was 35 when his father moat. In his childhood Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, accompanied his father, Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, used to tell his friends often, Ali is my successor after me. Scholar Makhzumi said. One day Musa ibn Ja'far summoned and gathered us and said, I invited you to be witnesses that this child, Ali ibn Musa, is my executor and successor. At this time descendants of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, lived in an extreme atmosphere. He added, what I said must remain restricted up to you and do not reproduce it to anybody unless you know he is one our friends and companions. Rashid disliked Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, just as much as he did his father and forefathers. People of Medina were disallowed from visiting Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, of learning from him. Harun attempted to kill him but was unsuccessful. Mansur had died when Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, was 10 years old. Tabari quoted Hazrat Ali ibn Musa ibn Ja'far, as, in his Sirah. Father, can you tell me about Mansur, for I have heard many things about him. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, answered, though Mansur was distantly related to Ahlul Bayt, when Banu Abbas seized power and he became caliph his rule became extremely hard on us. He dispatched many undercover agents especially in Medina for fear your grandfather Hazrat Ja'far ibn Muhammad might call for an uprising against his throne. As a result the activity of the Ahlul Bayt University was curtailed noticeably. Mansur was a highly suspicious and untrusting man, but more so after he had heard of the discontent of the progeny of Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib. To silence any discontent Mansur incarcerated then murdered in the worst possible manner a large number of Hazrat Hassan's progeny, dispersing the rest of the family, which produced an upheaval in the area. That led to a revolt against him. As reported by scholar Ibn Washa. The huge Kufa masjid was occupied by numerous deputations gathering to study under 900 scholars who were students of Hazrat Ja'far as-Siddiq, as, who kept quoting him saying, as-Siddiq said so and so. Yet with the prevailing atmosphere Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, work along with his father had to be done in caution. The government was scared of them and did not tolerate any challenge or opposition. Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as, died in 183 in the Baghdad prison of Harun Rashid. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa was 35 years old in 183 AH. After putting an end to Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as Harun ibn Rashid lived for 10 more years. He had less tolerance for Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as than he had for his revered father, but he knew that his government had already lost face due to its prolonged maltreatment and eventual assassination of Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as the period of Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as coincided with the Caliphate of Harun and his sons Amin and Mamun. Harun was very antagonistic of the descendants of Prophet Muhammad, SM, through Ali, as, and persisted maltreatment of most of them in Medina. The local governors who wished to please their ruler could not afford to be fair to Ahlul Bayt. People still could not visit them nor seek their knowledge openly. At this time Ahlul Bayt could not teach openly, for the eyes of the agents of the Caliph focused unceasingly on the activities of Ahlul Bayt and their supporters. During Harun's rule the descendants of Hazrat Ali, as, passed through a long period of time in trial and tribulation, but Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, carried on administering the divine law of Sharia as taught by Prophet Muhammad, SM, and his descendants. After Harun's death in 193 Mamun ibn Rashid fell into severe conflict with his brother Amin ibn Rashid. This led to a long period of bloody wars and eventually the assassination of Amin ibn Harun. Amin ibn Harun had an Arab mother and had the support of the Arabs from Hejaz, Egypt, and Syria, while the youngest brother Mamun ibn Harun had a Persian mother and the support of the Turks and Persians in Iran. This civil war lasted for about 5 years and ended in 198 AH/813 CE. Amin became the caliph after his father's death. During his reign the government was severely weakened due to Amin's corruption, which afforded Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, a considerable amount of time to preach somewhat openly. Mamun ibn Harun became caliph after his brother's assassination in 198 AH. His capital was in Tus, Iran. Up to this day the Abbasid's policy of oppression, espionage, and tyranny against its own people, including the sacred family of Prophet Muhammad, had been increasingly harsh and cruel. This led to countless revolts and many difficulties for the empire/regime. Many at this time felt that the Islamic Empire had become more like the courts of the Persian kings and Roman empires known in the pages of history for such atrocities, and who were more concerned with worldly rule. Mamun ibn Rashid devised a plan to end these difficulties which the 70-years-old policy of his Abbasid predecessors could not solve. To accomplish this end, in 201 AH/817 CE he chose Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, to be his successor. He knew the Persians had a deep love for Ahlul Bayt. In order to put this plan into effect he had Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, relocate from Medina to Merv and even minted coins in Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, name. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, left his wife and only son Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, later known as Hazrat Muhammad al-Jawad al-Taki, as, in Medina. It was a long journey to Merv, Iran. This was the first Muharram in 201 AH that set the tradition, beginning in Persia, where throngs of people throughout the Hejaz would make pilgrimage to the shrine of Hazrat Imam Hussein, as, just as Hazrat Jabir ibn Abdullah, Ali ibn Hussein and remaining family members of Bani Hashim, as, did over 150 years ago. This is the single most tradition that has frustrated empires/regimes that fall under the moral scrutiny of the example of Prophet Muhammad, SM, even up to this very day. Once he arrived, Mamun offered him the Caliphate and then succession to the Caliphate. In reality he wanted to boast of Ahlul Bayt being in support of his government to the people in order to make his rule acceptable. In 202 AH/818 CE Mamun ibn Harun also forced Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, to marry his daughter Habiba. He did this and many other acts to enhance his apparent goodwill among the Persian people who had love for Bani Hashim. Mamun invited learned individuals to participate in religious and multicultural debates in his court. This afforded Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, a great opportunity to expound the vastness of his knowledge in these large gatherings. This also increased his visibility and popularity, which had previously been denied to his ancestors. Ma'mun ibn Harun would eventually consider this decision to be an error. The Abbasids of Baghdad were very unhappy at having a Sayyid among them as a declared successor. The love and attachment of the populace for Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, included many scholars and government officials. The Abbasid family decided to replace Ma'mun and rallied behind Ibrahim ibn Mahdi ibn Mansur. Ma'mun sought to remedy this problem and had Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, poisoned. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, was poisoned through grapes in Tus on his way from Merv to Baghdad along with Ma'mun. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, arrived at the house of his old freeing Abba Salat and told him, "Collect the carpets of the house and do not allow anyone to enter the house, as this is the time when my soul will depart and I want to die on the earth like my grandfather Hussein ibn Ali." Ma'mun stood next to his pillow, which was headside. Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, opened his eyes and said to him, "Have good conduct with my son Muhammad Taqi, for his death and yours are close to each other and do not have much distance between." He was buried in Tus, Iran, which is now called Mashhad. On the night of Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, death, he saw his grandfather Prophet Muhammad in a dream, who said, "Come to us tomorrow, what we have for you is better than the condition that you are in now." Chapter 7. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali ibn Musa, as, Al-Taqi al-Jawad. Figure 40, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Imam Muhammad ibn Ali al-Taqi al-Jawad, as, at Kazmain, Iraq. Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, was born in Medina Rajab 10-195/811 CE, he would mote in Baghdad, Iraq 29 Dul Qada 220/835 CE at 25 years of age. His mother was named Habibi/Kaiserun, also known as Sabika, a woman from the family of Mu'minin Hazrat Maria Kiptia, S.A. He was only 9 at time of his father's murder. He was the shortest lived amongst these imams. It had become an undeniable fact that his father being called from Medina to Tus in Iraq was a political game played by Ma'mun to get the sympathy and support of the Persians. Once this was achieved, he had Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as, poisoned to get him out of his way. He returned to Baghdad victorious. He began a policy of reconciliation with Abbasid elders and those who had inclinations or connection to Ahlul Bayt. Ma'mun would also continue the favors shown to Ahlul Bayt. Indeed, he made it a political necessity that he did not alienate his Persian friends and supporters. Therefore he not only appointed prominent friends of Ahlul Bayt, but he also showed particular favor publicly to the descendants of the deceased Hazrat Ali ibn Musa, as. In fact, Ma'mun, being the most learned among all the Abbasid rulers, was aware that the family of Prophet, S.M., had a special type of knowledge which should be appreciated and be known to other people as long as power remained in Ma'mun's hand and his authority remained supreme. This became apparent when he arrived in Baghdad victorious. One day when Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, was 9 years, Ma'mun ibn Harun went hunting and Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, was standing silently by the side of the road where some children were playing. Ma'mun entourage came that way. Seeing Ma'mun entourage, the children ran away, but Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, remained standing at his place. Noticing this, Ma'mun stopped his carriage and asked, "Young man, why didn't you run away like the other children?" Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, replied calmly, "Neither had I committed a crime, nor was I blocking the way. Why should I run away or be afraid? I also know that you will not cause unnecessary trouble if your way is blocked." Ma'mun was surprised at this mature reply and asked him his name. Muhammad was the reply. "Whose son are you?" asked Ma'mun. "Son of Ali," replied young Muhammad. "Ali's son of who?" replied Ma'mun. Hazrat Muhammad ibn Ali, as, replied, "Son of Musa, son of Ja'far, son of Muhammad, son of Ali, son of Hussein, son of Ali the cousin and descendant of Muhammad, S.M. Ma'mun rode on. During the hunt his hawk returned to him with a fish in his beak. Ma'mun was surprised. He returned back to Baghdad where Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, was amongst the same group of kids who playing near ibn Ali. Ma'mun hid the fish in his palm and asked Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, tell me what is there in my fists. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, replied, Allah created clouds between sky and earth. The hawks of kings sometime catch fish with its claws and bring it to the kings. They hid it in their fist and asked a member of Ahlul Bayt, tell me what is there in my fists. Ma'mun said, truly you are the worthy son of Ali ibn Musa, and took the young Muhammad ibn Ali with him and let him live in a nearby house next to the royal palace. Ma'mun ibn Harun convened many conferences in which many intellectuals and scholars would attend to listen to the young Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as there was anxiety to see this unequal match where a boy of 12 was to contest with the seasoned renowned chief of justice of the Abbasid Empire. Historians record that besides dignitaries and nobles, 900 seats were reserved for scholars alone. Ma'mun's reign is described as the golden age for learning in the Islamic world. This famous contest between the young Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, and Yahya ibn Akhtam the scholar and chief justice for Abbasids have been recorded by many historians who wrote how the commencement of this contest, to which Ma'mun said, did I not tell you that the people of Ahlul Bayt of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., had been gifted with special knowledge, none could even cope with the children of this elevated house. The excitement of this gathering was so great, that everyone present unanimously exclaimed Ma'mun's guess was correct and that Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, was a matchless person. It was there and then Ma'mun would marry his own daughter Fadl to Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as. It is reported that Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, recited the marriage khutbah. This address became so famous that this khutbah has been recited at weddings everywhere throughout the Islamic world ever since. It was at this period that so-called Bukhari was busy in their work verifying fabricated hadith of Abu Huraira and Aisha, divorced wife, and circulating them under the command of Al-Mamun. Yaqubi states, Ma'mun bestowed upon the bride and groom 1,000 dirhams and said, surely I would like to be a grandfather in the line of the Messenger of Allah, S.M., and Ali ibn Abi Talib, as. Many thought that the new relationship, i.e. his becoming the son-in-law to the most influential monarch of his time, must influence his pattern of life and change his manners altogether. It may be noted here that it has become quite clear that spiritual discipline was the chief characteristic of the blessed household of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., and this sole characteristic has always stood in the way of worldly rulers. The Umayyads, Abbasids, nor any corrupt regime could escape this fact. These regimes and all other corrupt regimes past and present have always been at war with the moral standards set by this blessed house. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, refused to stay in the royal palace and instead lived in a small house and continued the ethics of a simple and humble lifestyle. After a year Ma'mun realized that Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, was not happy with staying in Baghdad, so he allowed the couple to live in Medina. On Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, return to Medina he maintained his ancestral unimposing behavior, no bodyguards, no pomp, no restrictions on who could meet him and no discrimination whatsoever. All those who visited Medina saw the successor of Hazrat Ja'far as-Siddiq, as, seated on the same mat, instructing gathering towards piety and patience. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, imposed the same restrictions on Fadl as his ancestors had done in the case of their wives. He did not care much about the fact that Fadl was a princess. Although she lived with him, he married another lady who was a descendant of Hazrat Amr ibn Yasir, R.A. Allah continued the line of Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, through this union, and she gave birth to Hazrat Ali Naki, as. Ma'mun died in 218 AH 833 CE. As long as he lived no harm could come to Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as. Ma'mun ibn Harun was succeeded by his brother Mutasim ibn Harun. His niece began to write him complaining more than she did during the reign of her father because Ma'mun always rejected her complaints. But Mutasim ibn Harun was very jealous of Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as, from the outset, he had before opposed the marriage of Fadl to him. He took these complaints as a chance to finally settle his differences in this matter. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as fame as a scholar and his fame for his renowned noble character annoyed Mutasim. It is a well-known fact that Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as gave all of his money to the poor instead of spending it on himself. His wife Fadl, daughter of the Ma'mun, did not like this at all and complained to her father about this. Ma'mun was very familiar with the ways of Ahlul Bayt, rejected her complaints and ordered her to behave like the wife of an imam from Ahlul Bayt. The failure of his political tactics intensified his resentment. All these factors irritated him into enmity. It was in the second year of his reign when he summoned Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as from Medina to Baghdad, ordering his governor in Medina expressively about it. Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as was compelled like his great ancestors were compelled to set out, leaving his son Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and Naki, as with his mother in Medina. During the first year of Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as arrival, Mutasim ibn Harun didn't do anything. He was hoping Hazrat Mohammad ibn Ali, as would conform to the royal way of living, and this would be a source of embarrassment for Ahlul Bayt. But when his popularity increased through mannerism and example, Mutasim had to act in order to stop this and resorted to the same silent weapon all his ancestors used, poison, to eliminate this thorn in his heart. He was buried alongside his grandfather Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as since these two Sayyids were known for their suppression of anger, their burial site is called Hazamain, two Hazims, the two enduring ones. His descendants today are called Razavi Sayyids. Chapter 8. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as Al-Hadi and Naqi. Figure 41, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Imam al-Hadi al-Naqi, as, at Samarra, Iraq. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, was born 214/829 CE in Subrs/Surya, a suburb of Medina which was built under the instructions of his great-grandfather Hazrat Musa ibn Ja'far, as he was born when his father was 19 years old. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as lineage came from Ahlul Bayt on one hand from a righteous mother and blessed lady. His mother's name was Hazrat Samana, who was progeny of Hazrat Amr ibn Yasir, the well-known Sahaba of Prophet Muhammad, SM, and Shaheed under the banner of Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, in the Battle of Siffin. From 4 to 10 years old his father frequently visited the mosque of Prophet Muhammad, SM, for prayer and ibadah, worship, left a deep impression on him. His father was assassinated when Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, was 10 years old. Mutasim then ordered Umar ibn Faraj al-Ruktani as Sijistna, one of the Abbasid official secretaries who had purchased land for the founding of Samarra, to find a teacher in Medina that would teach this young boy and mislead him. He found a man named al-Junaidi who immediately set to work. However, he would often give reports of the young boy's intelligence and give him perspectives on literature he hadn't thought of. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, provided a comprehensive understanding and explanation of Holy Quran. Al-Junaidi eventually concluded that Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, intelligence at 10 years could only be from divine causes, and dropped whatever animosity he had with the descendants of Hazrat Fatimah Zahra, S.A., bint Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Mutasim ibn Harun mote in 842 CE when Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, was in his 20s at Tabari reported. His regular doctor had died the previous year and the new physician did not know the normal treatment which was the cause of the caliph illness and eventually led to his death. He was succeeded by his son Wathik ibn Mutasim. During this period Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, continued in peace to utilize Masjid an-Nabawi as the place to teach people about knowledge, principles, and morals derived from Islam. Due to his adab, people were loyal to him in Medina. Wathik ibn Mutasim would moat from high fever after reigning for 5 years. His brother Mutawakkil ibn Mutasim would take the throne in 847 CE in Samarra. The governor of Medina Abdullah ibn Muhammad despised Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and reported to Mutawakkil that Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, was plotting a revolt. When Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, learned of this, he immediately sent a letter reassuring Mutawakkil that he had no such intentions and that in reality Abdullah ibn Muhammad was harboring hatred for Ahlul Bayt. Mutawakkil responded with a letter of his own stating that he deposed of the Wali and that he should come to Samarra so that the Caliph could protect him. Mutawakkil ordered Yahya ibn Harthama to go to Medina and investigate Abdullah's claims and bring Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, to Samarra. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, knew that the meaning behind this letter was to banish him from Medina. He also knew if he rejected the invitation he would be forcibly removed, which was a situation he wished to avoid. Yahya searched the house and found only copies of Quran. Yahya forced Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and his family to leave Medina towards Samarra. Their caravan stopped in Baghdad, where Yahya visited the governor Ishaq ibn Ibrahim ad-Da'iri. The two talked and the governor warned Yahya that if he were to say anything about Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, that was negative, Mutawakkil would have him killed and the blame would be on Yahya's shoulders for the moat of a member of Ahlul Bayt on the Day of Judgment. After arriving in Samarra, Yahya met Mutawakkil and only spoke good things about Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and that he didn't find anything to support Abdullah's claims. Mutawakkil dropped his animosity towards Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and even met with him. Even though he had no legitimate issue with Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, he still suggested he stay in Samarra and placed him under house arrest. While under house arrest, Mutawakkil maintained a peculiar relationship with Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, Mutawakkil trusted and turned to Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, for jurisprudence and legal predicaments, though he still held resentment toward him. On one occasion, Mutawakkil organized a conference to be held in his palace. He asked Ibn Sakit to ask Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, a question he thought he couldn't answer, so Mutawakkil could embarrass and defame Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, before the conference of ulama and fuqaha. Not only did Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, answer Ibn Sakit's questions, but he also answered the question that Yahya ibn Akhtam had been told to prepare as backup. Despite Ibn Sakit being bold enough to take on this task, he was killed by Mutawakkil when the latter asked him, "Are my sons more respectable than Hassan and Hussein?" To which Ibn Sakit replied, "Ali's slave Kambar is more respectable than both your sons." Mutawakkil had his tongue cut out on the spot, causing his death. In addition to this attempt to humiliate Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, he began to implement severe penalties to anyone found to be giving Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and his family gifts, money, or even obtaining Islamic knowledge from them. Despite living under house arrest, he was arrested on several occasions on suspicion of revolt. Each time he was cleared of the charges. Now Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, was in his 30s, and Mutawakkil ibn Mutasim had been persecuting Ahlul Bayt and their supporters for many years. This tyranny culminated with the order and destruction of the shrines of Karbala and Najaf, plowed the area in order to flood it with the Euphrates water. Mutawakkil ibn Mutasim grew tired of how the masses preached about Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, sublime character and morals. Along with certain Shia groups who constantly promulgated how Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, and previous descendants of Hazrat Fatimah Zahra, was more worthy of the Caliphate. Mutawakkil at this point ordered several non-Muslims to murder Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, After explaining what he wanted done, several palace guards arrive with Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, When Mutawakkil saw him he began to reflect on his order and became shaken and afraid for his afterlife. He immediately embraced Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, calling him Sayyidi i.e. my master, and kissed him on the forehead. Mutawakkil's actions confused the men and they refrained from killing Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as he gave up killing Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, and resorted to humiliation again. It has been recorded on one occasion Mutawakkil ordered Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, along with officials and notables, so it would look like the order wasn't only for him, to travel on foot during a very hot summer while he rode upon his horse. After almost suffering a heat stroke Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, recited the following Quranic ayah. Enjoy yourself in your abode for 3 days, which is a promise not to be belied. This act of savagery provoked Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, to foretell his death because within 3 days of that event plotters, Turkish assassins, assassinated Mutawakkil in 247 AH/861 CE, one of the assassins was actually his son Muntasir. Muntasir ibn Mutawakkil along with his Turkish faction came smoothly to the throne. He revoked the tyrannical rulings of his father which brought about a sigh of relief for the Muslim Empire after having withstood 14 years of tyranny. He also favored the descendants of Hazrat Ali, as, by reinstituting the ziyarat of the visitation to Karbala and Najaf, returning the waqaf, trust, to Bani Talib, he also returned the fadak to the progeny of Hassan, as, and Hussein, as, and stopped campaigns and harassment against Shia communities. It was during this period that the Ashabul Hadith suppressed the Mutazilite until their movement eventually died down. In the first half of his life, his teachings was unhampered and continued at an high rate, but Muntasir's reign only lasted for less than half a year, ending with his moat from unknown causes in 862 CE. Many suspicion the Turks murdered him for fear he might end their domination over the Islamic Empire. Muntasir did not appoint any successor. The Turkish chiefs held a council to select a successor and they would have nothing to do with Mutaz ibn Mutasim or his children, so they selected a grandchild of Mutasim from another son. The Arabs were displeased with the decision but would soon found out that the Caliphate no longer depended on the Arabian choice but had passed on to the Turkish power. Musta'in, a grandson of Mutasim from another son, was enthroned, but within 4 years he was beheaded by his cousin Mutaz. However, it would be worthy here to note that it was during his reign that the Abbasids' long pursuit of a blessed personality from Ahlul Bayt came to a bloody end. In 850 CE, Mutawakkil ibn Harun brought Hazrat Yahya ibn Umar, as, from one of the Abbasid provinces in order to punish him after he had allegedly conspired against Abbasid and arranged supporters. Umar ibn Faraj al-Rukhaj al-Sijistana flogged him 18 lashes and imprisoned him in Baghdad in the Matbaq prison before being released. Hazrat Yahya ibn Umar, as, was a great-grandchild of Hazrat Hussein, as, of Karbala on his father's side, and from Hazrat Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, as, on his mother's side. He was virtually boycotted and treated as a conspirator, which caused untold hardship on Hazrat Yahya, as, and his family. This left him hard-pressed by his creditors. It is recorded that he sought a grant from Umar ibn Faraj, who harshly denied him. Hazrat Yahya ibn Umar, as, then cursed Umar, which got him imprisoned but was later set free. He then moved to Baghdad but was still suffering from hardship. He then moved to Samarra but found himself in the same situation and sought a grant again but was harshly denied. Then Hazrat Yahya, as, appeared in Kufa in 864 CE, where he rallied throngs of Bedouins including a contingent of Kufa. They encamped in Fallujah, Iraq, in a village known as Al-Umad. He captured the treasury and openly declared his revolt. He liberated the prisons of Kufa. He then left Kufa for the agricultural land in Bustan, where he was met with Zadis, those who followed his great-grandfather Zayd ibn Ali, as, and Bedouins living nearby his following great proportionately. Hazrat Yahya ibn Umar, as, routed the first Abbasid force sent to kill him. In 864 CE his followers, especially the people of Kufa, urged him to go out of Kufa to fight, which been avoided as much as possible up to this point. Hazrat Yahya ibn Umar, as, launched a fierce attack, but in the heat of the battle his followers lost will and literally abandoned Hazrat Yahya, as, to a small contingent. His supporters were cut down, Hazrat Yahya, as, was beheaded and his head and body mutilated. His head was sent to Musta'in, who displayed it at the public gate in Samarra, Baghdad. It is recorded that shortly after this event Musta'in was put to death. His assassin carrying Musta'in's head to the Caliph cried, "Here, behold your cousin's head, lay it aside," answered the heartless Mutaz, who was playing chess till I have finished the game. After he was satisfied that it was indeed Musta'in's head, he ordered 500 gold pieces be given to the assassin as the reward. Mutaz ibn Mutasim had been placed on the throne by the Turks at 19 years old. Mutaz was literally surrounded by people who were ready for plot or treachery for or against the Caliph. After putting the former Caliph to death, Mutaz ibn Mutasim also put his two brothers to death. One of them was the heir to the throne. Throughout this entire period Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, was left to his work in Medina but was still kept under close observation. Soon Mutaz ibn Mutasim had Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, put on house arrest and had him brought from Medina to Samarra. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, would build a house in Samarra and never return to Medina. Due to his extended stay there and the lack of interference by the regime cause unhindered progress for Ahlul Bayt. It wouldn't be long before his popularity and character would cause scholars and seekers from all over the Islamic world to visit him and learn from him in Samarra. This alarmed Mutaz ibn Mutasim so much so that he decided to end Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, life. He ordered his couriers to mix his food with poison, in which they did. Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, would soon moat after eating the poisonous food at 40 years old. It had been recorded that during his funeral was attended by his only son Hazrat Hassan al-Askari, as, who led the funeral prayer, arranged his burial, laying him to rest in his house. His direct descendants are called Naqabi. They primarily reside in Pakistan while small minorities live in India. Chapter 9. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, al-Askari. Citizen of a garrison town or man with a huge army. Figure 42, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Imam Hassan ibn Ali al-Askari, as, at Samarra, Iraq. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, was born in Medina 232/846 CE. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, was the second son born to Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, who had predeceased him. His mother was a bondwoman from An-Naba named Hazrat Hadith/Saleh al-Ra. He had one more sibling, Hussein ibn Ali ibn Muhammad, as, son of Hazrat Ali ibn Muhammad, as, they were given the kunya, i.e. nicknamed as Subtain. They were named after their great-grandparents Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussein Sib Rasulullah, sm. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, would spend almost his entire life under house arrest in Samarra in Baghdad. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, continued to live under house arrest during the reign of Mutaz, Mutadi ibn Wathik, Mutamid ibn Mutawakkil until his death. Note, though these caliph were merely puppets for the Turks and in business with the Hazari Turks, but Mutadi ibn Wathik was the most pious and in every way tried to mimic Umar Abdul Aziz. As for the Hazrat Askari, as, name, one narration states he was named such because he spent all his life in a garrison town. While another tradition states, once the Caliph called Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, to his palace and ordered his armies to march past them in order to impress or dissuade him from revolt. When the march was over, Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as, asked the Caliph to look between his two fingers. When the Caliph looked, he saw a huge army of lancers and swordsmen who were much greater in number marching past. He was astonished at this miracle and names him al-Askari. His life from childhood to adulthood was spent in the very house his father was buried, located in Samarra, Baghdad. He was kept under house arrest, but despite this close guard he still taught people and instructed his followers to the true teachings of Islam. He even wrote or virtually instructed a tafsir of the Quran, which has been mentioned by many historians not without controversy. However, even while living under house arrest he was taken to Baghdad from time to time, questioned, and put in prison there. On one such occasion, Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, was taken by the Turkish guard to Baghdad, where he was kept in prison during the reign of Muhtadi ibn Waythaq, who after a major conspiracy was assassinated by the Turkish guard in 250 at 38 years old, and then Mu'tamid ibn Mutawakkil, his oldest surviving son, afterwards who ruled for 22 years. While he was prisoner in Baghdad there was severe drought. Rain had not fallen for some time and crops were drying up. People were facing famine. A Christian priest raised his hands in prayer and rain fell. The Caliph became concerned that this would cause the people to forsake Islam and become Christian. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, told the Caliph that when the people assembled for the so-called miracle performed by the Christian priest, he would remove their doubts. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, was allowed to leave the prison. He went where the crowd had assembled to see the miracle performed by the priest. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, stood there with the crowd, and when the priest rose his hand rain began to fall. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, told one of his companions to seize the hands of the priest and bring the piece of bone that was hidden in his hands. When this bone was brought before Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, he said that it was the bone of a prophet. It was in fact this very bone, when raised in prayer, that brought the rain to the land out of Allah's mercy. The doubts were removed. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, then spread his prayer mat and performed 2 rakats of prayer, then lifted his bare hands in prayer for rains to come to the land and wipe out the drought. Allah answered Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, prayer so much so that the land became fertile and crops began to grow. As a reward the Caliph allowed Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, to leave the prison in Baghdad and return to his home in Samarra for 1 year. He was still kept under house arrest and was not allowed to go to Medina. Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, lived a short life. He only lived 28 years and endured many hardships. In spite of the fact that Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, had never given any cause for concern to the caliphs of his time, the Abbasid envy and jealousy in this matter was so great that they couldn't leave these pious personalities in peace. If these regimes had no fear for the throne, then they were afraid of the excellent knowledge and morals exemplified by Ahlul Bayt. In the case of Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, the same type of jealousy led to the poisoning of Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, to end his life. A life whose only activity was to teach Islam as Prophet Muhammad, and his blessed ancestors did before him. It was 260/874 CE when Mu'tamid ibn Mutawakkil ordered the poison to be mixed in his fruit and given to him. He was buried next to his father in the same house located in Samarra. With the passage of time that blessed home became into a great mausoleum, and pilgrims from all over the Islamic lands came to pay their homage to the 2 descendants of Hazrat Fatimah Zahra, bint Prophet Muhammad, sm. Friends of Iblis Khalif al-Mamun and associate in crime al-Farghani, chief astrological and astronomical advisor. Brief biography of Khalifa al-Mamun. In 802 Harun al-Rashid, father of al-Mamun and al-Amin, ordered that al-Amin succeed him and al-Mamun serve as governor of Khurasan and as caliph after the death of al-Amin. Al-Mamun was reportedly the older of the 2 brothers, but his mother was a Persian woman while al-Amin's mother was a member of the reigning Abbasid family. After al-Rashid's death in 809, the relationship between the 2 brothers deteriorated. In response to al-Mamun's moves toward independence, al-Amin declared his own son Musa to be his heir. This violation of al-Rashid's testament led to a civil war in which al-Mamun's newly recruited Khurasani troops, led by Tahir bin Hussein, d. 822, defeated al-Amin's armies and laid siege to Baghdad. In 813, Al-Amin was beheaded and Al-Ma'mun self-proclaimed caliph throughout the empire. Figure 43, Khalifa al-Ma'mun ibn Harun ar-Rashid and al-Farghani. Internal strife when and how al-Ma'mun murdered Islam's imams. There were disturbances in Iraq during the first several years of al-Ma'mun's reign, while the caliph was in Merv. On November 13, 815, Muhammad Jafar claimed the caliphate for himself in Mecca. He was defeated and he quickly abdicated, asserting that he'd only become caliph on news that al-Ma'mun had died. Lawless in Baghdad led to the formation of neighborhood watches. When in AH 201, 817 CE, al-Ma'mun named Hazrat Imam Reza, as the seventh descendant of Muhammad, SM, his heir, this was not accepted by people in Baghdad. This was a political move by al-Ma'mun since most of Persia was sympathetic to the Hashemites. Al-Ma'mun's opponents in Baghdad gave allegiance to Ibrahim ibn al-Mahdi. His forces fought Kharijites, al-Ma'mun, and arrested the neighborhood watch commander Sal ibn Salamah. Hazrat Imam Reza, as informed al-Ma'mun of happenings in Baghdad, and al-Ma'mun set out for the city of peace on the day the fast ended, April 12, 818. At Tus he stopped to visit his father's grave. On the last day of Safar in 203 al-Ma'mun poisoned Hazrat Imam Reza, as through grapes in Tus. Hazrat Imam Reza, as was buried beside the caliph's grave. Following the death of Hazrat Imam Reza, as a great revolt took place in Khorasan, Persia. Al-Ma'mun wept and mourned for Hazrat Imam Reza, as and tried to show himself innocent of the crime. But for all he did, he could not get himself acquitted and prove his innocence. Al-Ma'mun wrote to Hassan ibn Sal, his governor in Iraq, the Hijaz, etc., informing him of his grief on the Imam's death. The governor fell ill and al-Ma'mun appointed Dinar ibn Abdullah to replace him. Some of ibn al-Mahdi's commanders deserted him, and he died. Wars with Byzantine Romans. Theophilos wrote to al-Ma'mun. The caliph replied that he carefully considered the Byzantine ruler's letter, noticed it blended suggestions of peace and trade with threats of war, and offered Theophilos the options of acknowledging divine unity, paying tax, or fighting. Al-Ma'mun made preparations for a major campaign and died on the way while leading an expedition in Sardis. Al-Ma'mun's relations with the Byzantine Romans are marked by his efforts in the translation of Greek philosophy and science. Al-Ma'mun gathered scholars of many religions at Baghdad, whom he treated magnificently and with tolerance. He sent an emissary to the Byzantine Empire to collect the most famous manuscripts there, and had them translated into Arabic. It is said that, victorious over the Byzantine emperor, Al-Ma'mun made a condition of peace be that the emperor hand over of a copy of the Almagest. Al-Ma'mun's reign. Al-Ma'mun conducted, in the plains of Mesopotamia, 2 astronomical operations intended to determine the value of a terrestrial degree. Al-Manan crater, on the moon, has been named in recognition of this caliph's contributions to astronomy. The Mina, or ordeal, is comparable to medieval European inquisitions only in the sense that it involved imprisonment, a religious test, and a loyalty oath. The casualties of a Abbasid inquisition would not approach a fraction of those executed in Europe under similar circumstances. In the effort to centralize power and test the loyalty of his subjects, Al-Ma'mun required elites, scholars, judges, and other government officials to undergo the test, which was a series of questions relating to his own theology and faith. The penalty for failing the Mina could include death. The so-called and controversial ulama that al-Ma'mun captured and appointed them as teachers at the major Islamic law schools became Yazidi Islam, present day, as a religion of legalism from the viewpoint of al-Ma'mun. Doctrinal differences between Sunni and Shia Islam began to become more pronounced. Ibn Hanbal, the founder of the Hanbali legal school, became famous for his opposition to al-Ma'mun. Al-Ma'mun's simultaneous opposition and patronage of intellectuals led to the emergence of important dialogues on both secular and religious affairs, and the Bayt al-Hikmah became an important center of translation for Greek and other ancient texts into Arabic. This Islamic Renaissance spurred the rediscovery of Hellenism and ensured the survival of these texts into the European Renaissance. The Abbasid Empire grew somewhat during the reign of Al-Ma'mun because of his ideology to ignore Holy Quran by inventing his own mythology of Islam through introducing so-called Abu Huraira and Aisha's fabricated hadith by the active cooperation of Bukhari, so-called authentic hadith writer, as well as Abu Daud, Ibn Mazah, and others. Al-Ma'mun's ending. Politically, the position was less rosy. Al-Ma'mun was unable to recruit sufficient forces to replace the old Abbasid army that had been destroyed in the civil war, and he became increasingly dependent on his younger brother, Abu Ishaq, who had gathered a small but highly efficient force of Turkish mercenaries, many of them slaves or ex-slaves from Central Asia. When Al-Ma'mun died in 833, Abu Ishaq, under the title of Al-Mutasim, succeeded him without difficulty. Al-Mutasim was no intellectual but rather an effective soldier and administrator. His reign marks the introduction into Iraq of an alien, usually Turkish, military class, which was to dominate the political life of the country for centuries to come. From this time, Iraqi Arabs were rarely employed in military positions, though they continued to be influential in the civil administration. Harun-ur-Rashid's bastard son Al-Mamun, whom did not believe in Holy Quran, during his reign, he have worked very dynamically and chosen most cunning hadith compiler of so-called Shahi hadith, a non-Arab Imam Bukhari and others, whom also misinterpreted the Holy Quran to re-establish the Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah's ideology through the fabricated hadith books like Authentic Hadith Sharif, Muslim Sharif, Abu Daud Sharif, Nisa'i Sharif, Ibn Mazah Sharif, altogether misguiding as well as misleading. The Muslim Ummah, since the hadith was compiled at the time of Umayyah and Abbasiyya dynasty. Death. One day Al-Ma'mun was sitting on the river bank telling those with him how splendid the water was. He asked what would go best with this water and was told a specific kind of fresh dates. Noticing supplies arriving, he asked someone check whether such dates were included. As they were, he invited those with him to enjoy the water with these dates. All who did this fell ill. Others recovered. He encouraged his successor to continue his policies. Al-Ma'mun died near Tarsus, and the city's major mosque contains a tomb reported to be his. He was succeeded by his half-brother, Al-Mutasim. So-called Imam, the notorious Bukhari. 194-56, Hijri. Figure 44, in 1986, His Eminency Dr. Alam has visited the so-called hadith writer, with the religious minister of Iraq, Iran, Libya, Kuwait, Jordan, and Russian so-called religious leader Ziauddin Baba Khan. During His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh M.N. Alam's visit, he proclaimed Soviet Russia would be divided and all Muslims would be free. His early years. So-called Imam Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari was born on the 13th of the Islamic month of Shawwal, 194 in the famous city of Bokhara, of the land beyond the canal present-day Uzbekistan. The father of Bukhari, Ismail ibn Ibrahim ibn Mughira al-Jafi, during infancy his father passed away and his mother took on the entire responsibility of bringing him up. Bukhari was by born blind. He had recourse to many famous and skilled doctors of his time, but their treatments made no difference. His mother cried out for help in the court of Allah the Almighty, for her child, and begged for the restoration of his eyesight, also security of her bastard child Bukhari. At last, the river of mercy flowed over her, and Almighty Allah accepted her invocation and restored the sight of her son, because every mother's prayer are accepted, even the Almighty accepts prayer, if the mother is immoral. This is the will of God in accordance of Holy Quran. It is very painful to state that, the Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, the founder of Islam, when he started his new religion in holy city Mecca by the order of Almighty God, God of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, as well as the God of devils, Prophet's family members, cousin brothers, and close relative like Umayyah, Abu Zail, Abu Lahab, Abu Sufyan, Hinda, wife of Abu Sufyan, Mughira ibn Hisham, Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan, Yazid ibn Muawiyah as true follower of devil by the influence of fanatic Jews and Christians had been trying to destroy the backbone of new religion Islam. In accordance of Holy Quran, Surah Kalam, those who criticize directly or indirectly to Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, he is a bastard in accordance of Holy Quran. Surah Kalam, Chapter Mughira verse 116. Al Kalam, the pen, revealed at Mecca contains 52 verses 2 sections, Allah beginning with the name of the most gracious, the most merciful. Kalam 68:1 Nuun asterisk by oath of the pen and by oath of what is written by it. Alphabet of the Arabic language, Allah and to whomever, He reveals, know their precise meanings. Kalam 68:2 You are not insane, by the munificence of your Lord. Kalam 68:3 And indeed for you is an unlimited reward. Kalam 68:4 And indeed you possess an exemplary character. Kalam 68:5 So very soon, you will see and they too will realize. Kalam 68:6 That who among you was insane. Kalam 68:7 Indeed your Lord well knows those who have strayed from his path, and, he well knows those who are upon guidance. Kalam 68:8 Therefore do not listen to the deniers. Kalam 68:9 They wish that in some way, you may yield, so they too might soften their stand. Kalam 68:10 Nor ever listen to any excessive oath maker, ignoble person. Kalam 68:11 The excessively insulting one, spreader of spite. Kalam 68:12 One who excessively forbids the good, transgressor, sinner. Kalam 68:13 Foul-mouthed, and in addition to all this, of improper lineage. Kalam 68:14 Because he has some wealth and sons. Walid bin Mughira, who cursed the Holy Prophet. Kalam 68:15 When our verses are recited to him, he says, these are stories of earlier people. Kalam 68:16 We will soon singe his pig nose. Anybody criticizes the Holy Prophet like Walid ibn Mughira, the Almighty God declared in the Holy Quran Surah Al-Kalam, verse 1-16, that, if anyone criticizes Prophet and his mission is a bastard along with 9 other bad characteristics, in accordance of Surah Al-Kalam. Mughira was one of the most influential leader of Holy City Mecca. Mughira and his followers' main function every day was to loot and rob merchandise and properties, also abuse women of pilgrims, those who used to come to Mecca for pilgrimage in accordance of Holy Quran Surah Quraysh. There are 2 surahs such as Surah Al-Kalam and Al-Quraysh to explain about Mughira and his followers' punishment from Almighty Allah as well as to message to correct their self. Resembling Walid ibn Mughira, the enemies of Islam and Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, are as follows: Abu Lahab, Abu Jahl, Umayyah, Abu Sufyan, Handa, Muawiyah, Yazid ibn Muawiyah, Marwan, Abbasiyah and Umayyah dynasties. So-called Islamic rulers Al-Mamun except Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. It may be mentioned here, the cunning Jews and Christians had made a long-term conspiracy to eliminate Islam after the Battle of Janjazab in Medina and immediate after Prophet's departure to heaven. Primary education and interest in Hadith. When Bukhari reached the age of 10 and after acquiring his elementary education, Almighty Allah inserted the interest in the science of a Hadith into his heart and he obtained admission in the Hadith class of Bukhara. He obtained his educations after vigorous study. A year later, he had such a good retention of the text and chains of transmission of a Hadith, that sometimes teachers got their corrections from him. Please note that these are false proclaimed and fabricated information to misguide the universal truth and literate/knowledgeable/intellectuals. All of the above mentioned proclamation of Bukhari as well as Abu Huraira are all false, fabricated cock and bull story. How it is possible at 10 years old blind bastard dare to teach their teacher? It is the camouflaging game of the Abbasi ruler Al-Mamun to upgrade the Bukhari's status for his personal use to strengthen his position of self-proclaimed caliphate. Al-Mamun had killed several direct descendants of Prophet Muhammad, sm. pbuh, such as Imam Muslim, Imam Reza, and Imam ibn Hanbal. He imported the bastard Bukhari, when he was exiled by the government of Uzbekistan territory. Point to be noted here, whom actually gave him his proclaimed knowledge. The author of this book stated that as follows: Bukhari was born in Uzbekistan as blind. His so-called father died, but he was a bastard child given birth by his mother. Even she faced awkward situation with this child. She cried and cried every moment for safety and security of the child and open his eyes. Finally, Almighty God accepted her prayer. At the age of 16, he was no more blind, cured by his mother's prayer. People had asked this child, "Who was your father?" Again he falsely proclaimed his father's name, and he created chaos and complexity around the city where he was born. Finally the ruler of Uzbekistan deported Bukhari along with his mother from Uzbekistan, but he managed to reach Baghdad. Bukhari's cunningness and malpractice ideology again got him thrown out from Baghdad city. An Arabian robber brought him to holy city Mecca. When this was taking place, the present-day Abbasiya emperor was Al-Mamun, 198-0218 AH. A merchant from Syria bought him from Mecca in exchange of 5 dinar as a slave for personal use, but later sold for 7 dinar to the Abbasiya ruler's council members, whom later placed him to the self-proclaimed 7th Caliph Al-Mamun. By this time Abbasiya Caliph Al-Mamun took the interest upon him by the influence of his astrological advisor Al-Farghani to write and compile hadith such as Bukhari, Abu Dawud, Authentic Hadith, and Nasa'i, Ibn Majah in the name of so-called Sihah. Among all few hadiths are bogus and non-authentic, false, fabricated and groundless. Even though they have used some prominent ideal person like Imam Ibn Hanbal, Imam Malik, Prophet's divorced wife teen-aged Aisha. All the hadith was written and compiled after 195 years of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, departure. Another number 1 criminal was a fanatic Jew, Abu Hurairah, munafiq Muslim friend of Muawiyah and his associates like Aisha, divorced wife. They had given thousands and thousands of false hadith references to prepare Bukhari's fabricated hadith book named Sahih Bukhari. His false proclamation of memory. The false proclamation made by the Abbaside rulers after 195 years of the holy departure of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., Pbuh, founder of Islam. Enemy of the Prophet family members made in long-term conspiracy to compile and write the hadiths by the non-Arab cunning pickpocketer like Bukhari, Abu Dawud, Tirmizi and other so-called hadith compiler. The Imam Muslim was the Prophet's direct descendant. When he became the most renowned scholar in Holy Quran and Hadith, even at that time there was no Arab scholar from Medina or Mecca to compile the real Hadith. The situation of Prophet's descendants were not allowed to peacefully live in Mecca or Medina. Because he found out about the Abbasiya rulers' conspiracy to compile many false Hadith books such as the compiler name, Bastard, and Blind Bukhari, Tirmizi compiled by another cheater Samuel Tirmizi, Abu Dawud compiled by Mr. Abu Dawud, Nasi by Ibn Nasi, Ibn Majah, and Muslim compiled by Imam Muslim, whom was mentally upset and angry at near Medina Mosque. He arranged one room and sat there with his writing tools, food for 1 month, dry dates, also water supply along with animal skin. At first he did not sleep for first 7 days. By very hardship he examined the Bukhari's false hadith book as well as the so-called real book, which was named Sahih Bukhari Sharif. Imam Muslim, as Islamic scholar and inhabitant of Medina, studied in Egypt and Persia to acquire vast knowledge of Holy Quran and Hadith. He immediately rejected all the Bukhari's compilation of so-called Bukhari Sharif and started compiling his own authentic hadith book, but he did succeed to write a single page. He was killed by the Abbasiya ruler Al-Mamun. Please note that currently, the Muslim Sharif was not written compiled by Imam Muslim. All of the Prophet's descendants escaped from Medina and Mecca towards Indonesia, Malaysia, Syria, India, Pakistan, Burma, Sudan, China, Afghanistan, Samarkand, Bukhara, Uzbekistan, Tashkent, Turkey, Iraq, and other Muslim territories. Bukhari was a man of devil attitude, also a friend of Iblis. Bukhari's false proclamation about his early period of acquired knowledge of memorized 70,000 hadith, and later in his life, this figure reached 300,000. Of these, 100,000 were Sahih, rigorously authenticated, and 200,000 were not Sahih, Hasan, Da'if, etc. Please note that, in accordance of Bukhari's proclamation at the age of 21, he was a slave of Al-Mamun, 7th Caliph of Abbasiyya dynasty. He proclaimed that, when he was correctly compiling the hadith for the authentication before starting to compile each hadith, at first he took full shower for his self-purification, secondly he took adhu/ablution, and then he prayed 2 rakat nafal prayer for his protection, finally to establish connection with Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH. Spiritually, his final step was to meditate 3 to 4 hours to compile each hadith by the approval of Prophet through his spiritual connection. It should noted that, he authenticated on the above-mentioned process 9,000 hadith out of 600,000 hadith. We have a question now. How many years did slave Bukhari was alive? 62 years. At which age did he start compiling? At the age of 21. At which age did he finish his research, compilation, and authentication of hadith? About 15 years from the time he started compiling the hadith at the age of 36. Bukhari had presented the so-called Shahi Bukhari to Caliph al-Mamun with the direct influence of the devils and cooperation by the fanatic Jews and Christian authority concerns. If you can think with your general common sense, with mathematic knowledge, please come forward and have your own theory of explanation. According to Bukhari, from 600,000 false hadith, which was compiled by him and again corrected from them 240,000 correct hadith, book named Shahi Bukhari. Suppose it takes 4 hours to correct one hadith. Now my concern is, how can he correct 9,000 hadith from 600,000 within 15 years or two till he lived? Even if he were an angel, he could not have finished the compilation of the hadith in 15 years or his lifetime of 62 years, because he was thrown out by the half-brother Mutasim Billah, the 8th Caliph of Abbasiyya dynasty. Mutasim Billah had understood Bukhari's camouflaging game, and he recalled him to his court along with Al-Mamun's chief astrological advisor Al-Farghani. Also immediately ordered the chief justice to exile them to their own countries within 7 days. If they did not obey the caliph's order, they shall be killed if they were found anywhere in Baghdad. Accordingly, Bukhari at the age of 36 escaped from Baghdad towards Mecca secretly, and he never gave his real identity to anyone. He was also attacked by many incurable diseases like leprosy, kidney, heart, again blindness. By this time his mother had passed away. Now there were no one to pray for him, even no women had accepted him as husband because all the diseases. His face had become ugly, even the devil was scared of him because his contribution is more than the devil, Ibli's contribution against Islam. Finally, a Uzbekistan group of Hajis introduced and caught him and asked for his identification. There were literate middle-age and old-age pilgrims. Some of them had known about Bukhari and they cordially invite him to return back to his homeland Uzbekistan. He understood that the correct government will withdraw his detention order in exchange of big amount of money through the pilgrims. Finally, at the age of 47 he returned back to his motherland with blindness and other incurable diseases. He spent last 15 years of his life with very hardship and sufferings of many diseases, which led him to Jahannam at the age of 62. His grave is at Bokhara, Uzbekistan, getting burnt day by the hellfire. During the farewell speech by the founder of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, proclamation and declaration, on his last speech he said, "O my followers! The glorious Holy Quran is the fundamental complete code of human life. If human being as well as my followers follow the Holy Quran's ideology, they should not be misguided. Secondly, he said, if you love me, follow me with the Holy Quranic ideology, you must love my Ahlul Bayt, descendants of Prophet." But Yazid ibn Muawiyah had killed all the family members of greatest Prophet at the Battle of Karbala to establish his own ideology of Islam by misguiding the people by so-called hadith. Please note that, at the time of Prophet's last pilgrimage and even at the time of his farewell speech, there were no book of hadith. So where did we get this hadith? Even where and how this hadith did got compiled? Why even a non-Arab like Bukhari, Trimidi, Abu Daud, Ibn Mazah, and Nisa'i compiles hadith? If one can think with their common sense and have the belief of Holy Quran and love towards Prophet, will understand the fact that, those false hadith written by the above-mentioned personalities should not have ever been part of Islam. The current day Islam is Yazidi Islam. And we have to come out from that shell and re-establish the true ideology of Islam within the Holy Quran and perception of al-Bayt. Soon proclamation of Crown Prince of Peace Prophet's direct descendant the great Imam Mahdi, PBUH, will emerge to eliminate all misinterpretation of hadith and re-establish the truth of Islam. Hazrat Got Halal Azam. Muhyiddin Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A. Figure 45, the great Sufi saint founder of Qadiriya Sufi order Hazrat Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., from Baghdad, Iraq. According to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam's visit with Sheikh Dayamullah, R.A., during their spiritual visit and research in 1981 at the holy shrine of the Ghath al-Azam of Baghdad, Iraq, there were no real Sufi saints available at the greatest Sufi shrine, but the so-called religious self-proclaimed descendants are showing off spirituality in the name of material gain and business. He is Hassani and Husseini. The most universally acclaimed saint of all times and the most celebrated, in all the Alameen, worlds, among jinn and mankind as well as among the Irwata, souls, and the Malaika, angels, the beloved of Allah Ta'ala who throughout history has been showered the titles of Muhyiddin, reviver of faith, Qutb Rabbani, and Ghath al-Azam, the greatest helper, Sayyidi wa Imami Shaykh al-Akbar Abu Muhammad Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., was born in Ramadan 470 AH/1077 CE in Jilin, Persia. His father's name was Abu Saleh Janji, R.A., a man of taqwa, piety, and a direct descendant of Hazrat Imam Hassan ibn Ali, as. His mother Khair Fatima was a saintly daughter of a saintly father Sheikh Abdullah Sama'i who was a direct descendant of Hazrat Imam Hussain ibn Ali, as. Thus Muhyiddin Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, PBUH, was both Hassani and Hussaini, a descendant of the Holy Prophet, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. For this reason, the Sindhis for example, lovingly call him Putarmith Mahbubjo, the blessed son of the sweet beloved Holy Prophet, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He reached the status of Siddiqeen. The Holy Prophet Muhammad Mustafa Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the last prophet, there is no prophet after him. But people can still aspire to spiritual progress, acquire taqwa, piety, and saintliness and become awliya Allah, friends of Allah. And the highest spiritual state after Anbiya, prophets, belongs to the Siddiqeen, the truthful. That is why the Holy Prophet taught us to make the dua, Allahumma ij'alna minaz Siddiqeen, O Allah make us among the truthful. Well, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., manifested to the world that he ranked among the Siddiqeen at the ripe age of 18. At that age, his thirst for knowledge and eagerness for the company of the awliya Allah took him to the city of Baghdad. It is related that as he was about to leave home on this momentous journey, his widowed mother sewed 40 gold coins inside his coat as part of his inheritance, and as parting advice told him to be forever truthful. The caravan with whom he was traveling had gone as far as Hamadan when it was attacked by a gang of robbers. In the course of their loot, one of the robbers asked him whether he had anything with him and he truthfully replied that he had 40 gold coins sewn in his coat. The robber obviously thought he was joking and narrated this incident to his chief who decided to come and see this young man. When his coat was torn open, sure enough there were 40 gold coins. The gang leader was astounded. He asked Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani as to why he revealed this when he could have very well kept it secret. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani told him that his mother had advised him not to lie and he was duty-bound to obey his mother. Hearing this, the gang leader was overpowered with remorse, repented, accepted Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani as his sheikh and so did all his followers and they went on to acquire awliya, sainthood, themselves. This is how Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani came to be ranked among the Siddiqeen. Allahumma ij'alna minaz Siddiqeen, Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. Sharia, Tariqa, and Haqiqi Marifa. In matters of Sharia, sacred Muslim law, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., followed the Hanbal Madhab, school of sacred Muslim law, but was an authority on the Shafi'i Madhab as well, and a chief exponent of the real Muslims, the people who follow the tasbih of the Holy Prophet and the Jama'ah of his blessed family members. The way to draw nearer to Allah Ta'ala is through additional voluntary prayers day and night, through constant remembrance, zikr, unceasing salawat, durud, on the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, sunnah fasting, charity, zuhd, abstinence, and jud, exertion in the way of Allah Ta'ala, as exemplified by the Holy Prophet himself. This then is the tariqah, spiritual path leading to Allah Ta'ala, which is rooted in Sharia, sacred Muslim law. A sheikh, musk-scented in Sharia, tariqah and hakiki marifah, knowledge of Allah Ta'ala, is able to ascertain the spiritual level of a murid, disciple, and can assign additional arad and azkar, voluntary prayers, to be performed to attain spiritual progress. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani learned tariqah at the hands of Sheikh Hamid bin Muslim al-Dabas, rahmatullahi alayh. Traditionally, when someone is appointed a Khalifa of a sheikh in tariqah, he is given a khurka. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani was bestowed the khurka by Sheikh Qadi Abi Said al-Mukrami, rahmatullahi alayh. The tariqah followed by Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., came to be called after him the Qadiriyya tariqah, Sufi order, and it came to be universally accepted as a divinely guided path to spiritual progress through zikr of Allah, to polish one's heart of all evil, to lead a virtuous life, to attain the love of the Holy Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the love of the Sahaba, companions, and the Ahlul Bayt, the Prophet's blessed household, the love of the Awliya, spiritual guides, and to follow the Sharia, sacred Muslim law, according to the opinions of any one of the four Imams of Madhab, that is Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Malik and Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, may Allah Ta'ala be pleased with them all. According to the Sufi order, that has a Sufi order or spiritual chain linking the teachings of the Shaykh to the teachings of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The spiritual genealogy of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., is traced back to the Holy Prophet as follows. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, disciple of Sheikh Qadi Abi Said Ali Mubarak al-Mukrami, disciple of Sheikh Abul Hasan Ali Ahmad Kurshi al-Hankari, disciple of Sheikh Abu Farah Muhammad Yusuf Tartusi, disciple of Sheikh Raziuddin Abul Fazl Abdul Wahid Abdul Aziz, disciple of Sheikh Abu Bakr Abdullah Shibli, disciple of Sheikh Abul Qasim Junaid of Baghdad, disciple of Sheikh Abul Hasan Siri Sakti, disciple of Sheikh Maruf al-Karki, disciple of Sheikh Sulaiman Dawood Tai, disciple of Sheikh Habib al-Ajami, disciple of Sheikh Hassan al-Basri, disciple of Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib, Caliphate of Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Nuran min Nurullah. Allahumma salli wa salam wa barik alayhi. The names in this Sufi order, spiritual chain, are given in the Tawassul of Qadiriyya in the Kitab Abdul Qadir fi Ida Tazawwuf compiled by Nuruddin ibn Sheikh Hussain Mahmud al-Ghazani, as well as in the biography of the Sheikh by Dr. Zaurul Hassan Sharib. Naziha. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., taught Muslims and preached to non-Muslims in Baghdad. His khutbahs, sermons, and naziha, advice, have been compiled and handed down through centuries as classics of Muslim spirituality. His major spiritual works in the field are 1. Sir al-Ashrar, The Secret of Secrets. 2. Fuda al-Ghaib, Revelations of the Unseen. 3. Ganyat al-Taliban, Wealth for Seekers. 4. Al-Fathu Rabbani, The Endowment of Divine Grace. Besides the Holy Quran Kareem and Hadith Sharif, these are required minimum reading for someone who aspires to be an alim, learned. As we read his masterpieces, we are struck by the fact that his style of expression is different from that of any other sheikh, alim, or wali. He is so much saturated with the spiritual power of Tawhid that his exposition and its flow has a spiritually confident personality all its own, so that anyone who reads his khutbahs spontaneously admits that he is the Qutb al-Aktab, the Shaykh al-Mashak, the Gauth al-Azam and much more. A sheikh who epitomized Mujadidiyya, faith revival, and Awliya, sainthood. Azkar, Salawat, and Qasida, spiritual practice. The Qadariyya Tariqa is a tariqa of zikrullah, remembrance of Allah. The plural of zikr is azkar. The azkar and arad, daily voluntary prayers, of Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., have been compiled in many kitabs, religious books, one of which is Fuyadat Rabbaniyya, compiled by Al-Hajj Ismail ibn Sayyid Muhammad Saeed al-Qadiri. It gives the arad and azkar of Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani for each day of the week as well as for various special occasions. Then we have the salawat, durud, on the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam recited by the Gauth al-Azam, and we have to read Fuyadat Rabbaniyya as well as his major classics to appreciate how profuse Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani was in sending salawat and salam on the Holy Prophet, Allahumma salli wa salam alayhi. His most famous salat is called As-Salatu Godhaya after him, while he also recited As-Salatul Kubra, the big salat, and Kibratil Emr, the philosopher's stone. Kibratil Emr is given in both Fuyadat Rabbaniyya as well as in Miskatus Salawat of Maulana Muhammad Elias Birni. The philosopher's stone means something very rare to find. His emphasis in immersing yourself in the Asma Allah al-Husna, the most beautiful names of Allah Ta'ala, until they run through your veins is breathtaking. He has woven a qasida, hymn, of 63 verses around this Asma al-Husna, whose opening verses are Sharatu by Tahwil ilahi mu'bazmala. Sa Oktima by Dh Hikril Hamidi Mujamala. Wa Ashhadu an la Rabba Garahu. Tanitsaha and Hasral Ukuli Takamula. Transliteration from Fuyadat Rabbaniyya, p. 52. I start the Tawhid of Allah with Bismillah. I will finish with the zikr of Allah, the most beautiful. And I bear witness that there is no Lord other than Allah. Glorified is He, beyond human understanding, most perfect. And His Qasida Godhaya is universally popular. It is chanted from Rabat to Lahore and from Mombasa to Toronto. Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., passed away on 11 Rabi al-Akhir 561 A.H/1166 C.E., at the age of 91. Those in the Qadariyya Tariqa recite Holy Quran Kareem and do zikr on that night. In the Indian subcontinent, it is called Gyarween Sharif, or the blessed 11th night of the month. Qasida Godhaya is also recited. In it, Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani gives us some of the secrets of his own spiritual stature. Consider the spiritual force with which the opening lines burst upon you. Saykanal hubba kasadal wisali. Fakultula kamrati na witayali. When we read the classics of Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., like Sir al-Ashrar, Fuda al-Gaib, Ganyat al-Taliban, al-Fathu Rabbani, and Qasida Godhaya and recite the arad and salawat that he recited, we begin to understand why he is considered to be the Gauth al-Azam, greatest saint. But the initiate sometimes wonders why he revealed so many spiritual secrets when most other sheikhs are reticent. To answer that question, we will need to turn to Sayyidi wa Imami Maulana Abdullah ibn Ala'i al-Haddad, R.A., and the great Sufi saint Hazrat Sheikh Sufi Syed Dayamullah, R.A., of Azimpur Chateau Dayra Sharif, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and direct descendant of Gauth al-Azam. In Gifts for the Seeker, he explains that Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., had received permission to divulge these spiritual secrets. For the man who receives such permission is under an order which he can but obey, and the secret of the permission granted in such matters is itself one that cannot be divulged. Gifts for the Seeker, translation by Dr. Mustafa al-Badawi, p.11. Spread of Islam through Sufi saints. Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., as the model of a Sufi saint, through his naziha, azkar, and salawat, through giving a living reality to Islam, in his complete surrender to the will of Allah, and in his showing of tawakkul, trust in Allah, and through his teachings and preaching converted more than 5,000 Jews and Christians to Islam, while more than 100,000 ruffians, outlaws, murderers, thieves and bandits repented and became devout Muslims and gentle dervishes, explains Sheikh Tahsin Bayrak al-Jarahi al-Havidi in his introduction to Sur al-Ashrar, pxxxi. And the Halakha of Zikr congregations, which he instituted, have continued to attract millions of people to Islam through centuries and will continue to do so, inshallah, till the Day of Judgment, Ameen. A few examples suffice to illustrate this. The first example is that of Maulana Mu'inuddin Kishti Rahmatullahi alayhi, who acknowledged Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani as his sheikh and spread Islam in India among the Hindus. He achieved such a high spiritual stature that he is called Sultan ul-Hind, the Sultan of saints in the Indian subcontinent, and all the saints in that region are under his banner, while he is under the banner of the Gauth al-Azam. In the same way, Sheikh Uwais ibn Muhammad Rahmatullahi alayhi of Somalia became a Caliphate in Tariqat al-Qadiriyya at the shrine of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani in Baghdad, and spread Islam in the whole of Eastern Africa through congregations of Zikr. And Sheikh Hamza Fansuri, considered to be the greatest saint in Indonesia and Malaysia, proudly proclaimed that he learned Islam from Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani. It can truly be said that the Murideen and Muhibbeen, loving disciples, of Sheikh Barakat Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., have spread Islam throughout the world through Zikr. The blessings of Zikr are truly unending. May Allah Ta'ala make us among the Zakireen, Ameen. And the granting of Awliya, the stature of a saint, by Allah Ta'ala to the Zakireen, those who remember him, Abideen, those who worship him, and Muhibbeen, those who love the Holy Prophet, is in all instances mediated by the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, and one's own sheikh. After all, the Awliya and the Ulama, learned, are the Caliphatullah, vicegerents of Allah. And one must always aspire to Awliya so that one becomes Arif Billah, knower of Allah. Allahumma ja'alna minal arifiyan, Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. His Aqidah, beliefs, was that of the Al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah based on the Holy Quran, and the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. All the Sufi saints through centuries have expounded on and lived by this Aqidah. Its cornerstone is Tawheed, unity of Allah, its nurturing is with Asma'ul Husna and Ishq, love, of the Holy Prophet, its daily life is governed by Sharia, sacred Muslim law, its growth and spread is through Nasiha, good advice, Zikr of Allah Ta'ala, and Salawat and Salam on the Holy Prophet, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Its peak is Jihad and its ultimate is Fana Fillah, annihilation of oneself in the love of Allah Ta'ala, after which Allah Ta'ala showers you with Baqa Billah, spiritual life everlasting, in His Rida, pleasure. So you start with Ridal Walidain, in the pleasure of your parents, and end with Ridallah, pleasure of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And the Sahaba, companions, of the Holy Prophet are referred to as, R.A., wa Radwan, Allah is well pleased with them and they are pleased with him. And according to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, his own position is equal to the dust under the feet of the Sahaba. If that is the case, what of the stature of the blessed Sahaba of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? Their spiritual stature derives from the fact that they were blessed with the opportunity of beholding the Holy Prophet with the eyes of Iman, faith. That being the case, how can anyone be capable enough to explain in full the Sifat, attributes, of Muhammadi Rabbi, Rasuli Rabbul Alameen, and Rahmatul Alameen? Only Allah Rabbul Izzat is well aware of what he bestowed on his beloved Prophet, Allahumma salli wa salam alayhi. His daily life and teachings of Iman. Shihabuddin Umar bin Muhammad Sarawardi Rahmatullahi alayhi in his universally acclaimed classic Awariful Ma'arif refers to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani as our Sheikh. He writes that according to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, the Sheikh has to cultivate these qualities. Of Allah Rabbul Izzat, to cover up and forgive. Of Sayyidina Muhammad Mustafa Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to intercede and to accompany. Of Sayyidina Ali, as, to be knowing and brave. A Weariful Ma'arif, translated by Wilberforce Clark, p. 162. Imam Ibn Kathir Rahmatullahi alayh described the admonitions of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani saying, he enjoined the people to do what is good and abstain from what is evil. His admonitions addressed caliphs, ministers, and people in authority, judges, companions and the masses. Standing on the pulpits of the mosques, he reprimanded them in the presence of witnesses as well as during his public addresses. He disavowed the civil appointment of any unjust person, chose Allah's blessings over anyone else's wrath, and was not affected by any reproach. In his book Zail Tabakat al-Hanabillah, Ibn Rajab quoted Sheikh Muwafiq al-Din, author of the book al-Makni, saying, I have never heard of anyone having as many noble deeds and miraculous blessings, karamat, as those attributed to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani. Dr. Muhammad Harun of the Rasa Academy has described this in detail in The World Importance of Ghaus al-Azam Hazrat Sheikh Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Jilani. To gain barakah, blessings, let us at this juncture recall one of these miracles. It is related that as it was cloudy, the new moon of Ramadan had not been sighted and people were confused whether or not to fast the next day. They came to Umulkar and asked if the child had taken food that day. As he had not, they surmised that the fast had begun. His mother relates, my son Abdul Qadir was born in the month of Ramadan. No matter how hard I tried, he refused to suckle in the daytime. Throughout his infancy he would never take food during the month of fasting. Sir al-Ashrar, Introduction by Sheikh Tahsin al-Jarahi al-Habadi, p. 13. Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., had 4 wives, each a model of virtue and devoted to him. He had 49 children, 27 sons, and 22 daughters. 4 of his sons, Sheikh Abdul Wahab, Sheikh Isa, Sheikh Abdul Razak and Sheikh Musa became famous for their education and learning. This is how Sheikh Tahsin al-Habadi explains about the daily life of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A. He himself had given all of himself to Allah. His nights passed with little or no sleep in secluded prayer and meditation. He spent his days like a true follower of the Prophet in the service of humanity. 3 times a week he would deliver public sermons to thousands of people. Every day in the morning and the afternoon he gave lessons in holy Quranic commentary, prophetic traditions, theology, religious law, and Sufism. He spent the time after the midday prayer giving advice and consultation to people, whether beggars or kings, who would come from all parts of the world. Before sunset prayers, rain or shine, he took to the streets to distribute bread among the poor. As he spent all his days in fasting, he would eat only once a day, after sunset prayer, and never alone. His servants would stand at his door asking passers-by if they were hungry, so that they could share his table. Sir al-Ashrar, Pxlib. K said, Poems, on the Sheikh. Given these realities of history, is it any wonder then to find that more K said, poems, have been written in praise of Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., than on any other saint? Gulzar Tayyiba in Urdu for example contains 17 poems in his honor, while the Divan, in Arabic, in Tariqat al-Qadiriyya has 27. In a short article like this, it is not possible to do full justice to all the poetry in honor of the Sheikh. It suffices to give a sprinkling from Company di Booty of Sultan Arifin Sheikh Sultan Bahu in Punjabi, from the poetry of Sheikh Hamza Fanzuri of Indonesia in Malay, from the Salam of Imam Ahmed Rasa Khan in Urdu, Gulshan-e-Auliya written by Hazrat Sheikh Dayamullah, R.A., World Heritage and Records of Sufism ISBN #9780615371641 and from the Divan in Tariqat al-Qadiriyya in Arabic in that order. We begin with the translations of the Abiyat, couplets, of Sultan Bahu in Company di Booty, a classic in Kalam Marifat. Talib got halazam wale. Shale kod he na howan pand he hu. Yend he andar ishq di rat. Rain sadakur land he hu. Janun shak dha howe. Lay kushian nit and he hu. Dhano jahan nasib tunand bahu. Jer zatai alam kamad he hu. Followers of the God Halazam. Would God, they are never ill. Those who have one grain of loving ever are in pang and chill, lured by chances of a meeting, hopeful in their joyous drill. Lucky in both worlds are Bahu, lovers who gain Allah's will. Sultan Bahu, Kampai di Buti, the Jasmine Plant, p. 33. Translation by Maqbul Ilahi, the Abiyat of Sultan Bahu, p. 103. Next, let us savor the following 4 lines in Malay form. Sheikh Hamza Fansuri as given in Syed Nahib al-Atas. Some aspects of Sufism as understood and practiced among the Malays, p. 22. Hamza nin asal na Fansuri. Mendapat wujud dit na Shahar Nawi. Baroli Caliphate ilmu yang ali / Daripada Abdul Qadir Sayyid Jilani. I Hamza who am of Fansura son, at Shahar Nawi my being have won. The knowledge sublime I acquired, from one called Abdul Qadir Sayyid of Jilan. Allah Hazrat Imam Ahmed Rasa Khan wrote salams on the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in which after profuse salutations on the Holy Prophet, he also sent salams on the Al-Bayt and the Sahaba, as well as on the Imams of Madhab, the Awliya and the Salihin, Rahmatullahi alayhim ajma'in. Consider just 2 verses from Allah Hazrat on the Goth al-Azam to appreciate his love for the Shaykh. Goth al-Azam Imam Ut Tukawan Nakat. Jalwishan Kudrat Pe Lakhan Salam. Jisk Mimbar Bain Garden Alia. Uskadam Ki Karamat Pe Lakhan Salam. Hayday Bakshish, p. 149. Goth al-Azam Imam of Saints and the Pious. A million salutations on him who was pure by nature. The one for whom the necks of saints became a pulpit. A million salutations on the miracle of his feet. It is fitting to the end with the chorus of the Qasida in Arabic in the Divan of Qadariyah. By Rasulullahi wal Jilan. Wa Rijalan min Bani Adnan. Salakufi Manhajir Rahman. By Rasulullahi wal Jilan. For the sake of the Holy Prophet and Sheikh Jilani. And those in the tribe of Adnan. They have treaded the path of the merciful Lord. For the sake of the Holy Prophet and Sheikh Jilani. O Allah, hear our prayers. Tajkarat al-Aliya, the zikr of the friends of Allah, is truly unending. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive us and give us the hidayah, guidance, to live Islam according to the Holy Quran and the tasbih of Rasulullah, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, as explained and exemplified by Goth al-Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., Ameen Ya Rabbal Alameen. Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., is a direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, and 17th direct spiritual successor of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh. 700 years old Sufi dynasty, Azimper Daira Sharif's 43rd spiritual successor, His Eminency Sheikh Shah Sufi Dr. Muhammad Nurul Alam, is maintaining the Qadiriya Sufi orders, Tariqa. Sultan ul-Hind Garibin was the great Sufi saint of the Asian continent. Hazrat Khadijah Ma'inaddin Chisti, R.A. Figure 46, Durga-e Azmir Sharif, Hossain Manzil, Azmir, India. Current religious and spiritual leader Syed Ghulam Kibriya, descendant of greatest Sufi saint of Azmir, Hazrat Khadijah Ma'inaddin Chisti, R.A. Figure 47, Syed Ghulam Kibriya had visited Azimper Daira Sharif many times and met with His Eminency and Sheikh Dayamullah, R.A., and most recently in December 2019 Syed Ghulam Kibriya had attended the Holy Daira Sharif Mazar of great Sufi saint Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Ismatullah, R.A., of Azimper Chateau Daira Sharif, along with Faiz Haramain Khalilullah, son of His Eminency Dr. Alam. On the illustrious list of these great Sufi saints who preserved the spirit and promoted the cause of Islam by their strict religious devotion and amazing spiritual powers under all sorts of cruel persecution like the Holy Prophet himself, the name of Hazrat Khadijah Muinuddin Chishti of Ajmer stands high in perpetual glory. For the spiritual salvation and moral uplift of the people of Hindustan by peaceful means and universal love, in fact, this lonely saint actually changed both the map and the course of Indian history at a crucial period of her destiny, not by sword or cannon but by the sweet and melodious spell of his spiritual sway plus unparalleled moral and spiritual character, a revolution which ushered in quite a new era of peace and prosperity for millions of Indians, and a revolution which the march of history and the present civilization cannot afford to forget in the interests of mutual love and peace for which the people of the world are so intensely thirsting today. Because mutual goodwill and confidence between man and nation are once more rapidly deteriorating, and because the world is searching for a lasting peace against the forces of Satan that have once again raised their monstrous head under the intoxication of new kind of scientific materialism, the teachings of Hazrat Khwaja Muinuddin and Islam must, therefore, be revived in the interests of world peace, as much as other recognized religions. We are sure, these lessons will prove of immense value in easing the political and religious tensions and restoring the waning faith of man in God and religion, without which there can be no lasting peace in the world. Life of Sufi. The lifestyle of a Sufi is the life of the spirit regulated strictly in accordance with Islamic theology and traditions. To attain his first lesson is unshakable belief in the existence of God and unconditional surrender to his will. This entails a strenuous life attended by rigid austerity and self-denial. He has to undergo a course of training in regular prayers and meditation to attain the divine knowledge and realization of truth. This particular knowledge is passed on in secret by one Sufi to another having the requisite qualifications, i.e., one who does not think evil, does not see evil, does not hear evil, and does not speak evil. Without this divine knowledge, one cannot fathom the hidden mysteries of the nature and those of the soul. To sum up, the whole object of Sufism is to attain the highest spiritual perfection. A Sufi will be distinguishable from others on account of his detachment from his parents, children, wealth, power, position, and comforts. His ignorance vanishes in the effulgence of the divine light of the Most High, the Lord of the entire universe. In such an ecstatically devotion there is neither pain nor sorrow for him, as he is overwhelmingly dedicated to the will of the Almighty God. Thus a Sufi saint is the spiritual king, far above all temporal kings, disguised in the patched robes of a humble dervish. Hazrat Khwaja Muinuddin Chisti, may peace of God be upon his soul, was one of the greatest Sufi saints the world has ever known. His spiritual influence and benedictions have been, and are still, a perpetually source of inspiration, courage and guidance to the afflicted humanity, irrespective of caste, creed or religion. Sufi orders. The Sufis are classified into 4 prominent orders, categories, or lines, viz. Qadariya, Kishtiya, Sarawardiya, and Naqshbandiya. Hazrat Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti belonged to the 2nd Sufi order. There is no fundamental difference between these Sufi orders except in matters of minor details. They are all within the framework of the Islamic law as laid down by the Holy Quran and expounded by Hadith, but the rituals applied for obtaining the communion or rasa of God are different, just like the modern universities where students take different courses for obtaining a particular class of degree. The Qishtiya Sufi order does not enjoin any indifferent belief from that of the other Hanafi Sunni Muslims. Their belief is based upon the Holy Quran. A study of the lives of Qishti saints, including Hazrat Khwaja Muinuddin and his spiritual preceptor Hazrat Khwaja Usman Haruni, reveals that they preached and held purely Quranic beliefs. According to Shariat, every Qishti saint has to follow the Quranic laws strictly. The Sufi orders, however, are not sects. They grew up because people went to sheikhs or murshids, religious masters, for spiritual guidance and training, who invested those of their disciples whom they regarded as spiritually fit to cater for the spiritual and moral needs of others. Traditions, no doubt, grew up differently in different Sufi orders. What is common between the various Sufi orders is confined to few spiritual practices like Awrad, verses from Holy Quran, Sama, audition, certain festivals, institutions like veneration of the shrines, the etiquette of visiting them, and the devotion to certain leading personalities of the order. One special features of the Qishtiya order, which is particularly observable among the early Qishti saints of India, is their love for all humanity. They sought to inculcate among their followers an attitude of broad sympathy for the common man, irrespective of caste, creed, or nationality. They stressed more on humanitarian of caste, creed, or nationality. They stressed more on humanitarian obligations of Muslims than on any other point. And that is why Khawaja Muinuddin Chishti attracted millions of people to the vast circle of his devotees in India. Among the Muslims, Hindus all are equally determined to understand the concept of Sufism in a very short time. Regulation and practices. There are certain regulations of Sufism which are called adrak and esses in Sufi parlance. They are also known as arkan tazawwuf or secret practice, i.e. the rules and discipline for the acquirement of the hidden wisdom or knowledge. They are divided into the hidden wisdom or knowledge. They are divided into the following three categories. 1. Knowledge, i.e. the divine knowledge attainable through the rigid discipline of Shariat. 2. Amal, i.e. action under the above discipline with unflinching faith and devotion. 3. Hal, i.e. the resulting reaction from amal or the action. A Sufi aspirant's first important step to act upon the above course is to seek a religious preceptor or murshid who should be a practical master of the said divine knowledge and its training experience. His preliminary lessons start with I. Liturgical practices and exercises with unswerving devotion to certain Quranic verses which are infused with the divine knowledge in order to grasp their spiritual interpretation and values. 2. A rigid control over his soul called nafs, which starts with renunciation and self-mortification. Training in Sufism. When a person decided to become a mystic or Sufi, he was expected to go to a sheikh or spiritual leader and spend with him as much time as was deemed necessary by the sheikh for his spiritual development. During this period of apprenticeship, which, in most cases, lasted a lifetime, the sheikh used to instruct the disciple to perform mortification practice, so as to gain control over his appetitive soul, i.e. nafs. This was done by performing service like hewing of wood, drawing of water from the wells, and so many other menial services in the khanqah, the monastery or chapel. Even Hazrat Khawaja Muinuddin Chishti himself had to pass through this hard and rigorous course of probation when he was under training for a period of 20 years with his Pir-o-Murshid, master, Hazrat Khawaja Usman Haruni. Every Sufi saint had to perform these hard services for his Pir before achieving the robe of Caliphate, succession. Stages of mysticism. According to the Islamic standard of judgment, the seeker after truth, as stated above, has to pass through many stages before he can actually feel himself in combination with the truth being the ultimate object. The elementary condition is to have an unshakable faith and a firm resolve in doing or not doing a thing that is termed niyat, intention, in Muslim theology, which is followed by repentance and penitence. The next stage is called mujahada, probation of striving. When it reaches its zenith, then the revelation process begins, which is known as mukashfa, the uplifting of veil. At this stage the attainments of the saint, or Sufi, are so exquisite that he emerges his identify in the will of God, the Creator, and the reactions are visible and affect the code and conduct of human beings. The effort by which each stage is gained is called hal, state. It is a state of joy or desire, and when the seeker is in this condition he falls into wajd, ecstasy. Basis of Sufism. Early history of Sufism reveals that this particular branch of divine knowledge originated and developed under conditions of strict discipline of quietism, seclusion, renunciation, and incessant devotion to prayers under the guidance of a murshid or spiritual preceptor. In the popular sense, Sufism is known as mysticism in the West, but it is not at par with the conception which the word Sufism actually carries in Islamic parlance. One of the advantages of this cult is that its follower speedily discovers all the mysteries of nature for the benefit of mankind. Its greatest gospel is to live and let live and to bestow undiscriminating affection upon all mankind. It caters for the real peace and spiritual needs of the people who are generally sick of the material world and seek a spiritual asylum. To be brief, unless one is a God's chosen man endowed with the inherent natural spark of divine love, pity, and religious devotion, and is also fit for the necessary hard mujahadas, probation and striving, one cannot become a prefect Sufi. Brief history of Sufism. The origin of the term Sufi is rather complex, but in general it signifies one who wears the garment of suf, i.e. wool. In the beginning it was a mark of personal penitence, though some early Muslims, like Ibn Sirin, died 729 AD, criticized the ascetics for wearing suf in imitation of Jesus Christ. He said, "I prefer to follow the example of the Prophet who dressed in cotton." In the 2nd century of Islam, a particular group of ascetics of Kufa were generally called al-Sufiyya due to their dress. But, by 4th century, wearing of woolen garments became the recognized badge of the Sufis of Iraq, and hence the term was commonly applied to all Muslim mystics. In the same century, groups of these ascites used to assemble to recite aloud the Holy Quran and other religious pieces, which practice gradually took on a liturgical character called zikr, evolving into spiritual concerts named Sama, now popularly called Qawwali in India, with their attendant perils of extreme ecstatic nervous. Gradually a change was coming over the general character of Sufism. Its basis was fear of God and his wrath to come, with the mystical element of love and adoration. According to a woman saint, Rabia al-Adawiyya, died 891 AD, the mainspring of mysticism is love. She said, "Love of God had so absorbed me that neither love nor hate for any other things remains in my heart." Sufism in 12th century. While Imam Ghazali, departed 1111, and Abul Qasim al-Kashari, departed 1072, laid the basic foundation of Sufism, it was Ghayathul Azam, Mahbub Subhani Hazrat Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, Pbuh, departed 1166, who helped to give it a real practical shape by instituting the famous Qadiriya Sufi order of Sufis in Baghdad in the 12th Christian century, which did wonders in raising the cult at Sufism to a glorious pitch in the succeeding generations. Sufism under Hazrat Jilani's spiritual and moral spell created a marvelous revolution which brought the whole of Afghanistan and its adjoining parts in Islamic fold in a very short time. This was one of the greatest miracles of Sufism in the history of Islam at a very crucial period. The number of converts after Hazrat Jilani's every preaching meeting often exceeded 70,000, necessitating the employment of as many as 400 writers for the registration of these converts. Other Sufi saints of this century were Sheikh Najibuddin Abul Kahir Surawardi, Sheikh Akbar Mu'ayyuddin Ibn Arabi, 1156–1240, and Hazrat Sheikh Shahabuddin Surawardi, 1144–1234, the last named being the founder of another famous Surawardiya Sufi order which Sheikh Sadi embraced in his later years of life. Their services to the cause of Islam proved exceedingly invaluable, and their innumerable writings and speeches helped to rejuvenate the waning spirit of Islam, serving the cause of Sufism itself as a guiding star for all future generations. Doctrine of Sufism and its need. After the departure of the Prophet, the overpowering influence of his religion and sacred traditions dominated the lives of his succeeding descendants and the caliphs. During the early period of Islam there was no necessity of any new cult like Sufism. But, as time passed on, a revival of the Islamic influence was deemed necessary and Sufism took it up in right earnest. The term Sufism denotes nothing but a direct interpretation of the cardinal principles of Islam and certain spiritual practices to be observed in this process. Its originator Abu Ishaq Shami was the first Sufi scholar who preached this cult, which was in conformity with all the basic principles of Islam. Wealth despised. One of the cardinal principles of the followers of Sufism is the hate of all wealth, pomp and show. All great Sufis have always therefore refused to accept any money or presents from any quarters whatever, and they never went to the glittering courts of any monarch, which made them bold, selfless, and independent of all secularism, thus distinguishing them from the class of the ulama, who so often succumb to these temptations. On the contrary, if any ruler or rich person sought an interview with them, they either refused it flatly or gave them illuminating sermons, bluntly reminding them of their misdeeds and instructing them to realize and follow their duties and responsibilities to the cause of Islam and the Holy Prophet's Shariat. Once Caliph Abu Muzaffar Yusuf of Baghdad approached Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, Pbuh, for a blissful advice with a present of 10 bags of gold mohurs. This great Sufi saint contemptuously refused to accept the money, but when the Caliph insisted upon its acceptance, he picked up 2 of the bags, one in each hand, and squeezed them. And as he did so, human blood flowed out of them. The great saint said, "Abu Muzaffar, don't you feel shame in offering me this blood of the poor people?" The Caliph was dumbfounded and went away in a shameful disgust. During the 13th century AD, Sufism had gained greater popularity among the masses as the result of the persistent efforts of the above-named Sufi saint. Under the rule of the Umayyads and the Abbasids, secularism had usurped the real spirit of Islam and had economic, political, and social fabric of Islam to pieces, resulting in the ultimate downfall of their power itself. Baghdad, once a flourishing capital, was in the grip of debasing frivolities and revelry. Unbalanced secularism had caused unprecedented pillage, arson, murder, and all-round destruction at the hands of Mongols and Tartars. Although this condition was generally attributed to the intruders' invasions, but as a matter of fact it was primarily due to the deterioration of the spiritual and moral character of the Muslims from top to bottom. Attendance at shrine. When these Sufi saints left this world, their devotees put up impressive buildings over their tombs, mazars, most of which are attractive monuments of architectural beauty and subdued oriental splendor, where Muslims, Hindus, Parsis, Sikhs, and their beneficiaries pay loving homage to their immortal glory all the year round, and receive all sorts of benedictions even to this day. On the occasions of their death anniversaries, which are called Urs, the gatherings in many cases run from thousands to lakhs, according to the popularity of the saint. Religious ceremonies are performed on these occasions and the poor and the needy are fed liberally. Of the numerous Sufi saints of India, Hazrat Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti of Ajmer, the founder of Sufism in this country, Hazrat Makhdum Aladdin Sabr of Kalir and Hazrat Baba Fariduddin Ganj Shaker of Pakpatan are the most celebrated. But each Indian province from north to south and east to west has one or more monumental shrines of its own Sufi saints whose benedictions have left an impressive mark upon the people of those parts and whose blessings they still enjoy year after year. Divine love. The next important feature of Sufi belief was divine love. From the time of Rabi'a al-Adawiyya, departed 801 AD. It had become the mainstream of Sufism, while in India it had become the dominant feature of the popular Bhakti movement. Love, they said, was both the causes as well as the effect of gnosis. A person was likely to achieve gnosis as a result of divine blessing only when he had devotion for God. While a person who had achieved gnosis could not help being overwhelmed and overpowered by cosmic emotion, jazba, and divine love. Love, according to them, was emotive force of life, in fact raison d'être. This powerful emotion dominated every thought or sentiment, contemplative life, theology, ritual thought of heaven and hell and all else. The heart of a mystic is a blazing furnace of love which burns and destroys everything that comes into it, because no fire is stronger than the fire of love, says Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti. Love implied an illuminating life, a state of continued communion with reality, hal. The object of life was indifferently described as apologetic vision, sometimes used in spiritual sense, at others in a physical sense, nearness to God, annihilation, fana, everlasting life in God, beka, and ultimately absorption or union, wasl. It was only on the achieves tranquility by falling into the sea. Thus when the lover finds the beloved he no longer wails. The natural outcome of such an outlook was a religion of ecstatic fervor and intoxication, sakr. Such an attitude of mind could best be produced by and then find satisfaction in liturgical practices, askar zikri kafi, zikri jail, spiritual concerts or audition, sama, and other forms of auto-hypnosis. Because of the efforts of Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, Sufi Hamiduddin Nagauri and Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia of Delhi, sama became a cranial feature of the Chishti Sufi order and brought it in occasional conflicts with the orthodox ulama. The mystic belief in gnosis and love is usually accompanied by characteristic ethics. The Sufis had fully followed and systematized certain ethical concepts before Islam came to India. The Indian Sufism merely reiterated these beliefs, although there was difference in the degree of emphasis. The basis of the Sufi attitude is that the veil which hides reality from mankind is that of bashariyat, creaturehood. The nature of man consists of sensual, intellectual, and spiritual features. Intellect, according to them, performed a restricted function. The central pivot of spiritual life was the qalb, heart, or the ruh, soul. They were regarded as ethereal in nature and hence capable of communion with God. This function however could never be performed until the heart was purified of the dirt of sensual or lower self called in Sufi terminology the nafs, appetitive soul. The struggle against nafs regarded as wholly evil, therefore, became one of the main concerns of the Sufis. This implied an outlook of renunciation, penitence, asceticism, poverty, self-mortification and quietism, in short, otherworldliness. This otherworldliness was never interpreted strictly, and the Kashti product recommended more an outlook of an otherworldliness than actually going away from society. The idea among the nobler minds in the world of Islam, that there is a deeper and more inward sense in the words of the Holy Quran, arose not from the wish to escape from the rigor of texts and dogmas, but from a profound conviction that those words mean more, not less than the popular expounder supposed them to convey. This conviction, combined with a deep feeling of divine pervasion, a feeling originating from and in perfect accordance with the teachings of the Holy Quran and the instruction of the Prophet, led to the development among the Muslims of that contemplative idealistic philosophy which has received the name of Sufism. The appeal of which among the Mohammedans was probably assisted by the prevalence of Neoplatonic ideas. Imam al-Ghazali in the East and Ibn Tufayl in the West were the two great representatives of mysticism among the Muslims. Ulama, Sufi clash. At first the leaders of mysticism were supposed to be the ulama or orthodox religious teachers, but by the end of 3rd century they were replaced mostly by middle classes, especially from the mixed half Persian and half Arabian population of Baghdad, who followed Sufism. Against the political revolutionary aims of Shiite propagandists the ulama protested vehemently. Their program of reform included the awakening of religious conscience of individuals and the spiritual revival of the social organization of the community. These social implications were reinforced by the labors of Sufis in preaching and converting, firstly members of their own class or followers, and secondly carrying on their missionary work for Islam in other distant lands. For all times and in all countries these Sufi ascetics were the most active and powerful propagandists of Islam, and it was none but Hazrat Khawaja Muinuddin Kishti of Sanjar who introduced the Kishtiya Sufi order of Sufis in India and did such a wonderful service to the cause of Islam. For the above reasons the orthodox ulama began to suspect the new social implications of the Sufi movement in Islam, and a rift seemed to be widening between Sufism and orthodoxy. Serious attempts were made to silence the Sufis, and on failure an example of punishment was set of one prominent Sufi, Mansur al-Hallaj, who was charged with heresy in having identified himself with God and was cruelly executed in the beginning of the 4th century. This punishment was not inflicted by any violent fanatics but by pious upholders of the ancient faith like the good Wazir al-Ibn Isa. Repression however proved futile, and the Sufi movement continued firmly based as it was on both the open and secret teachings of Quran and the moral standards of Islam. Despite the adverse views of the learned layers, the tendency towards the neglect of the ritual prescriptions and the outside influence clashing with the traditional outlook of Islam, the strength of Sufism lay in the satisfaction which it gave to the religious instincts of the people, instincts which were chilled or starved by the rigid and impersonal teachings of orthodox ulama, but which found more relief in the directly personal and emotional approach of Sufism. It must be remembered that this popular character and appeal of Sufism arose out of the ranks of the people themselves and appealed to the people whose main reading matter was furnished by short lives of the saints, often replete with their miraculous deeds. It was the unceasing labors of the mystics, ascetic or Sufis, that gave to Islam its widespread permanent hold upon the masses, and that played it such a conspicuous part in spreading the divine message among new and fertile lands rather than the slow work of purely orthodox ulama or their system of propagation. During the 4th and 5th centuries, Sufism grew in strength in spite of the frowning ulama. It was in this period that the zikr and sama from their simple congregational recitation and meditation over the Quran began to show more definite liturgical tendency, marked specially by the recitation of chants and litanies. But it was not this difference alone that marked off Sufism from the orthodox services, as similar liturgical ceremonies were commonly performed in the mosques as well. The hostility of the theologians was however due partly to their fear that the Sufi zikr might replace the mosque as the center of religious life. There was also a more deeper and selfish reason for the conflict, the traditional exclusive claim of the possession of sciences of theology and law and their position as the sole authoritative exponents of the Islamic doctrine, sciences which they had built up by infinite trouble and whose acquisition involved long and arduous study. They maintained that it was by their means that the substances of faith had been preserved against both heretical innovations in doctrine and the attempts of the secular arm to override its privileges and obligations. Naturally, the theologians were proud of their system and jealous for the maintenance of their authority. They held that it was by this method alone that they were able to propagate Islam and promote its cause, and that any relaxation would open the way to heresy and corruption, both spiritual and material. But the Sufis rejected these claims bluntly and even derisively. According to them, there was only one way to knowledge, which lay through the direct and personal experience called marifat, culminating in momentary union with or absorption into the Godhead, and not through the rational and second-hand knowledge or ilm of the scholastic type. They thought, theology, instead of assisting their process, actually hindered it. The conflict between the doctrinaire and the seeker or follower of the inner light therefore seemed irreconcilable. Sufism triumphed. The outside influences and doctrines implied in Sufism in these formative centuries were also suspected by the ulama. Apart from the various orthodox rules and concepts of Islam, the exaltation which the Holy Prophet Muhammad enjoyed also appeared to be eclipsing against the overwhelming veneration accorded to Sufi sheikhs in their lifetime and their elevation to sainthood after death. Nothing could, therefore, be more intolerable and repugnant to the primitive ideas of Islam and the system of their maintenance by the ulama, but in the teeth of Holy Quran, tradition, rationalism, and orthodox theology, the worship of Sufi saints irresistibly crept into the Islamic fold, and eventually swept everything before it. As time went on, popular elements of Sufism established themselves more and more firmly in the Islamic fold. More and more religious-minded people also joined the ranks of Sufi mystics who sought not metaphysical knowledge of religion but living experience of God. During the 5th century there was a marked drift towards Sufism of some of the ablest thinkers of Islam. Ultimately, principle of compromise between orthodoxy and Sufism was inevitably sought, with the result that a celebrated theologian, Al-Kashari, departed 1072 AD, wrote a treatise urging the cause of the higher Sufism and the acceptance of the doctrine of ecstatic communion with God. The actual revolution is, however, linked with the name of Imam al-Ghazali, departed 1111 AD, who stands high in his religious insight and intellectual ability, and who dived deep into mystic sciences and philosophies. He changed his convictions again and again in his long religious experiments and research. First, he revolted against the casuistry of the theologians and incessantly sought ultimate reality through all the Muslim religious systems and philosophies of his time. After a prolonged bodily, mental and intellectual struggle, he finally fell from sheer philosophic agnosticism upon his personal experience of God, which he found only in the Sufi path. To his school of thought belonged such Sufi giants as Maulana Rum, the author of the celebrated Masnavi, one of the most authentic works on Sufism, Hazrat Junaid Baghdadi, Maulana Shibli, Maulana Fariduddin Attar, Kaikani, Shamsuddin Hafiz Shirazi, one of the greatest Persian Sufi poets in the East, Sheikh Saadi, and others. Both Imam al-Ghazali and the stalwart al-Kashari forged a synthesis that ultimately accommodated the essential principles of Islam between orthodoxy and Sufism, which were thus tied to one and the other forever, though their paths remained different. Sufism in India. From Iraq and Persia, Sufism perpetrated into India with Hazrat Khawaja Muinuddin Chishti, where it found a very congenial soil to prosper after some stubborn opposition. With its advent, a large number of Sufi saints sprang up all over the land, doing invaluable service by their solacing influence to the afflicted humanity, irrespective of caste or creed. It was this indiscriminating service to the cause of the suffering humanity and peace that won the hearts of the people of India and made the Sufis highly popular among all classes of people, from a peasant to the prince. Not only this, but even after their death, they are still held in high reverence, a thing which is unknown in other countries. This unflinching devotion is of course not without any reason. There must be something very real and serious to come and end it. Meritorious contribution. Sufism, in spite of its loftiness in religious ideals, has been less fastidious and more ready to accept alien practices and ideas, provided they produced good results. Blended with Sufism, the orthodox couch was undoubtedly refreshed and strengthened, and in fact acquired a more popular character and attraction in Islam. Sufism in Western Asia, North Africa, won over large multitudes to Islam. Central Asia, India, and Indonesia. In the wake of Sufism, Shiaism also suffered an eclipse and lost much of its original influence. On the whole, Sufism has made a meritorious and invaluable contribution to the promotion and prosperity of Islam in the world. Sufism defined. Sufism implies iqtida, i.e. to adhere strictly to the laws of Shariat. It means highly pious and enlightened way of life which may be expressed in conformity with thought and action as explained below, pbuh, qalan, i.e. expression through Shariat or the divine law, ordained for the harmonious conduct of man in this world with promise of his salvation in the next. B. Falan or tariqat, i.e. expression through human activity and discipline under the said divine law or Shariat. C. Halan or hakikat, i.e. the state acquired by acting upon and passing through qalan and falan stages, reaching the zenith of the spiritual perfection. While the qalan and falan stages can be analyzed or expressed through the human faculties, the expression of halan hakikat or reality is beyond the scope of all human conception and is therefore inexpressible and indescribable because human intellect or faculties are restricted to a limit and transcend no more. This is the highest and final stage of Sufism, in which the aspirant is face to face with the divine light and ultimately merges his identity with God Supreme. It is therefore a state, the secrets of which have never been divulged to the humanity at large without Sufism entitles. A Persian couplet describes the state as follows: Un Rakhe Kabarshid Kabarish Baz Naamad, i.e. nobody ever heard of them who dive deep into the secrets of God or the mysteries of nature. Ma'arifat, spirituality. The Sufis emphasized that ultimate reality could be grasped only intuitively, ma'arifat or gnosis. It was veiled from the human eye and intellect, and constituted a mystery which could be apprehended by none but the advanced spirits. Although they described in vivid details how ma'arifat could be achieved, they never concerned themselves with the nature of the reality. There are clear traces of belief of pantheism and of monism, although in general they believed in a transcendental omnipotent God as the creator of the universe. The intuitive or esoteric experience or reality implied that parallel to the orthodoxy or external theology, there was also an internal or spiritual interpretation of the Holy Quran and of the actions prescribed by the law. This spiritual interpretation was necessity subjective, intuitive, and esoteric. But this is a very delicate point to be discussed by a layman. Only the advanced Sufis or saints, who are now rare, can interpret them satisfactorily in the light of their own practical experience. No one in the present scientific civilization can either understand or convince easily the average man on these delicate points. Philosophy of Sufism. The practice according to Islamic conception, a Sufi is one who is fired with divine live and who is a true devotee of God and is constantly impatient to seek nearness to Him. The quest of a Sufi centers round the exploration or probe into the mysteries of the nature. He is wholeheartedly engrossed in seeking out the myriad truths of the truth, and concentrates on the hard task of reconciling his action to his thoughts. This is an extremely difficult process. He has, first of all, to suppress or subdue his worldly desires inherent in the soul of man called nafs in order to attain purity and steadfastness in his character. After attaining this stage, he enters the second phase of building up his external and internal character through mental exercises, as the result of which the knowledge of the hidden mysteries of nature or God is revealed unto him. To summarize the whole process of Sufism, the true path of a Sufi salvation lies through the thorny wilderness of renunciation, self-mortification on and annihilation of the nafs by incessant devotion to God. Thus a Sufi aspirant has to undergo a rigid test in morals and by acquiring a perfect knowledge of the Holy Quran and Islamic theology. Also strict adherence to the Muslim law of jurisprudence called fiqh and hadith, which deal with the moral, social, economic, and political aspects of Muslim life. He reaches his goal ultimately. Shariat and Tariqat. The basis of the teachings of the early Sufis was a clear distinction between the real and the apparent, between the external and the internal, between the formal and the spiritual. The codes of beliefs and behavior prescribed in the two were the Shariat, which they called external science, and the Tariqat, the path or way, or the internal or spiritual science. The starting point of the spiritual progress, they argued, was the Shariat, but their distinctive contribution to the religious life of the Muslims was the emphasis which they laid on Tariqat. They bypassed the abstract and colorless scholastic discussions of faith and ritual, and supplemented the inspiring orthodox attitude of commands and prohibitions with an emotive principle and a living religious experience. In Orthodox Islam, these features had become subordinated. By emphasizing them, the Sufis sought to restore the religious balance and brought Islam into greater harmony with the prevailing Indian traditions. Hazrat Shah Sufi Bahauddin Naqshband, R.A. Founder of Naqshbandi Sufi order. Figure 48, Mazar Mubarak, Sheikh ul-Islam Hazrat Bahauddin Naqshband, may Allah's blessings upon him, in Bokhara, Uzbekistan. His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam had visited the great Sufi saint Hazrat Bahauddin Naqshband, R.A.'s shrine in 1986 at the time of Soviet Union, and invited by Mikhail Gorbachev for the delegation of UN peacekeeping, followed by world leaders, to attend the Baku International Peace Conference. The designation of the Naqshbandi golden chain has changed from century to century. From the time of Salman Parsi, R.A., to the time of Bayezid al-Bistami, R.A., to the time of Sayyidina Abdul Khalik al-Gajadawani, it was called At-Tayfuriyya. From the time of Sayyidina Abdul Khalik al-Gajadawan to the time of Shah Naqshband, it was called the Khwajaganiyya. From the time of Shah Naqshband through the time of Sayyidina Ubaydullah al-Arar and Sayyidina Ahmad Farooqi, it was called Naqshbandiyya. Naqshbandiyya means to tie the Naqshir very well. The Naqshir is the perfect engraving of Allah's name in the heart of the murid. From the time of Sayyidina Ahmad al-Farooqi to the time of Sheikh Khalid al-Baghdadi, it was called Naqshbandi Mujaddidiyya. From the time of Sayyidina Khalid al-Baghdadi until the time of Sayyidina Sheikh Ismail Shirwani, it was called the Naqshbandiyya Khalidiyya. From the time of Sayyidina Ismail Shirwani until the time of Sayyidina Sheikh Abdullah ad-Dagestani, it was called Naqshbandi Dagestaniyya. And today it is known by the name Naqshbandiyya Haktaniyya. The spiritual inheritors of the Prophet. Historically speaking, the Naqshbandi Tariqat can be traced back to Hazrat Salman Farsi, R.A., who succeeds the Prophet, Pbuh, in his knowledge and in his role of guiding the Muslim community. What distinguishes the Naqshbandi school from other Sufi orders was the fact that it took its foundations and principles from the teachings and example of bright star figures in the firmament of the Prophet, Pbuh. These great figures were Salman al-Farisi, Jafar as-Siddiq, Bayezid Tayfur al-Bistami, Abdul Khalik al-Gajadawani, and Muhammad Bahauddin Uwaisi al-Bukhari, known as Shah Naqshband, the eponymous Imam of the Tariqat. Behind the word Naqshband stand two ideas: Naqshir, which means engraving and suggests engraving the name of Allah in the heart, and Band, which means bond and indicates the link between the individual and his creator. This means that the Naqshbandi follower has to practice his prayers and obligations according to the Holy Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, Pbuh, and to keep the presence and love of Allah alive in his heart through a personal experience of the link between himself and his Lord. Besides firmament of the Prophet, one of them was Salman al-Farisi, R.A. His origin was Isfahan in Persia, and he was the one who advised the Muslims to dig a trench in the Battle of Azab. After the Muslims seized Al-Madain, the capital city of Persia, he was made prince and governor of that city and remained there until his death. Another star was Jafar as-Siddiq. A descendant of the Prophet, S.M. Pbuh, he rejected all positions of honor in favor of retreat and spiritual learning and practice. He was called the inheritor of the prophetic station, Maqam an-Nubuwwah, and the inheritor of the truthful station, Maqam as-Siddiqiyya. The oldest recorded occurrence of the term Safa was in reference to his student, Jabir ibn Ayan, in the middle of the 2nd Hijri century. He was a Mufassir al-Quran, or master in exegesis, a scholar of hadith, and one of the greatest mujtahids, qualified to give legal decisions, in Medina. His tafsir is partially preserved in Sulamai's Haqa'iq at Tafsir. Late Ibn Sa'd, one of the most reliable transmitters of prophetic traditions, witnessed Jafar's miraculous powers as the latter was able to ask for anything, and God would grant it to him on the spot. Another star was Bayezid Tafur al-Bistami, whose grandfather was a Zoroastrian. Bayezid made a detailed study of the statutes of Islamic law, Sharia, and practiced a strict regimen of self-denial. All his life he was assiduous in the practice of his religious obligations. He urged his students, murids, to put their efforts in the hands of God, and he encouraged them to accept a sincere and pure doctrine of Tawhid, knowledge of the oneness of God. This doctrine, he said, imposes 5 obligations on the sincere. To keep obligations according to the Holy Quran and follow Ahlul Bayt. To always speak the truth. To keep the heart free from hatred. To avoid forbidden food, haram. To shun innovation, bid'ah. Bayezid said that the ultimate goal of the Sufis is to know God in this world, to reach His divine presence, and to see Him in the hereafter. To that effect he added, there are special servants of Allah who, if Allah veiled them from His vision in paradise, would have implored Him to bring them out of paradise as the inhabitants of the fire implore Him to escape from hell. Yet another star in the firmament of the Prophet, Pbuh, was Abdul Khalik al-Gujadawani, who was born in the village of Gujadawan, near Bokhara in present-day Uzbekistan. He was raised and buried there. He studied Holy Quran and the Islamic sciences of both external and internal knowledge until he reached a high station of purity. He then traveled to Damascus, where he established a school from which many students graduated and went on to become masters of fiqh and hadith as well as spirituality in their time, both in the regions of Central Asia and in the Middle East. Abdul Khalik continued the work of his predecessors by formulating the dhikr, remembrance of God, passed down from the Prophet, Pbuh, according to the Sunnah. In his letters he set down the code of conduct, adab, that the students of the Naqshbandiya were expected to follow. It may be mentioned here that, the Naqshbandiya Sufi order did not have any connection or relation to so-called first Caliph Abu Bakr Siddiq. Abu Bakr had no spiritual relation with the beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad S.M., Pbuh. Abu Bakr was the self-proclaimed Caliph. He disregarded the order of the Holy Prophet. The declaration of Gadar-e-Kum as Hazrat Ali, as, was bestowed spiritual successor by the Holy Prophet. Hazrat Ali, as, was the founder of spiritual kingdom and Sufism. Without Hazrat Ali, as, there is no chain of spiritual relation with the Holy Prophet. Author of this book, His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam, are not a supporter of Shia sect. The controversial Shia sect are not proper Muslims. Brief details of the Imam of the Tariqat Hazrat Shah Bahauddin Naqshband, R.A. In this constellation, we come finally to Muhammad Bahauddin Uwais al-Bukhari, known as Shah Naqshband, the Imam of the Naqshbandi Tariqat without peer. He was born in the year 1317 CE in the village of Kasra al-Karafan, near Bokhara. After he mastered the Sharia sciences at the tender age of 18, he kept company with the Sheikh Muhammad Baba as-Samasi, who was an authority in hadith in Central Asia. After the latter's death, he followed Sheikh Amir Kulal, who continued and perfected his training in the external and the internal knowledge. The students of Sheikh Amir Kulal used to make dhikr loud when sitting together in association, and silent dhikr when alone. Shah Naqshband, however, although he never criticized nor objected to the loud dhikr, preferred the silent dhikr. Concerning this he says, there are 2 methods of dhikr, one is silent and one is loud. I chose the silent one because it is stronger and therefore more preferable. The silent dhikr thus became the distinguishing feature of the Naqshbandiya among other tariqats. Shah Naqshband performed Hajj, pilgrimage, 3 times, after which he resided in Merv and Bokhara. Towards the end of his life he went back to settle in his native city of Kasra al-Arafan. His teachings became quoted everywhere and his name was on every tongue. Visitors from far and wide came to see him and to seek his advice. They received teaching in his school and mosque, a complex which at one time accommodated more than 5,000 people. This school is the largest Islamic center of learning in Central Asia and still exists in our day. It was recently renovated and reopened after surviving 70 years of communist rule. Shah Naqshband's teachings changed the hearts of seekers from darkness to light. He continued to teach his students the knowledge of the oneness of God in which his predecessors had specialized, emphasizing the realization of the state of ihsan, excellence, for his followers according to the hadith of the Prophet, Pbuh, ihsan is to worship God as if you see him. When Shah Naqshband died, he was buried in his garden as he requested. The succeeding kings of Bukhara took care of his school and mosque, expanding them and increasing their religious endowments, Awqaf. Succeeding sheikhs of the Naqshbandi tariqat wrote many biographies of Shah Naqshband. Among them are Maskud al-Bukhari and Sharif al-Jarjani, who composed the Irad Baha'uddin, which describes him and his life's works including his fatwa, legal decisions. Sheikh Muhammad Parsa, who died in Medina in 822 H. 1419 CE, wrote Risala Qudsiyya in which he talks of Shah Naqshband's life, his virtues, and his teachings. Shah Naqshband's literary legacy included many books. Among them are Aratan Naqshbandiyya, the devotions of Shah Naqshband. Another book is Tanbih al-Ghafilan. A third book is Maslak al-Anwar. A fourth is Hadiyatu as-Salikin wa Tufat at-Taliban. He left many noble expressions praising the Prophet, Pbuh, and he wrote many legal rulings. One of his opinions was that all the different acts and kinds of worship, whether obligatory or voluntary, were permitted for the seeker in order to reach reality. Prayer, fasting, zakat, paying the poor tax, mujahadat, striving, and zuhd, self-denial, were emphasized as ways to reach Allah Almighty. Shah Naqshband built his school on the renewal of the teachings of the Islamic religion. He insisted on the necessity of keeping the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Sunnah. When they asked him, "What are the requirements of one who follows your way?" he said, "To follow the Sunnah of the Prophet, Pbuh. He continued saying, "Our way is a rare one. It keeps the Urwat ul-Wuthqa, the unbreakable bond, and it asks nothing else of its followers but to take hold of the pure Sunnah of the Prophet, Pbuh, and follow the way of the Sahaba, companions of the Prophet, Pbuh, in their ijtihad, efforts for Allah." The Naqshbandi school is the easiest and simplest way for the student to understand Tawhid. It urges its followers to seek a state of complete worship of Allah both publicly and privately by keeping the complete code of conduct of the prophetic Sunnah. It encourages people to keep to the strictest modes of worship, kazama, and to abandon exemptions, ruksa. It is also free from all innovations and deviations. It does not demand of its followers perpetual hunger or wakefulness. That is how the Naqshbandiyya has managed to remain free from the excesses of the ignorant and the charlatans, mushakwazan. In sum, we say that our way is the mother of all tariqats and the guardian of all spiritual trusts. It is the safest, wisest, and clearest way. It is the purest drinking station, the most distilled essence. The Naqshbandiyya is innocent from any attack because it keeps the Sunnah of the beloved Prophet, Pbuh. We are presenting to the general public, by order of our Sheikh, Sheikh Muhammad Nazim al-Haqqani, 40th in that golden chain of the Naqshbandi masters, an all too brief book filled with the light of these pure masters, their aphorisms, their teachings, their way of life, and their exemplary saintliness. We hope that it will bring the reader a taste of the lives of these sheikhs, who light our way to the knowledge of reality and truth, to the love of the beloved Prophet, Pbuh, and to the ultimate goal of all, which is to reach the divine presence of our Creator. My work is to weep at night in remembering my beloved, my sleep is to remain absorbed in thoughts of my beloved. In vain do eyes stay awake if not to behold you. In vain do tears flow for another than you. The lovers die at every moment, for their dying is not of one kind. The lover has received 200 spirits from the spirit of guidance, and he sacrifices them all at every instant. For every spirit he receives 10 in return. Read the Holy Quran, 10 the like of it 6:160. Great Sufi Saint Hazrat Mujaddid Alf, Sani, R.A. Founder Mujaddidiya Tariqa, Sarind West Punjab, India. Figure 49, founder of Mujaddidiya Sufi Order's Holy Shrine. His Eminency Dr. Alam had visited Hazrat Mujaddid Alf Sani, R.A.'s Holy Shrine many times for his research work. At first he visited in 1977 with Sheikh Dayamullah, R.A., for spiritual training. Most recently in 2003, he has visited again with his son Syed Haramain Khalilullah, and Sheikh Syed Ghulam Nizami, descendant of Sufi Saint Nizamuddin Aulia of New Delhi, India. Khwaja Imam-e Rabbani Mujaddid Alf Sani Sheikh Ahmed Sarindi, R.A., Imam-e Rabbani Mujaddid Alf, Sani Sheikh Ahmed Sarindi is commonly known as the revivalist of the second millennium. His pedigree is following. Ash Sheikh Ahmed Sarindi, R.A., Ibn Ash Sheikh Abdul Ahad son of Zainul Abidin son of Abdul Hayy, son of Muhammad son of Habibullah, son of Rafiuddin, son of Nasiruddin, son of Sulaiman, son of Yusuf, son of Ishaq, son of Abdullah, son of Shob, son of Ahmed, son of Yusuf, son of Sheikh Shihabuddin, known as Farrukh Shah, son of Naziruddin, son of Mahmud, son of Sulaiman, son of Sheikh Masood, son of Sheikh Abdullah Wajul Asghar, son of Abdullah Wajul Akbar, son of Abul Fateh, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim, son of Nasir, son of Sayyidina Abdullah, R.A., the son of Amir ul-Mu'minin Caliph of the Prophet, Pbuh. Sheikh Ahmed, R.A., was born on Shawwal 14, 971 or May 25, 1564 AD, in Sarind, India. He received his early education from his father and later learned from many sheikhs of his time. He learned the Holy Quran under the able guidance of his father. Then he went to Sialkot and got education of Islamic sciences from Maulana Yaqub Kashmiri. In the meantime he was also benefited from spiritual guidance of his father. In his prime youth, he became a spiritual leader himself and was allowed to train followers in all three orders Suruwardiya, Qadariya, and Kashtiya. His father passed away in Jamadi al-Thani, 1007 or January 1599 AD, at the age of 80. Next year, he proceeded for pilgrimage to Mecca. He came to Delhi en route to Mecca. Here he heard the praise of Khwaja Bakibullah, R.A., who had been sent from Samarkand to India by Sheikh Muhammad Umkanki with foretiding that a man from India is going to appear. He will be the Imam of his century. He will be trained by you. Hazrat Imam-e Rabbani, R.A., subordinated in allegiance to Hazrat Bakibullah, R.A., and in mere 7 days, he rose as the Imam of Naqshbandiya order. He then proceeded for Hajj. After returning, he settled in Sarind. He often used to visit Delhi to get more beneficence from Hazrat Bakibullah, R.A. Those were the heydays of Mughal Empire. King Jahangir was on the throne with the legacy of his father's innovative Deen-e-Akbari. Poor Muslims were unable to resist the tyrant might of Mughal rulers. It was the time Sheikh Ahmed, R.A., dared them and tried to stop the forced implementation of that false cult. He had to suffer prison for 4 years in Gwalior jail for not prostrating before King Jahangir but did not budge. He not only struggled to bring an end to Deen Akbari but also undertook a gigantic reform movement to purge Muslim society from the traces of Hindu rites prevailed among Muslims. On Friday, 10 Rabi al-Awwal 10,1010 Allah exalted rises him to the status of the revivalist of the religion. It is related to him that once he was in meditation, he visioned Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, arrived and congratulated him on his new status and put the turns of turban on his head. Next year Shah Sikandar Quadri, who was direct descendant of Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., came to him and put the cloak of Hazrat Jilani on him saying that Hazrat Jilani had revealed him in a vision to do so. He had numerous followers in India and elsewhere with whom he made constant contacts through letters. These letters are called Maktubat-e Mujaddidiya and form the most authentic reference on Sufism. He passed away on Safar 28, 1034 or December 12, 1624 AD, at the age of 63 and 63 days. His funeral prayers were led by his successor on the seat of the Naqshbandiya order and his elder son Hazrat Khwaja Muhammad Saeed, R.A. He was laid to rest in Surind. Later on his son Hazrat Muhammad Siddiq built a shrine over his august grave. Imam Rabbani, R.A., was the sheikh in all the four prominent orders of Sufism, Naqshbandiya, Qadriya, Kishtiya, and Suruwardiya. He preferred Naqshbandiya, because of its supremacy among other orders. He was succeeded by his elder son Hazrat Sheikh Muhammad Saeed, R.A. It may be mentioned here that, the Mujaddadiya Sufi order did not have any connection or relation to so-called second Caliph Umar ibn Khattab. Umar had no spiritual relation with the beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad S.M., Pbuh. Umar was the self-proclaimed caliph and made the conspiracy to establish the Caliphate-e-Rashidun, and he destroyed the backbone of Ahlul Bayt using the Prophet's divorced wife along with Abu Bakr, Talha, Zubair, Sa'd ibn Waqtas, disregarded the order of the Holy Prophet, the declaration of Gadar-e-Kum as Hazrat Ali, as, was bestowed spiritual successor by the Holy Prophet. Hazrat Ali, as, was the founder of spiritual kingdom and Sufism. Without Hazrat Ali, as, there is no chain of spiritual relation with the Holy Prophet. Author His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam of this book are not a supporter of Shia sect. The controversial Shia sect are not proper Muslims. Chapter 10. Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Imam Mahdi, Pbuh. Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said of him the following: "The world will not come to an end until the Arabs are ruled by a man from my family whose name is the same as mine and whose father's name is the same as my father's name. The world will not come to an end until a man from my family and of my name shall be the one who brings justice to the world. When you see a green sign coming from Khorasan, join him, because the Mahdi will be amongst them. The Mahdi will be a descendant of me, he will be a man of open countenance and a face with a distinguished nose. He will fill the world with equality and justice, just as it had been filled with tyranny and oppression." Bihar al-Anwar. Hazrat Ja'far Siddiq, as, said when explaining S3 Ayah 83, "When the Qaim appears there will be no land on earth where the kalima is not said." Meaning all continents will have Muslim populations. Ibn Khaldun in his Muqtadimah pg 269 reads, narrated from Ibn Abbas from Prophet Muhammad, S.M., "Ali is my descendant and in his offspring is the awaited Qaim who will fill the world with justice and equality after it had been filled with tyranny and oppression." Prophet Muhammad, S.M., further elaborated, "Beware of doubting, for doubting the order of Allah, the Mighty, the Sublime, is apostasy, kufr." The Mahdi is alluded to in the Quran Surah 2 Ayah 114. "They will have disgrace in this world and in the next world they will have a terrible punishment." Tabari said regarding the words "they will have disgrace in this world" that As-Sudi said that their disgrace in this world will come about when the Mahdi comes and Constantinople is conquered and he kills them. The punishment is definitely hellfire, which will never be lightened for its inhabitants, nor will they be killed in it and die. Qurtubi related from Qatada and As-Sudi that disgrace in this world refers to the advent of the Mahdi and the conquest of various great cities of the unbelievers. Ibn Kathir, As-Sudi, Ikrimah, and Wail ibn Daud explained disgrace in this world as the emergence of the Mahdi. Ash-Shawkani indicates disgrace in this world has more significance than that. In his tafsir, their disgrace in this world shall be when the Mahdi emerges and conquers and slays them. Imam Jalal as-Suyuti said in his Jalaluddin Volume 6 pg 50, "The hour shall not take place until al-Mahdi takes charge on earth on my behalf." Imam Suyuti also quotes Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who quoted Hazrat Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, R.A., from Prophet Muhammad, S.M., "I bring you glad tidings of al-Mahdi, Allah shall send him to my nation, in a time different from your own, after a series of earthquakes. He shall fill the earth with justice and equality after it was filled with injustice and oppression. He shall distribute the wealth equitably among the inhabitants of the earth." Hazrat Hussain ibn Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, is quoted saying the ninth of my descendants is the Mahdi who will rise with truth. Allah will grant life to the earth through him after its death. True faith will supersede all religions through him. His absence shall be lengthy, during which many people will go astray. Only a few will remain on the right path. They shall suffer pains. Those who bear the pains and denial patiently will get the same reward as those companions who out on expedition with Prophet Muhammad, S.M. Hazrat Salama, S.A., said, I heard Rasulullah say the Mahdi will be of my family and lineage. Hazrat Salama, S.A., also reported his aim is to establish a moral system which all superstitious beliefs will be eliminated. In the same way students enter Islam, so unbelievers will come to believe. Hazrat Salama, S.A., is also recorded saying when the Mahdi appears, Allah will cause such the power of vision and hearing to be manifested that Al-Mahdi will call to the whole world from where he is, with no postman involved, and they will hear and even see him. The Mahdi will be of my stock, and will have a broad forehead, a prominent nose. He will fill the earth with equality and justice just as it was filled with tyranny and oppression, and he will rule for 7 years. Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, narrated Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said the promised Mahdi will be from among my family. Allah will make provision for his emergence in one night. Hazrat Salamah, S.A., narrated Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said the promised Mahdi will be from among my progeny, among the descendants of Fatimah. Mahdi is one of us, the members of Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Salama, S.A., said Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said after the death of a ruler there will be some dispute between the people. At that time a citizen of Medina will flee from Medina to Mecca. While in Mecca, certain people will approach him between Hajar al-Aswad and Maqam Ibrahim, and forcibly pledge their allegiance to him. Thereafter a huge army will proceed from Syria to attack him, but when they will be at Bayt, which is between Mecca and Medina, they will be swallowed into the ground. On seeing this the people of Sham in those days consisted of Damascus, Palestine, and Syria, as well as a large group of people of Iraq will pay their allegiance to him. Then a person from Quraysh whose uncle will be of the Bani Kalb tribe will try to attack him, only to be overpowered by the will of Allah. The army itself will be of the Bani Kalb. Unfortunate indeed is the person who does not receive the booty of the Bani Kalb. This person, Al-Mahdi, will distribute the spoils of war after the battle. He will lead people according to Holy Quran, and during his reign Islam will spread throughout the world. He will remain for 7 years. He will pass away and the Muslims will perform his janazah salah and will be buried inside the Prophet's dome. A group of my ummah will fight the truth until near the day of judgment, when Prophet Isa ibn Maryam, pbuh, will descend, and leader of them will ask him to lead the prayer, but Prophet Isa ibn Maryam, pbuh, will decline, saying, No, verily among you Allah has made leaders for others and he has bestowed his bounty upon them. Say, O Muhammad, S.M., I do not ask you of any reward, guiding you to the right path, delivering the message of Holy Quran while being compassionate and merciful to his bitterest enemies, except for the kinship of my family, which at the same time is your family, because the Holy Last Messenger, S.M., had ties of kinship with all of the subdivisions of Quraysh, except that you respect and love my family. S42:23. Hazrat Abdullah ibn Abbas, R.A., said when the Messenger of Allah migrated to Medina, he went through a time when he faced needs and rights which he had to address but didn't have the means to do so. The helpers, i.e. Ansar of Medina, said, Allah, SWT, has guided you through this man who is the son of your sister, i.e. Hazrat Amina Prophet Muhammad, SM, because she was from Medina. He faces life's vicissitudes and has right but does not have the means to fulfill them. Collect for him your wealth, that which may not hurt you, and give it to him so that he may help himself with the ups and down in life. They collected some wealth and took it to him. They said, O Prophet of Allah, SM, you are the son of our sister, Allah, SWT, has guided us through you. Sometimes you go through the ups and downs in life and you also have rights to address. But you don't have the means to face up with all of this. We thought to collect for you some wealth so that you can use it when you need it. Here it is. This ayah was then revealed. Hazrat Abu Ja'far ibn Ali al-Bakir, as, said, Imam Ali, as, was asked about the physical appearance of the Mahdi and said, he is a well-built youth with a handsome face whose hair reaches his shoulders. The light of his face is contrasted by the darkness of his hair and beard. In Tabarani Prophet Muhammad, S.M., said a man of the Umayyads will take power in Egypt and then his power will be taken from him, or wrested from him, and he will flee to Byzantium and enlist them against the people of Islam, and that will be the first of the battles. Abu Nu'aym and Isfahani records from Hudhayfa ibn al-Yamani, R.A., that he heard the Messenger of Allah, S.M., say, woe to this community from tyrannical rulers. How they will kill and terrorize God-fearing people, except for those who appear to obey them. Some God-fearing believers will pretend to cooperate with them with their tongues but flee from them in their hearts. When Allah, SWT, wants to restore the power of Islam, he will crush every stubborn tyrant. He has the power to do whatever he wishes to put the community right after its corruption. Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as, said, the Sufyani will be one of the descendants of Khalid ibn Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, a man with a large head, a pockmarked face, and white spots in his eyes. He will emerge from part of Damascus and most of those who follow him will be from the tribe of Kalb. He will kill to the point of slicing open of the bellies of women and slaying their unborn children. A man from the people of my house will come out against him in the harem. The Sufyani will hear of this and send one of his armies to fight him, which he will defeat. Then the group of Christians, Jewish and others will come against him with their people until he crosses some land in the desert which swallows them up. Only those who are among them under compulsion will be saved. Al-Hakim, Nu'aym ibn Hamad and As-Suyuti have all narrated from Thaban, R.A., who reported that the Messenger of Allah, S.M., said, when you see the black banners coming from Khorasan, then go to them even if that means crawling over the snow. The deputy of Allah, the Mahdi, will be among them. Al-Hakim, At-Tabarani, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, ibn Hibban al-related the Holy Prophet, S.M., said this affair will reach everything reached by night and day, and there will not remain a single house of mud or hair which Allah will not cause the steen to enter, whether by the might by which Allah will exalt Islam and a humility by which he will humiliate disbelief. Tyrants live in perpetual fear at the thought of the Mahdi, and they will tremble and will suffer a swift and sudden defeat when he suddenly appears, especially because today's civilization, Muslim and non-Muslim alike, is expecting him to arrive at any moment. The Messianic leaders of today's world are very keen to the major events of the world today because their soothsayers and jinn have warned them of his imminent arrival. He is the precursor of the victory of truth and the fall of all tyrants. The Mahdi, Pbuh, will come to confront the Dajjal, the false Messiah, after the Jews' final ascendancy. Alongside him will be Hazrat Isa ibn Maryam, Pbuh, the true Messiah. The events to take place before and after the birth of Imam Mahdi, Lba, as foretold by Hazrat Mohammad, Lba. 1. The occupation of the Holy Land of the Arabs by Israel, the defeat of the enormous Arab forces to the small state of Israel, with the help of other strong powers. The reasons of the defeat have been mentioned as follows. I. Greed toward earthly luxuries and attraction for liquor and women. 2. They shall be nonchalant towards a religion and shall opt for communism/capitalism. 3. The Muslim brethren, who preach of Islam, shall be tortured. 4. They shall be afraid of war and death for the good. The above-mentioned predictions have been proven true by the aggression of the sacred land of the Arabs and Jerusalem by Israel in the Israeli War of 1967. 2. Jerusalem will be out of the Muslims' control. The foretelling of Prophet Muhammad, Lba, after the birth of Imam Mahdi, Lba, said that Jerusalem and all other Muslim-oriented areas would be out of control. This premonition proved to be true in 1967. 3. Syria and its allied powers were defeated. Hazrat Ali, has foretold that Syria and its allied powers, Iraq, Egypt, and other states, shall be defeated by Euro-Americans, Russians. The 1967 war also proved this. 4. A non-Muslim state in Asia shall be converted into a Muslim state. The majority shall oppress a Muslim minority nation on the Asian continent. 5. A non-Muslim ruler shall suddenly convert to Islam. 6. After the Cultural Revolution in the Chinese Communist Party, it shall declare itself an Islamic republic after a serious internal blood battle. The Islamic spiritual leader Azimper Daira Sharif claims the Third World War, the arrival of Imam Mahdi, Al-Ba, and ultimately the Qiyamah, Day of Judgment, are in the light of the Holy Al-Quran. Figure 50, Holy Shrine of Hazrat Shah Sufi Niyamatullah Wali, R.A., of Mahan Kerman, Iran. He was also known as Sahi Hamdan of Kashmir. He prophesied about Imam Mahdi 800 years ago with his 52 Farsi poems. A discussion on Imam Mahdi, PBUH, in light of the Holy Quran and Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, by Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Dr. M.N. Alam. Islamic researcher and scholar. Apart from the Holy Book of Torah and the Old Testimonial of the Bible, the last great prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, predicted the arrival of this great leader. He has said that the second civilization of mankind will not come to an end until Imam Mahdi, PBUH, the demonstrator to Wilway, will be born in the midst of his descendants. Imamu Aman Ki Ahmad and Imam Mahdi, PBUH, will be born before the death of Turkey's second president, page 21, Imam Az-Zama Ki Ahmad. We know that the name of Turkey's second president was Ismet İnönü, who lived until 1972. Therefore, it can be said that Imam Mahdi, PBUH, was born around or after this time. Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, foretold that Imam Mahdi, PBUH, would be born in a section of Fatima, SA, known as Said. He would resemble our Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and even the name of the parents would be similar to those of the Prophet, PBUH. His physique, manners, and behavior will resemble those of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and he will be born from a peasant family in Holy Medina Sharif on Monday at dawn. It was said that he would be born before the end of Hijra 1400, which corresponds to the year 1980. His education will include God's teachings, El-Maluduni, and he will start preaching to people at the age of 40 years. 800 years ago Sheikh Niyamatullah, may God bless him, of Kashmir foretold that Imam Mahdi, PBUH, would be born sometime near or after Hijra 1380. Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, R.A., the head pastor of Baghdad, foretold that the birth of Mosaddegh al-Fayzani, may God bless him, would occur 400 years after his death. In fact, this event occurred exactly 400 years as prophesied. He predicted that once Hazrat Mujaddid Sani, R.A., had reached maturity, a world leader and reformer named Ahmed would come, also 400 years after his departure, which happens to be the beginning of the 17th Hijra, 2002 AD. Therefore, it can be expected that Imam Mahdi's arrival will inevitably be after the year 2020 AD. Hazrat Shah Sufi Abu Bakr Siddiq, inhabitant of the Furfura Durbar of India, has told the young people of Medinipur, India, and during his trip at Laxmipur, East Pakistan, that the next reformer, Mujaddid, would be Imam Mahdi, PBUH. At this time Furfura Khanqa is totally demoralized, there are no practice of real Sufism. Last 4 decades the Khanqa had been totally occupied by Wahhabi/Salaf followers. The Hindi book Chitabani declares doomsday to be imminent, at 2/3 of the 15th Hijra, when Imam Mahdi, PBUH, will arrive. The famous Indian sadhu Rishi Aurobindo Ghosh also stated that ancient knowledge and civilization will be removed, leaving nothing but the will to improve. We must prepare ourselves for the new age. The Chitabani further states that when global war will come, a great being will emerge destroying all firearms, carrying nothing but a sword. All creatures of God, the Almighty, will respect and obey his leadership, as he will make the universe a heaven through constant victories and one greatest international military force. A famous London astrologer, Shearer, cited that between 1960 and 1988 the situation of the world would be chaotic. In the spring, Baisakh, of 1998, Imam Mahdi, PBUH, will be born as a new age begins and falsehood halts, after 2020 AD. 400 years ago the renowned French astrologer and prophesier Nostradamus, predicted the arrival of a world spiritual leader at the end of the current century. Through his leadership, the ideology of only one creator will be spread out, removing the Christian religion. It is also stated that this leader would be a follower of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH. It must be noted here, that Nostradamus had not mentioned the name of this leader, but from his description he resembles Imam Mahdi, PBUH. Finally, we will learn of the birth and arrival of Imam Mahdi, PBUH, through the prediction of a person, who has foretold the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi, John F. Kennedy and other incidents in China, Russia, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. She is an internationally renowned psychic, Jean Dixon. The innumerable predictions given by Hazrat Shah Sufi Dayamullah, a famous spiritual leader, greatly resemble those of Jean Dixon. She has foretold the future and has written, The Phenomenal, Jean Dixon, 1965, and My Life and Prophecies, 1970. In her book A Gift of Prophecy, on pages 162 to 173 she writes that a child has been born on February 5, 1962, in a peasant family. When the child reaches maturity he will use his religious and spiritual power to unite all people in the belief of one God. At the end of the present century, he will oversee the whole world. In 1980, Jean Dixon writes that the people of the world will have a hint as to his presence and near or after 1991 he will be the holder of the greatest power. Dixon does not mention the name of this child, but from her description it resembles Imam Mahdi, PBUH. From Jean Dixon's word, this child of the East wills posse's spiritual powers to change people's beliefs. This could only be Imam Mahdi of Prophet Abraham's descendant, PBUH. On page 172 of her book, Dixon reveals the ancestry of the child as, the child born in a humble peasant family is a descendant from an Egyptian pharaoh and his queen. She herself, questioned, who this pharaoh was, describing him as Joseph the Great, grandson Prophet Abraham, PBUH. It appears that the pharaoh and this child's savior have some connection with the prophet of God from the family of Abraham, PBUH. Abraham's, PBUH, descendant was Ismail and then Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, whose descendants were Fatimah, S.A., Hassan, as, and Hossein, as. All of which, are Imam Mahdi's, PBUH, ancestors. There is a strong similarity between Hazrat Mohammad's, PBUH, prophecy and Jean Dixon's prediction. History of Muslim rulers and caliphs at a glance. The first and last prophet of mankind and peace Hazrat Mohammad, SM, PBUH, of Mecca, was born in 570. He was bestowed by Almighty Allah by the Holy Quran as the last and final prophet of mankind in 610 AD. He worked in Mecca with an aim to establish the Islamic State. At length, it was founded Darul Islam or Islamic State in Holy Medina in the Arabic month of Rabiul Awwal, in the year 622 AD. Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, departed in 632 AD, in Hijri year 11. The Holy Prophet SM, PBUH, had bestowed his successorship to Hazrat Ali, as, at Gadar-e-Kum. Table 1, Muslim rulers. Year Caliph significance. 11, 13H. 632-634 AD Abu Bakr self-proclaimed so-called Caliphate, Rashidun. 13-23H. 634-644 AD Umar ibn al-Khattab self-proclaimed so-called Caliphate, Rashidun. 2335H. 644-656 AD Uthman ibn Affan so-called Caliphate, Rashidun. 35-40 656-661 AD Hazrat Ali ibn Abi Talib, as Ahlul Bayt, the only ruler of the Islamic world, bestowed by Prophet Muhammad S.M., Pbuh, through declaring martial law to establish rule of law and the reality of Islam. From 632 AD to 661 AD, under the Muslim army leader Hazrat Khalid bin Walid, R.A., and Hazrat Ali, as conquered and occupied Al-Hira, Damascus, Hims, Baalbek, Basra, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Al-Awaz, Al-Madin, Jerusalem, Egypt, Iran, Azerbaijan, Tripoli, Hamadan, Asbahan, many Roman territories, Sapor, Tripolitania, Andalus of Spain, Cyprus, Khorasan, and Nisapur. 40-41 661-661 AD Hazrat Hassan ibn Ali, as Ahlul Bayt compelled to sign peace treaty with Muawiya ibn Sufyan for better interest of Islam by conspiracy of Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan's gangsters. 41-60 661-680 AD self-proclaimed Sufyani Umayyad Empire. Muawiya ibn Abu Sufyan, bastard son of Abu Sufyan, so-called hadith writer, major contributor of fitna in Islam, destroyed the reality of Islam. 60-63 680-683 AD Yazid ibn Muawiya brutally murdered Ahlul Bayt Hazrat Hussein, as, at the Battle of Karbala, destroyed the sanctity of Al-Madinatul Munawwara. 63-65 683-684 AD Marwanid Umayyad Empire. Marwan ibn al-Hakam got the title of Thread of Evil from the people of Madinatul Munawwara because he used to curse Hazrat Ali, as, from the pulpit. 65-86 684-705 AD Abdul Malik ibn Marwan continued oppressing Ahlul Bayt, specifically on Hazrat Zainul Abidin, as 86-96 705-715 AD Walid ibn Abdul Malik murdered Ahlul Bayt. Poisoned Hazrat Imam Zainul Abidin, as 96-99 715-717 AD Sulaiman ibn Abdul Malik. 99-101 717-720 AD Umar bin Abdul Aziz. He finally stopped the cursing of Ahlul Bayt from Damascus Mosque, Syria. Then he was compelled to leave Damascus to Jerusalem, but murdered by followers of Yazid ibn Muawiyah. 101-125 724-743 AD Hisham ibn Abdul Malik murdered Ahlul Bayt. Poisoned Hazrat Imam al-Bakir, as 126-126 744-744 AD Yazid bin al-Walid, and Naqis. 126-127 744-744 AD Ibrahim bin al-Walid. 127-132 744-750 AD Marwan bin Muhammad, al-Himar. Abbasid Empire during the reign of Umayyad dynasty, Caliphate, Libya, Sudan, many territories in Asia, North Africa, Roman territories, Tajikistan, Bukhara and other regions, Sindh and Punjab, the entire Andalus, parts of France, Khwarizm and Samarkand, Kabul and Tas territory came under Muslim rules. 132-136 750-754 AD Abu Abbas al-Safa. 136-158 754-775 AD Abu Ja'far al-Mansur murdered Ahlul Bayt. Poisoned Hazrat Imam Ja'far as-Siddiq, as 158-169 775-785 AD al-Mahdi. 169-170 785-786 AD al-Hadi. 170-193 786-809 AD Harun ar-Rashid tortured and misbehaved with the Ahlul Bayt family members by the conspiracy of his fanatic groups. Murdered Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Imam Musa al-Kazim, as 193-198 809-813 AD Al-Amin murdered by his elder step-brother Al-Mamun for the power of the throne. 198-218 813-833 AD Al-Mamun members and compiled many fabricated hadiths in cooperation of Al-Farghani and Bukhari, Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud. Murdered Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Imam Ali al-Riza, as 218-227 833-842 AD Mutasim Billah murdered Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Imam Muhammad al-Taqi al-Jawad, as 227-232 842-847 AD Waithiq Billah. 232-247 847-861 AD Mutawakkil al-Allah. 247-248 861-862 AD Muntasir Billah. 248-252 862-866 AD Mustayin Billah. 252-255 866-869 AD Mutaz Billah murdered Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Imam al-Hadi, as 255-256 869-870 AD Matadi Billah. 256-279 870-892 AD Muhammad al-Allah murdered Ahlul Bayt. Hazrat Imam Hassan al-Askari, as the above caliphs founded the city of Baghdad and the city of Samarra. They also reconstructed Masjid al-Haram. During rule of Caliph Mutasim Billah, in the war to rescue a Muslim woman, 30,000 Roman soldiers were killed by Muslim force and other 30,000 were arrested. Also, the Amuriya territory came under Muslim rule. 279-289 892-902 AD Mu'addid Billah. 289-295 902-908 AD Mutaf Billah. 295-320 908-933 AD Muthader Billah. 320-322 933-934 AD Al-Quahir Billah. 322-329 934-940 AD AR Radi Billah. 329-333 940-944 AD Mutaki Billah. 333-334 944-945 AD Mustakfi Billah. 334-363 945-974 AD Al-Mudi Lillah. 363-381 974-991 AD Altai. 381-422 991-1031 AD Quadr Billah. 422-467 1031-1075 AD Qayyim by Amrillah. 467-487 1075-1094 AD Muthadi by Amrillah. 487-512 1094-1118 AD Mustajir Billah. 512-529 1118-1135 AD Mustarashid Billah. 529-530 1135-1136 AD AR Rashid Billah. 535-55 1136-1160 AD Muktafili Amrillah. 555-566 1160-1170 AD Mustanjid Billah. 566-575 1170-1180 AD Mustadi by Amrillah General, Commander-in-Charge, Salahuddin al-Ayyubi constructed the Wall of Cairo, defeated the Crusaders in the battlefield of Hittin in Palestine. He also made Al-Quds and Syria free for Muslims. 575-622 1180-1225 AD Nasir li Din Allah. 622-623H. 1225-1226 AD AZ Zahir by Amrullah. 623-640H. 1226-1242 AD Muntansir Billah. 640-656H. 1242-1258 AD Mustasim Billah A dinar was coined under his rule. 656-659H. 1258-1261 AD From 1258 to 1261, there was no caliph. That time Halakha Khan, Tatar force, occupied Baghdad and killed 1.60 millions of Muslims along with the caliph. At length, Al-Muzaffar Quds defeated Tatar force in present Palestine. Verily Al-Mustansir Billah was the last caliph of Baghdad. 659-660H. 1261-1261 AD Mustansir Billah. 661-701H. 1262-1302 AD Hakim by Amrullah. From 1262 to 1301, many Tatar groups were converted into Muslims. Ibn al-Amr reoccupied 32 cities in Andalus of Spain. Malik al-Mansur defeated Tatar force in Syria and rescued Tripoli from occupations of the Crusaders. 701-740H. 1302-1340 AD al-Mustaqfi. 740-741H. 1340-1341 AD Wasik Billah. 742-753H. 1341-1352 AD Hakim by Amrullah. 753-763H. 1352-1362 AD Mutadid Billah. 763-785H. 1362-1383 AD Mutawakkil Allah. 785-788H. 1383-1386 AD Wasik Billah. 788-791H. 1386-1389 AD Mustasim Billah. 791-808H. 1389-1406 AD Mutawakkil Allah. That time Bulgaria came under Muslim rule, France and Germany were defeated by Muslims. 808-833H. 1406-1430 AD Mustayin Billah. 833-845H. 1430-1441 AD Mu'adadhid Billah. 845-854H. 1441-1451 AD Mustaqfi Billah. 854-859H. 1451-1455 AD Qayyim by Amrullah. 859-884H. 1455-1479 AD Mustanjid Billah. 884-903H. 1479-1497 AD Mutawakkil Billah. 903-923H. 1497-1517 AD Mustamsik Billah. 923-923H. 1517-1517 AD Mutawakkil Allah. Starting of Osmania dynasty. 923-926H. 1517-1520 AD Salim, the first. 926-973H. 1520-1566 AD Soleiman, the second. Muslims occupied Belgrade in Yugoslavia, Rudis, Budapest in Hungary, Algeria, Tabriz, Tunisia, Crete Island, South France. Vienna and Malta Island were surrounded by Muslims. Austrian and Spanish soldiers were defeated by Muslims. Austria paid Tsitzia, non-Muslim, revenue. The largest church, Hagia Sophia, was converted into mosque where Caliph Soleiman prayed Jummah Salat or weekly Friday prayer. 973-981H. 1566-1574 AD Salim, the second. 981-1003H. 1574-1595 AD Murad, the third. From this period, due to non-joining of Caliph himself directly in the battles, the Islamic State gradually became weak. 1003-1013H. 1595-1603 AD Muhammad, the third. 1013-1027 H. 1603-1617 AD Ahmed, the first. 1027-1028 H. 1617-1618 AD Mustafa, the first, war between Russia and Muslim state, war against entire Europe by Muslims. 1028-1032 H. 1618-1622 AD Osman, the second. 1032-1033 H. 1622-1623 AD Mustafa, the first, second term. 1033-1050 H. 1623-1640 AD Murad, the fourth. 1050-1557 H. 1640-1648 AD Ibrahim, the first. 1057-1098 H. 1648-1687 AD Muhammad, the first. 1098-1102 H. 1687-1691 AD Sulayman. 1102-1107 H. 1691-1695 AD Ahmed, the second. 1107-1115 H. 1695-1703 AD Mustafa, the second. 1115-1142 H. 1703-1730 AD Ahmed, the third. 1142-1168 H. 1730-1754 AD Mahmud, the first. Russia and Austria were defeated by Muslims. Belgrade and many other territories were returned to the Muslims. 1168-1171 H. 1754-1757 AD Osman, the third. 1171-1187 H. 1757-1774 AD Mustafa, the third. 1187-1203 H. 1774-1789 AD Abdul Hamid, the first. 1203-1222 H. 1789-1807 AD Salim, the third. Napoleon Bonaparte occupied Egypt in 1798. In 1799 Napoleon was defeated in Akka of Palestine. In 1801, Napoleon again was defeated in Alexandria, Egypt. Britain and Russia attacked Muslim state. Muslims surrounded Bosporus defeated British and British left Egypt. In 1807, France and Russia signed on peace treaty with Muslims. 1222-1223 H. 1807-1808 AD Mustafa, the fourth. 1223-1255 H. 1808-1839 AD Mahmud, the second. 1255-1277 H. 1839-1861 AD Abdul Majid, the first. 1277-1293 H. 1861-1876 AD Abdul Aziz. 1293-1293 H. 1876-1876 AD Murad, the fifth. 1293-1327 H. 1876-1909 AD Abdul Hamid. 1327-1336 H. 1909-1918 AD Mohammad Rashid. War between Muslims and Italians in Tripoli. In the War of Balkan between Muslims and Greece, Bulgaria and Serbia, Muslims lost all Balkan territories. In the First World War Muslims were defeated and the Islamic State was reduced gradually. Through the Balfour Declaration promised the undertaking to establish Jewish state for Jews in Palestine by active cooperation of British Empire. 1336-1341 H. 1918-1922 AD Muhammad Wahid Uddin, the sixth. 1341-1343 H. 1922-1924 AD Abdul Majid Wahid Uddin, last Ottoman Empire's leader, destroyed by the British Empire and replaced by Arabian desert robber Saudi monarchy Ibn Saud al-Abdul Aziz. Note, indeed important point to mention here that, From reading above mentioned Caliphate's table, we can clearly witness that, Umayyad and Abbasidiyad dynasty continued their oppression against the Ahlul Bayt family because Ahlul Bayts never hesitated from speaking against each of the caliphs of their time. The Ahlul Bayts will never compromise to speak the truth. A small description of the rulers of the monarchy in Saudi Arabia according to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., Pbuh, has said, "My disciples shall be divided in 73 divisions." The followers, who were present asked, "O Prophet, S.M., Pbuh, who is that group that shall proceed to Jannah, heaven?" "That group that will follow the glorious Holy Quran and have love towards me as well as my family members, Ahlul Bayt." The capital of Saudi Arabia is Riyadh, the previous name of which was Najd. Prophet Muhammad's, S.M., Pbuh, birthplace and workplace are respectively Holy Mecca and Holy Medina. The name Saudi Arabia was given in the name of the leader of the Tana'izah sect, of the Darya areas in Najd. King Abdul Aziz ibn Saud is the founder of the country. Najd is situated in the center of Saudi Arabia, east of Holy Medina Tul Munawwara, surrounded by date tree fields. Najd is famous in the Arab world from political and economical aspects. The inhabitants of this province are religious and consider themselves as learned. That is why, according to them, the leader of the Arab world must be from them. Let's see what Holy Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, says about Najd. "I give our Syria and Yemen prosperity and success." The inhabitants of Najd present their request, "O Prophet of Allah, mention about the prosperity and success of our Najd area." Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, prayed a few more times without mentioning Najd and told the inhabitants, "Chaos and trouble will be created in Najd and evil will strengthen from here." Prophet Muhammad, S.M., Pbuh, has stated in an authentic hadith that, evil forces will come out of Najd. O Muslims! Don't you fall into their traps and always be careful from their attempt of deceit. They will talk like the prophets and in the name of Islam they will harm your faith and religion. Always try to protect yourselves from their attitude of deceiving. In another hadith he has said, "O Muslims! Always protect yourselves from ill motives and the deceit of deceitful dwellers in Najd. The moment they get the opportunity they will deceive you from the well protection of Islam." Another hadith stated that once, when our Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., Pbuh, was distributing the goods of relief, Ganimat, among the people, a man named Abdullah of Bani Tamil tribe said, "O Prophet of Allah, the Almighty, distribute it equally." The Prophet said he should be destroyed. "If I am not fair, then who will be?" Umar at once said excitedly, "O Prophet, permit me, I will chop off the head of this betrayer, Munafiq." The Prophet said, "Let him go, a group will emerge from him. The external appearance of the people will be so pious that their way of prayer will seem insignificant." Authentic Hadith. Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab Najdi was born in the Bani Sinan genealogy of the Bani Tamim community in 1703 AD at the Nwayina area of this cursed Najd province. After having primary education at his father's place, he went to Holy Medina. He had his higher education in Baghdad. In Holy Medina he had his teachings under the auspices of two teachers, named Hazrat Sindi and Solomon Alki. Ibn Wahhab Najdi, once being sentimental over the attitude of the teachers towards the Prophet, uttered, "Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, was merely a favorite prophet. His duty was to bring the Holy Quran, and he did that. His duties have been performed. Why will there be any reason for respecting him so much?" With regard to this comment, he was forbidden to say anything about the Prophet. This insolent attitude toward the teachers is testimony of how ill-tempered Ibn Wahhab was. According to Hadith, the insolent are deprived of Allah's blessings. In 1749, Ibn Wahhab Najdi appeared at 47 years of age as a learned alim of the Khariji group to misdirect Muslim society. First, a little brief information on the Khariji. After the Battle of Siffin between Hazrat Ali and Muawiyah in Hijran 36, a group of people separated from Ali's group and assembled at Haraway. They claimed to be pious and declared Hazrat Ali, Pbuh, a kafir. But Hazrat Ali was one of the family members of Prophet, Pbuh. They declared that it was valid to kill him, Ali, and rob his property. Afterwards, they assassinated Hazrat Ali. They are known as Khariji in history. Their doctrine states that it is not permitted to obey anybody except Allah, the Almighty. One cannot even obey the Prophet, Pbuh. It is known to everyone that the basic two subjects of Islam are, first, Tawhid of Allah, and second, Risalat of the Prophet, Pbuh. They are determined to establish Tawhid ignoring Risalat. And this is the fundamental difference between the pure Muslims and Kharijis. Musaylama Kazab Najd, the ascendant of Abdul Wahhab Najdi, claimed to be the Prophet after the death of Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, and consequently was killed by the Muslims. Cunning Wahhab, not repeating the mistake of his ascendants, involved himself in the so-called Reformation of Islam in order to misguide Muslim society. According to Holy Al-Quran and Hadith, Prophet Muhammad, Pbuh, is the nur, splendor, light, of Allah. But Wahhab said that the Prophet was an ordinary man like other men, who died after his prophethood, was decomposed and mixed with soil. Prestige and honor were confined to his life. It is not necessary to show respect toward him, since he is now dead, Nauzubillah. He also said that, since Muslims worship saints and graves, all the Muslims except Wahhab and his followers are kafir and mushrik, it is accepted to kill them and to loot their properties. In this plea he started a movement to reform the religion of Islam in the whole Najd area, which was later known as the Wahhabi movement. The followers of his doctrine are called Wahhabi. According to the very words of Holy Quran and Hadith, Muhammad, Pbuh, is alive in his grave. Hence, he is called Hyat Nabi. He is just as alive as he always was. Wahhab Najdi has said as a contrast, that Muhammad, Pbuh, is a dead prophet, may Allah excuse us. Allah says in his Holy Quran, those, who become Bayt, that is keeping their hands on your, Prophet Muhammad's, Pbuh, hands, become Bayt keeping their hands on my hands. Hence, Muslims consider it valid and essential to become Bayt to the Waliullah, saints, who acquired Bayt, but Wahhab Najdi declared it illegal. The Prophet himself used to visit graves respectfully and pray near them. He told the Muslims to do the same as he did. Those, who will visit my grave and pray there, my recommendation for him in the hereafter would be wajib, mandatory. Hence, every Muslim desired to visit the Holy Prophet's grave, but Ibn Wahhab declared it illegal, vicious, and uttered it the big idol of Islam. He claimed that a stick in his hand was better than the dead Muhammad, Pbuh. Wahhab said, he could kill a snake with the stick, but the dead Muhammad, Pbuh, could not help you, Nauzubillah. According to the Holy Quran and Hadith, if anyone dishonors or neglects the Prophet, Pbuh, he becomes Murtad. Therefore, Ibn Wahhab Najdi and his followers are Murtad, according to Hadith. By the interpretation of the Holy Quran, Hadith, and the support of Ijma and Qiyas, it is established that Milad Mafils, praying adjacent to the Prophet, Pbuh, was virtuous. Wahhabi still prohibited it in Islam. The misguiding reformation of Islam by Wahhab was protested by the then Muslim society. Consequently, cunning Wahhab changed his technique. He invited the luxurious leader of the Tanaza group of the Daria region. He made Ibn Saud his disciple, who later married the daughter of Wahhab Najdi. Ibn Saud and Ibn Wahhab combined their armies to fight the ferocious Bedouins. This force played an important role in manipulating Muslim society into accepting this reformation. Muslims who denied the reformation were killed. Before being Wahhabi, misguided Muslim, I was kafir, non-Muslim. My parents and ascendants were kafir, now I have become a Muslim. Abdul Wahab Najdi. In 1765, after the death of the first Ibn Saud, his son, Abdul Aziz, expanded the Wahhabi, misguided Muslim group, state from Najd to Kuwait. He accepted the doctrine of Wahhabi like his father. After establishing Wahhabism in Najd and Kuwait, the Wahhabis kept eyes on the Muslims of Holy Mecca. In 1791, they attacked Holy Mecca, but by strong resistance of the Muslims they could not enter the city. Consequently, the Wahhabis changed their technique. A deceitful Wahhabi entered the mosque of the city in disguise of mubaligh and preacher. Until 1802 the Wahhabis again attacked Holy Mecca. Because of help from the inside of the city they were successful. In 1803 they captured Holy Mecca. Soon after the capture, the Wahhabis started killing Sufis and Prophets' descendants, contending that they were grave and saint worshippers. In 1804 Holy Medina had also been captured by the Wahhabis. The fate of the Sufis and Prophets' descendants of Holy Medina was the same as Holy Mecca's inhabitants. All the graves of the Sahabas were broken and mixed with the soil. But at the protest by the Muslims of the world, including Egypt and Syria, they repaired the graves. The Muslims fled to Yemen, Syria, and Iraq in order to be safe from the Wahhabis. Though the Muslims captured Holy Mecca and Holy Medina in 1812, the two cities went under the control of the Wahhabis, and in 1924 the Wahhabis administered them. At the end of the 19th century, Prince Abdur Rahman, the son of King Faisal, was exiled in Kuwait for internal conflict in the royal family. During the exile, he wanted to re-establish the Saud dynasty and Wahhabi concept. Although he could not materialize his desire, his son, Abdul Aziz ibn Saud, with the help of the British, took the state power of all of Saudi Arabia. He then established the concept of Wahhabism across the kingdom he ruled. Subsequently, with the blessings of the petrodollar in the Middle East, the economic condition of the Wahhabis prospered, as did the international assimilation of their concept. In the Holy Quran, Allah, the Almighty says, a group of people will say they believe in Allah, but Allah says no. They are non-Momins, without Iman. The Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, foretold that a group of apparently Muslim people would appear and severely harm Muslim society and the religion of Islam. They will have two methods for their evils: spread false hadith and make it a skill to tell lies. This is a brief history of Saudi monarchy and how they destroyed the Islamic ideology in accordance of Holy Quran and established their ideology of Wahhabism, i.e. Abdul Wahab Najdi's ideology, throughout the world. His Eminency Dr. Sheikh Shah Sufi Muhammad Nurul Alam warns the current Saudi Arabian King Salman bin Abdul Aziz along with his hypocrite son Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as well as all the descendants of Abdul Aziz to be careful about their future. Since 1924 the descendants of Abdul Aziz, follower of Wahhabi/Najdi, satanic, ideology destroyed the backbone of Islam in Arabian territory. Especially they destroyed the backbone of holy city Meccatul Mukarramah and Madinatul Munawwara. This is the final warning to them to rectify their self, to come to the reality, to give proper respect towards the Holy Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, SM, and Ahlul Bayt. They are also advised to do tawbah and become a correct Muslim. Otherwise no one shall dominate from the action and reality of truth from the peace mission of Imam Mahdi, SM, with re-emergence of Prophet Isa, as Jesus Christ, from any moment from now. Direct followers of Great Shaitan, Iblis, and descendant of Yazid ibn Mu'ayyah as follows. Figure 51, Saudi King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and his son Mohammed bin Salman, along with Sheikh Maktoum and Mohammed bin Zayd, are direct descendants of Yazid working to destroy the true reality of Islam today with the cooperation of Wahhabi and Salaf movement. Re-emergence of Jesus Christ and Imam Mahdi PBUH is awaiting to eliminate descendants of Yazids. Figure 52, Chief Imam of Masjid al-Haramain and Grand Mufti Sheikh Abdul Aziz al-Ashiq of Saudi Arabia are Wahhabi, Najdi Alam. WSA advises them to learn Holy Quran properly, also must be respectful properly to the founder of Islam and last beloved prophet of mankind and Islam in accordance of Holy Quran Surah Ahzab 56, or else you must pay at the court of Allah and his beloved prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, as well as to Imam Mahdi PBUH. Do not misguide and mislead the Muslim community. List of world leaders whom are tyrant and will be curbed down by the arrival of Imam Mahdi, PBUH, and Jesus Christ, PBUH. Figure 53, Leaders of the World, Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Aim Sun Suukyi, Narendra Modi. Following are the tyrant leaders of the world: Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Aim Sun Suukyi, Narendra Modi, as well as their associate Saudi King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Dubai Sheikh Maktoum and Prince Mohammed bin Zayed. They had been working to destabilize the world's security and peace by totally disregarding the United Nations Human Rights Charter. The UN World Federation only carrying out the mission and interest for single superpower USA as well as their associates like Israel, China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and India. So the world communities has completely lost their interest and trust about the UN as World Federation's leadership towards world peace and security. A case will be filed at the International Criminal Justice Court at Hague, Netherlands against the above-mentioned tyrant leaders along with Bashar al-Assad of Syria, Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh for their immoral activities and genocide against innocent population of the world. Figure 54, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Bilal Habashi ibn Rabah, R.A., at Damascus, Syria. He was the muezzin of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. During so-called the Caliphate of Abu Bakr, Hazrat Bilal had left Medina for Syria. Figure 55, Roja, resting place, of Hazrat Awais al-Qarni, R.A., at Karan Nagar, Yemen. Beloved friend of Hazrat Mohammad, S.M. Figure 56, arrival place of Hazrat Isa ibn Maryam, PBUH, from the blue sky, heaven, at Umayyad Mosque Damascus, Syria during the arrival of Imam Mahdi, PBU. Figure 57, Holy Prophet Muhammad, SM, PBUH, S Dome at Holy City Medina Tul Munawwara, KSA. Figure 58, Masjid al-Haramain at Holy City Mecca Tul Mukarramah where Imam Mahdi, PBUH, will proclaim his advent for the peace mission of mankind, along with Jesus Christ, Prophet Isa as the great Sufi saint Hazrat Hafiz Ahmed, Sunodi Shah Shahab, R.A., of Lohagara, Chittagong, Bangladesh. Figure 59, greatest Sufi saint of Bangladesh Hazrat Hafiz Ahmed, Sunodi Shah Shahab, R.A., of Lohagara, Chittagong, Bangladesh. The great Sufi saint of Bangladesh, one of the best beloved follower of Prophet Muhammad, S.M., had established the Sirat Nabi International Conference in 1970 to commemorate and properly respect the Holy Prophet Muhammad, S.M., in accordance of the Holy Quran Surah Ahzab 56 Ayah 8. The Almighty God certainly has been, is, and will continue to send infinite love and affection to his beloved Prophet Hazrat Mohammad, S.M., PBUH, along with his special angels who are directed by the Almighty God to continuously salute with respect, dignity, and honor to the beloved Holy Prophet for his kind attention. The Almighty God again commanding to the true believers to pay respect with dignity and honor for their forgiveness and mercy from the beloved Holy Prophet of Islam and mankind. Holy Al-Quran Surah Al-Ahzab, 33:56. The Sirat Nabi International Conference runs for the period of 15 days, for which he invites local and national all sects of Muslims religious and spiritual leaders to join this conference to practice and spread as well as exchange their own ideological concepts about the beloved Prophet Muhammad, S.M. His Eminency Dr. Alam visited this great Sufi saint in 1977 with the religious spiritual leader of Azimpur Daira Sharif Sheikh Syed Dayamullah, R.A., and took the responsibility for the ongoing yearly 15 days Sirat Nabi conference. In 1978 His Eminency Dr. Alam as chief coordinator and sponsor of this holy conference, while he was constructing the invitation letter to the world dignified religious and spiritual leaders by mistake of typing error, Dr. Alam wrote 19 days in place of 15 days. But this greatest spiritual leader on his own spiritual power extended the Surat Nabi conference to 19 days with great happiness, which still to this very day runs for 19 days. His Eminency Dr. Alam invites religious and spiritual leader from all over the world and local Bangladeshi Sunni, Wahhabi, Salaf, Jamati, Tablighi ulama, so-called religious leaders. It is very unfortunate to mention here that, this Lohagara and Shatkania area of Bangladesh belongs to some of the most fanatic Muslims religious groups such as Jamaat Islami, Salaf, Wahhabi, and Tablighi gangsters. The Posha Wahhabi Madrasa and Hathazari Wahhabi largest madrasa of the country are also situated in this locality. The great Sufi saint's main intention with this conference is to open the eye of those Wahhabi, Salaf, Jamaat, and Tablighi groups for their ignorance to properly respect the Holy Prophet SM. This great Sufi saint had dedicated his whole life, for the cause of spreading most important knowledge on how to properly show respect to the Holy Prophet SM along with the accurate translation of Surah Al-Ahzab's 56 ayat of Holy Quran. Translation: Exalted is he who took his beloved Prophet by night from Al-Masjid Al-Haram to Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa, whose surroundings we have blessed, to show him of our signs. Indeed, he is the hearing, the seeing. Holy Al-Quran Surah Al-Isra, 17:1. Acknowledgement by the author. Contributions acknowledged for the historic book The Ahlul Bayt 2nd edition, the assassination of 11 Imams, the collapse of the Caliphate, ISBN #97805-786-47722 by the author His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi M.N. Alam for editor Shah Mohammad Rafiq, executive assistant to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam and associate editor and compiler Gholam Ali Hamza, special assistant to His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. Both of their hard work to collect and edit authentic historical data from around the globe, especially from Mecca, Medina of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as Indian subcontinent's many spiritual leaders' historic places and libraries. Since 2010, they have collected authentic information from the internet through Google and other sources to compile and edit the historical research of the Ahlul Bayt 2nd edition book. Both are American citizens, come from the Prophet's holy family, pious with status of His Eminency's Caliph and engaged in spiritual practice as a good Muslim. I wish their success of life. Ameen. His Eminency Dr. Hazrat Sheikh Shah Sufi Muhammad Nurul Alam, 43rd direct descendant from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, of Islam. President, World Spiritual Assembly, New York, USA. Author and researcher of the Ahlul Bayt 2nd edition, The Assassination of 11 Imams, The Collapse of Caliphate. References. 1 Mishkat, Ul, Masabih, Vol 4, Vol 2. 2 So-called corrected Shahi Bukhari, Vol 5, Vol 6. 3 Muwatta of Imam Malik. 4 Life of Prophet Muhammad, SM, by Ibn Kathir. 5 Shahi Muslim, Vol 1, Vol 2, Vol 3, Vol 4. 6 Ash-Shifa by Qadi Iyad. 7 Kashful Majab by Syed Ali ibn Uthman al-Hajwari. 8 Al-Burhan by Mufti Muhammad Amin. 9 Hayat as-Sahaba'i Vol 1, Vol 2. 10 Hussein the Great Martyr by Fazil Ahmed. 11 The Shadowless Prophet of Islam by Syed Abdul Wahhab. 12 The Authenticated Miracles of Muhammad, SM, by Maulana Muhammad Inayat Ahmed published 1982. 13 World Heritage and Records of Sufism by His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. 14 The Encyclopedia of Prophets and the Rulers of the Islamic World by His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. 15 Destruction and Peace, End of Saudi Monarchy by His Eminency Dr. M.N. Alam. 16 Millennium Prophecy Statement heralds a Golden Age. Authentic History of the World and Arrival of Imam Mahdi along with Re-emergence of Jesus Christ, PBUH. 17 The dead become of alive by grace of Holy 5 Iya al-Mayyit by Sad Ahlul Bayt by Imam Suyuti. 18 Sunan Ibn Majah Vol 2, Vol 3. 19 History of Yaqubi, History of Tabarani, History of Tabari, online source. 20 Tafsir of Imam Jalalayn. 21 Tafsir of Imam Suyuti. 22 Tafsir of Imam Askari. 23 Tafsir Tabari Vol 15. 24 Al-Durul Mansur Vol 4. The author and editors of this book are citizens of United States of America. According to the U.S. Constitution, the citizens can exercise their right for freedom of religion, freedom of speech and freedom of writing. Katamallahu ala Rasulihil Kareem Amin.